I see lots of people still are getting coffee, but I decided to start speaking because then they will know that it's time to come. So now I will talk some random stuff to make sure that people think that important stuff already started. Okay? Anyone knows any joke? In English, I know some in Lithuanian, but when I try to translate them in English, usually it doesn't work. So, sorry? Right now, I can. Okay. Try now. No, maybe not. Okay, so people are joining. Good, let's start. We have an intro, so of course everyone is waiting for Jürgen, our opening speaker. But as usual, the conference has to start with some opening, and I look a bit maybe strange. T-shirt on a shirt. So sorry for that, because I'm actually not the organizer of the conference. So to start with, these are the guys who organizes this conference. So I would like you all to applaud these 9 guys that made you come here. It's crazy to see what 9 people can do. They do all this on volunteer basis. We don't get paid, they don't get paid. So it's just for fun to share and to get you all here in one place. I am the president of Agile Lithuania Association, but as I say, I just sign papers and make sure that everything happens. But these guys are the ones whom we should be thankful. So let's start about Agile Tour. Anyone uses Twitter in Lithuania? I know Jürgen, the keynote speaker, does, but anyone else? A few. So if you tweet, add this hashtag, Agile Touras, then we can find it. But yeah, people don't use Twitter in Lithuania a lot. What is Agile Tour? Actually, this is just one event out of many, many. Agile Tour is a global brand, global community, and it allows to organize community-driven, low-cost events. So that's what we are trying to do here, that community organizes this event. It's not organized by some company. It's volunteers who are doing that. And it's actually really low cost. You can understand that paying 90 or 60 liters doesn't cover all the costs, but that's our point. So to allow as more people as we can to hear about Agile and share our experiences. So we are just one city here, and 2 weeks ago there was a conference in Kaunas as well, Agile Tour Kaunas. So in Lithuania we actually have 2 cities that are doing this. If anyone is not from Vilnius or Kaunas, which city? Riga. Okay, Riga had Agile Tour as well. Any other Lithuanian city? Šiauliai. We are wondering, should we start Agile Tour in Šiauliai or Klaipėda? So if you want, as here, you can just gather people and organize some kind of event. That's what you can do, and this organization allows. So yes, these guys were the organizers. Who we are? We are Agile Lithuania Association. I'm happy that more and more people hear about us. And sorry, it's in Lithuanian, but it says that our main goal is to share experiences. It's professional community, so if you want, you come, you join, and you share experiences. We have Agile.lt, of course, website where there is main information, and then Facebook slide share, YouTube channel, LinkedIn, everything, all information you want to find. So what exactly we do? First, as I mentioned, we have a website, so we can find, hopefully, most of the information here. And I really encourage you to subscribe freely. It's free, so for Agile Lithuania Google group, we time to time, really very, not so often, send information about events like this, about conferences around, so you can really get all information what you need. What else do? We do conferences. Surprise, surprise. Actually, this is how it started. We were doing 2 conferences a year, Agile Tour, which you are here now, and Agile Day in May. Just this year we changed our concept and we decided that 2 conferences about Agile is a bit too much, so actually we joined the Project Management Days conference. There was Project Management Days conference for Baltic states, Lithuanian, Latvians, Estonians, and we had full Agile track in it, so it was very interesting to see that managers, project managers, not from IT, actually were interested discussing these topics. So this is one of actually main our activities. What else? We do, that's in Lithuanian as well. We do monthly user groups, we call it. So it's totally free event. If you subscribe to that email list or LinkedIn or Facebook, you will get information. And we pick up a topic, we get together and discuss. It might be very different format, it might be short presentation, it might be workshop. For example, last time we had a distance interview with Jürgen, and we questioned him for a while, and then we switched him off of online, and we stayed for an hour more discussing what we heard among ourselves. So it's very, very good, totally free event for sharing. And you even get, usually you get free beer and cookies, so at least that can be a point for coming. As I said, it's usually the last month, but the last week of the month, but it differs, so follow the information. But I really encourage you to come, it's really fun. What else? We are in Lithuania, and we speak Lithuanian, but in IT it's very, very hard. So we decided, actually there was one guy who said, I wanted to run this initiative to translate it. So he got volunteers around him and actually translated Agile terms, Agile Manifesto, and Scrum Guide. And actually you all in your bags got the book, which another guy said, we have translation, so let's print it out. So now we have printed material. So from now on, if you need a public sector project to run and you don't know how to translate user story to Lithuanian, who knows how user story is in Lithuanian? Anyone? How? Vartotojo pasakojimas. He is working in university. Yes? You see? So those guys know. So if you know, open that book or go online and you'll find it. We want to make a PDF version of it as well. So really good initiative. One guy took it, made a translation, another guy made it as a publishable material. So again, very nice initiative from volunteers. What else? The most often question we get is, yeah, Agile is fine in public sector, in private sector, but it does not work in public sector, and it's totally not possible to do it there. So it's not true. We have been working for 3 years with I don't know how to translate that to Lithuanian, IVPK, Informacinės visuomenės plėtros komitetas. Have no clue how to translate that to English. So the guys who are responsible for putting the requirements, how information systems should be developed for government. And actually, now they changed that document, which says that you can implement the project in 3 ways. Either traditional, linear, either modular, I'm not sure what that is, but they added it, or iterative incremental, in brackets, in English, agile. So it means if you run a public sector, execution phase can be done in an iterative manner, and this fully complies with government regulations in Lithuania. So that's a huge job. Again, few of us were going through many, many meetings, many discussions to get this done. So I'm really proud of those people who were involved. And yeah, there is a link on the Agile.lt. We put all information related to public sector to that one specific space. So if you're working in public sector projects, just go there and you'll find most PowerPoints, presentations, examples, case studies, and stuff like that. Of course, we want to have fun. So Agile Lithuania volunteers, members join. And for example, we have summer event, and if during summer event there is a wedding going next to you, so you stop them, take their candies, and eat them. So that's what we do during summer. So just to point out here, we're not enforcing anyone to become a member. We just need to have a legal entity and members to comply with all the regulations, but everything you can do as a volunteer. You don't have to pay anything, come to all events, come everywhere, just do something, share your experiences, make events, and that's what our goal is, to unite those people that want to do something after work in this area. So these are the guys, that's what I told, these are the guys who organized actually last Agile Tour in Kaunas and last Agile Tour in Vilnius, and today of course we have new teams, but if you will like this event and you want to help to organize it next year, so definitely come, write us an email and join these great guys. Yes, there is a lot of work to do this, but it's very, very fun. I've been doing this for 4 years now. I stopped, so I'm missing it already. So cool. So that's it about us, about Agile Lithuania. That's what we try to do, and I hope you will join. And as more people join, as more activities we can have. So let's get back to the conference itself. First, of course, we need to thank our sponsors. So these are the general sponsors of our conference. We need to take them slide one by one. So let's thank NFQ. Yay, let's applause. Let's thank DevBridge Group and Visma. Yes, I didn't take and then the main sponsors, StoryBrand and CSC. Woo. And our partners, Alien, DocsLogic, and O'Reilly. It sounds, of course, a bit not, fun, like what are the guys? But actually, that's why you can have such a cheap, I would say, conference. If you look around anywhere, like big, nice conferences, they cost really, really much more. So they allow us to be here, to get coffee, to get the rooms, to get the lunch. So really, really, we appreciate for them. And actually, they're becoming more and more, innovative, and they have nice stands, and actually it's not boring HR recruitment stands. So go there, and I think you'll have very fun activities during breaks. So really enjoy the time. Important stuff about the conference. You have agenda on your badges. Yes, everyone got a badge. Who doesn't have a badge? Everyone has a badge, good. So the schedule agenda is on it, and we have 4 tracks, as you see. There is a number of the whole on top. So pick wisely where you want to go. I know some people complain that I want to go everywhere. That's fine. You can go on YouTube afterwards, and everything will be on it. We will record all sessions, and you'll be able to watch later. But I think the point is to select the most compelling ones, the speakers or the topics you want to listen, and choose and go to them. I always advise, if you start listening and after 10 minutes you're bored, don't be ashamed, stand up and go to the next one. It's your day, so use it wisely yourself. If it's something not what you expected, you can still go and finish listening to the last one, if you want, of course. That's fine. The other thing, and very, very important in Agile is all about feedback, yes? Yes? Now you should nod your heads all. Yes, yes, yes. So we want your feedback as well about speakers and about the conference as well. So you have 3 ways to do that, or actually 2 ways. There's 2. You can do it online, which we would prefer. Who has a smartphone? Can you raise your hand? I know most of you have smartphone. Don't lie to me. And there is free internet here. Of course, when you all will join, it might not work very well, but there is internet. So if it's switched to your 3G or whatever, and go to FB Agile Tour Vilnius, and that will be a form, so we just need to fill it, which we would really, really like. Of course, there is a QR code, which is here. Anyone has a QR? Who has QR scanner app on your phone? Oh, it's about 20%. It's getting better. So you can just scan the code and it will be directed there. Actually, there is a different link here, so both of them work. This one is shorter, so that's why I put it here. But if you go this one, you will get to this form. And for those who really, really don't have a smartphone, there are paper forms. They are on the counter there, so please fill them. Okay? So we expect everyone to fill the feedback form. And to encourage you to do that, we have prizes. Yay! We have 10 books from our sponsor O'Reilly about Agile books, really good books about Agile. So we will give away them after the closing keynote. So stay here and get your book. And we want to announce a very, very good conference in Tallinn, not so far. It's in November, software conference, very good people coming it, and we have 2 free tickets to it. So 2 guys will win, if you fill the form, you will win the free tickets. For those who don't win, you can go there, and there is a promotion code 2014 Agile LT. you get 20% discount. So if you want to go to good conference, I really, really advise it. I want to advise another one conference, which is not a sponsor, but I think these guys are totally next to us. There is a conference going on in Vilnius, Build Stuff. Anyone heard about it? Anyone is going to it? Yes, few people. Good. Again, very good conference. Much more expensive than this one, but very good. So definitely check for it if you're a developer and want to go there. So this is few announcements to make. And last and not least, how much time do I have? I'm stealing your time, Jürgen? Yes? Oh, 4 minutes. I'm finishing in like 1 minute. So I stole from these guys because 2 years ago when I was there, they were doing social kind of activity, getting money and donating it to charity, which I felt like is very, very nice. And on the other hand, I'm working in a company now which tries to help to do this very, very easy. So I thought how to connect these two things. So in your bags, you have a poster, this one for one organization or this one for another organization. So what you can do, and what we really ask you to do, to donate 2, 5, 10, whatever liters you want to these organizations. So again, raise your hands who have a smartphone. All right, it's harder now. And the only thing you need to have is your bank card. That works online. So you can enter this to this app, download the ViaPay app, and just scan it, and you will have few clicks to pay. Or if you have Paysera account or Menzies Bank account, you can scan it from there as well, if you have these apps. So my big ask for you is to make donations. I know we don't want to do them just for that, so we created a prize. We said we'll pick one of all the donations, and we'll give 50 liters gift to go to any restaurant where this system is working and to have lunch or dinner there. So is a test for us to see how advanced or innovative you are. If you are able to download the app, add your card and pay. Let's see. And actually, this is to do a very, very good stuff. We took all kind of, how to say, costs? No, not costs. We don't take any money for this. All money, every cent goes to these organizations. If you do any by SMS paying, you usually don't get everything. Okay, that's it for me. Any questions, any concerns? Internet is free, go for forks. Anything else? Coffee is there always. Don't stand only in the queue to the guys that are making very good coffee. There is always coffee next to it. Bad one, but not so bad, actually. So that's it. Thank you for coming. I hope you will enjoy the day. And I leave the stage for our keynote speaker, Jürgen Appello.
Thanks. I think I used mine, yeah. All right, thanks, Vidas. Let me clean up. I forgot to move my stuff. Sorry about that. So a bit of a mess here. All right. So this is the second time I'm in Vilnius. First time was in 2011 at the second Agile Tour event, Agile Tour Vilnius. And I've noticed out of all the conferences I've been, the one in Lithuania was one of my favorites. Yay! Because you were the ones who laughed hardest at my stupid jokes. You see, you do it again. I don't have to do anything. Anything I do, you think it's hilarious. So this is going to be 60 good minutes for me. All right. So yeah, let's get started. I have this talk called Management 3.0 Workout, which is based on my new book. And let's see. Whoop. It's not clicking. Organizers. I see it clicking here, but not over there. What is going on? The tech guys, they told me to configure it like this. I never configured it like this with split screens and stuff like that. So now you have to solve it, dude. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Ooh, yay. I always want to do things my way. And when they say, no, do it our way, it always goes wrong. Always. I just guarantee that things go wrong. Thank you so much. All right. The first two books that I wrote were Management 3.0 and How to Change the World. Maybe some of you recognize those. And I went all over the world doing keynotes and workshops based on those books, and I collected people's questions. The questions that they asked most often during my workshops, I put them all in a box on sticky notes. I have 1,500 sticky notes full of problems that people have asked me over 2 years. It's worth a lot of money, I hope. This is global data collection that I did. And these are the questions that were asked the most often across the whole world. How can we motivate our workers? How can we change the organization's cultures, change the mindset of managers, get teams to take responsibility? How get managers to trust their teams and develop people's competences, etc. Now, if you look at these questions, what is the pattern of the nature of these questions that you recognize? It all starts with how can we? Yeah, oh, you're so smart, Lithuania. Oh. No, I mean something else. It's about others. Thank you so much. All right, very intelligent person in the room we have here. Yeah. It's about, Jurgen, how can we change them? I know what I should be doing, but they're not doing what I want. How can I change them, Jurgen? So I thought about this for a while. I actually wrote this book about that topic, how to change the world, how to influence people, but I also been thinking about it and I thought, maybe this is part of the problem. Everyone is trying to manipulate everyone else. Maybe we should stop doing that. Maybe we should just look at ourselves and see what we can do next week in order to have better organizations. So that's what I set out to do. And I believe everyone is a manager. Management is too important to leave to the managers. We are all managing something, at least. You don't have to have manager on your business card in order to manage stuff around you. So these are things that everyone can be doing next week. Some of them are simple, some of them are more complicated. And I'll give you some examples today. And some of the stuff that I describe in my book are co-pilot programs, culture videos, employee photo walls, unlimited vacation policies, etc. And there's one thing common for all of these: I will not talk about them. Sorry. I have other things to talk about. Like, for example, how great my book looks. Look at this. Oh, this is so awesome. This is Anders, by the way, of Spotify, who's looking around the corner here. Very nice guy. And lots of beautiful pages I have in my book. I want it to be the best-looking management book ever that I've been working on. Oh, I'm so proud of this. Yeah, all right. We're going to look at this for 60 minutes, by the way. So, hope you bear with me. No, just kidding. This book was not made just by me, but also by Linda, who was my creative designer, my book designer. This is Linda. And this is Linda working really hard on my book in India, as you can see. Linda likes traveling. Yeah. This is Linda working really hard on my book in Bali. It's somewhere in the grass, I assume. And this is Linda. I think she hid her computer under the table. Well, this is Linda working on my book in Japan, Linda working on my book in Thailand, Linda working on my book in Turkey, Linda working on my book in Iran. Linda has been working on my book everywhere. She does a lot of working with my book. So I decided to create a personal map. I don't know why this slide is not showing, but I'll fix that later. I created a personal map about Linda. That is a mind map of another person. I confronted myself with how little I knew about Linda a couple of months ago. I've been working with her for 2 years. And the only thing that I knew was that she was vegan. Well, apparently she's a vegetarian, actually. That she likes traveling, that she has dogs, and that she is a creative designer. That was all I knew. That's not much. That's not much. I felt so embarrassed. 2 years of working with her, and that's the only thing that I know. So I said, Linda, we have to have dinner. We need to get to know each other a bit better. We're colleagues, after all. So we have to talk. So I invited her for dinner, and we had a talk. And that is where I discovered that she's actually not vegan, but vegetarian, and that her husband is called Vahid. That was what I learned in the first 15 minutes. And the rest of the 2 hours were all about how she met her husband, Vahid, in Thailand. So I think I need 3 more dinners to get to know the rest of Linda. And Linda and Vahid is from Iran, by the way. That she now wants to settle down with Vahid in the Netherlands, which means importing a person from Iran into the Netherlands. That is hard. That is very difficult. It's probably much easier to import someone from Lithuania than from Iran, I think. Yeah. My God. So, anyways, but that's what she wanted to do, and I'm proud of getting to know her a bit better. And these are personal maps. I also do these at the start of my workshops nowadays. This is one created in Sweden by Pia Maria, Micke, who made a nice picture in the middle of himself, Henrik, who has some nice illustrations. This is a picture that I took yesterday of somebody else taking a picture of personal maps that we had at the start of the class. And the thing about personal maps is that they focus on how much we know about people. Because I was at a conference 2 years ago in Barcelona where Jim McCarthy was speaking at the Agile conference, Agile Lean Europe. And he said, you guys have one thing wrong in the Agile community. You always focus on co-location. Co-location this, co-located teams that. And he said, that's not the point. It is useful, but the goal is not getting people in one room. He said, the goal is not geographical closeness, the goal is mental closeness between people. So that they understand each other better, they're better able to work with each other. And then it helps to get them in the same room for a while. But after that, they should be able to spread out. So the purpose is this mental proximity. And personal maps is just another tool to achieve something similar. But I have more things to share. And at one point, I started finding beta readers for my book. And I asked, who wants to be a beta reader for the book? 100 people said, yeah, I want to do that. I want to read your book. I thought, oh my God, that's too much. 100 people. So I said, okay, are you really, really sure that you can read 100,000 words between this date and between that date and give me feedback on all the chapters? And then 50 people said, yeah, I can do that. All right, good. 50 people gone. So I had 50 people left. And I started sending them the first chapters, and actually only 25 people got started. That's weird. Where are the other 25 who said, yes, I can do this? Well, okay, no problem. 25 is still quite a lot. So 25 people got started, and when I sent more and more chapters, more and more people dropped off. So in the middle I had 15, and at the end there were 7 people left. Who read almost everything else. Now this is a typical picture for anyone who's working with volunteers. Do you recognize that? Vidas, do you recognize that? Sort of a similar pattern. Yeah, I'm not blaming anyone, by the way. This is, if I blame anyone, it should be me. It is leadership that you need to practice in able to get people to follow through on the commitment. Because there's no shortage of people saying, yes, I want to do it. There's a shortage of people actually doing it. Right? There's a difference there. Saying yes is so easy, and then not showing up. So I sent some kudo cards to the people who joined me for beta readers, and the people who offered themselves with translations, etc., etc. Big wet kiss for everyone who has worked on the title of my book. And these are kudo cards. These are tokens of appreciation that you write for someone, and you can put them in a box. As I have a picture here from the UK. I have a similar practice from Poland, where they have a box. That's the first time I discovered it. Other people put it on the wall. This is a picture I took yesterday of the kudo door that we had. Doesn't matter. You can put them anywhere as long as you write people a small token of appreciation. That's such a simple thing that you can do. And makes all the difference. So kudo box and kudo cards, that's something that you can introduce next week. But that's not all. There's much more. Look at this. This is one of my favorite email messages. I'll read it out to you. Your English is remarkably good, said Betsy. She's obviously a very intelligent person, right? You're supposed to laugh now. My God, Jesus, oh, it's not working. All right. All right. You have an incredible feel for the rhythm and idiom of English. You're doing a magnificent job, and the text is a pleasure to read. Oh, I love Betsy. This is so awesome. I have this message above my bed. Now, Betsy is one of the only ones, by the way, who knows how to spell the word idiom. Because usually when people email me, they misspell the word with a T at the end. All right, you got that one, thank God. All right, this is a message by Carol. Your art and ability to capture ideas is really fantastic. Scrolling through is a buffet for the brain. This is obviously a poet or something like that. Wonderful, buffet for the brain. And Hamed, he is from Iran. This is a nice one. My greatest thanks for your astonishing book. Every page I read makes me wish to become a manager someday. Oh my God, no. More managers. The tagline of my book is better management with fewer managers. It seems I failed completely. Oh well, it is still appreciated. So I show these messages because they mean something to me. Because I try to be a good writer. That's my purpose. And if people say, yeah, you did a good job, that's so important. Of course, selling books is nice, but I also give them away for free. I just want people to read about these interesting practices. And another example is when I was in San Francisco 2 months ago, I was in a restaurant, a Persian restaurant, and they had a display of the awards that they won and a compliment. You cannot read it here, but no matter. A compliment from a customer. That's what they were proud of, because they want to be the best Persian restaurant in the Bay Area. Now, this is an exposition of your work, of your achievements, of your artifacts. And sometimes companies try to inspire people with mission statements such as, we create high-quality products for our customers, yada, 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 yada. Boring. Nobody is inspired by such a mission statement on the wall. But people are inspired, apparently, by work expositions. Look at that, a handwritten note from one of our customers, or an award that we won, or something like that. Here's another one that I photographed in China, in Shanghai. They loved it, the achievements and the certificates, etc. Apparently, that is what they are proud of, not just sales. Here's a very colorful one. I got it from France. Little dolls. I have no idea what they're doing. I don't even want to know. It's a very colorful work exposition. So, if you want to inspire people, do not write mission statements, but capture your stories. Capture the stuff that you're proud of. What are the artifacts that you can show, like a little museum? That will inspire people much more. We're not there yet. There are other things that you can do next week. I have a video, a book trailer. I'm not going to show you. You can see it yourself online on YouTube. But here are the credits of the video. I did a script, obviously, and made illustrations. The animations, awesome animations, were done by Marta and George in Rotterdam. There's a great voiceover by Paul in New York. And I did the catering. So these are credits. These are projects credits. I actually credit people for the stuff that they did on a project. And I find that important because this, for me, is the better alternative to job titles. If there's one thing that annoys me, that are job titles in companies. They suffer from many problems. The main one is job title inflation. Everyone in the room probably is senior vice president of something, kitchen utensils or whatever. Right? It's so cheap to give your employees fascinating job titles that don't mean anything. I read one person who was a ceramic technician. He was a dishwasher. Right? Was a ceramic technician. Awesome. Now, job titles mean something for people. They have different purposes, and I think we should address those purposes, but with other solutions. They give people a sense of identity. Now, I call myself creative networker. I like that. It's on my blog, it's on my website. That's the name I give to myself. It gives me a sense of identity because that's personal branding. And you should allow people to call themselves anything they want. At the most inspiring companies, they get rid of job titles and they tell people, just put anything you want on your business card. Why not? Because that gives them a sense of identity. The other thing that people need is a sense of progress, that they're moving forward. This is what people also seek in job titles. They want to lead something, and then manager, and then vice, and president, or whatever. But progress should be found in contributions to projects. Think of the movie industry. What can the actor Brad Pitt become after being an actor? Is it lead actor? Actor manager? Vice president of actoring? That makes no sense. No. Senior actor. Oh, I got senior actor in between, yes. Thank you, Vilas. Yeah. No. Actor on a bigger movie. That is what he achieves. More dollars for the next movie, the main role. So the achievement, being invited for more interesting projects. The same for me as a writer. I will not become senior vice president of authoring. I will be an author, for even if it's 10 books after this one. That will be author. That's the role. We did an exercise like this yesterday and another time in my workshop, where the job title, the middle one, it should disappear. You see that? Almost everyone calls themselves CEO nowadays. Half of the people in the room are probably CEO. Who cares? What is more interesting is how people call themselves. That's a fascinating stuff, and very inspiring names that people often use. And what is interesting is the actual roles that people have, where they were invited to contribute to a project, and they should be credited for that. So if you credit people for their roles, you allow themselves to call themselves anything you want, you can get rid of the middle one, job title. It has no use anymore. Right? And that's how you prevent that whole problem with career ladders and hierarchies, etc. So project credits. Think about it next Monday morning. But we have more. I organize workshops around the world, and I try to be as self-organizing as possible. I try to practice what I preach. So, for example, I have tried to get the participants of the workshops to self-organize and pick a venue. So I let people sign up on a website. I said, I will be on that date in Brussels, and anyone who signed up, please suggest any venues. Well, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. So, for example, in Brussels, 2 weeks before the workshop, 12 people had already signed up, and there was still no venue. And I was getting very, very nervous. So here we had a self-organizing group that was not self-organizing. Might sound familiar to some managers. You have an agile team, and they're not doing anything. My God, why don't you pick up this task? And everyone is saying, well, I hope he does it. Oh, I think it's her turn. So that was not working. At another event in Germany, Berlin, it was the opposite. I saw on Twitter it was announced that my workshop would take place at a company I had never heard of before. Well, that's a level of self-organization that went beyond what I meant. Hello, I'm the facilitator. Maybe you want to involve me at some point. I appreciated the enthusiasm, of course. So what you need there, obviously, is a bit of clarity in self-organization. Now, it's very easy in agile communities to say, let people self-organize. Well, either nothing is happening or they're doing far too much. Right? It's hard to get it right there in between where you want it. So that's why I have a delegation board as a tool. Level 1 is you tell people what you want. Level 2 is you try to convince them. Level 3 is you ask for their opinion first. Level 4 is let's talk about it together. Level 5 is you decide, but I'll give you input. So listen to me first. Level 6, you decide, and I will ask you afterwards. And level 7 is I don't care what you do, I'm out of here. 7 levels, easy enough. So what you can do is you can draw a diagram. This is one that I use for my workshops. But in your company, you could have vacation days, tool selection, office hours, workplace, whatever. Anything that needs a decision. Who makes the decision? Is it on the manager side or is it on the employees, on the team side? People just need to know where is the boundary. Did you know that the word management actually is from the Italian word maneggiare, which means leading horses? Management is taking care of horses. Isn't that nice? Now, I don't compare people with horses, of course. It is the metaphor. It's the organization as a horse. And some people say, well, let them self-organize and great things will happen. That's a wild horse you're talking about. That's a fully self-organizing horse. It's a wild horse. It can do whatever it wants. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to sit on a wild horse and slap its ass and say, yeehaw, and then hope that it runs in the right direction. That would be bad management. No, I need the reins and the spurs and the prayer, and hopefully it runs where I want it. But and there should be a fence maybe somewhere, like the horse can roam around here, but not over there because there are other horses there, and it will kick them in the face or something. So delegation board is basically visualizing self-organization, visualizing empowerment. We do that with tasks as well, and then we call it a workflow board or a task board or a Kanban board. We do it with business models, then we call it the business model canvas. So if you have problems with self-organization, visualize it. Just show what the boundaries are. It makes it so much easier for people. An example that I just that I received from Bulgaria, that a couple of weeks ago, they practiced it and it works quite well for them, they said. Delegation boards. Another practice you can start next week. OKRs. I found this one at Google. Well, I was not at Google, but I read an amazing number of articles that have popped up in the last year or so about OKRs. They have been around for a while, but they're starting to get very popular. Spotify has picked them up, and LinkedIn, and many amazing companies. What they do is basically it is a different way of measuring performance. You know what one of the other questions is that I frequently get asked by everyone around the world? Jurgen, how do we measure the performance of teams? You see, it's the same pattern. Right? How do we measure their performance? And then I usually ask them, well, how do you measure your own? Oh, Jurgen, that's too complicated. No. I have such a complex job. Complex versus complicated, sorry, Vidas, I'm just mixing them up here. I have such a complex job, I cannot simply have one metric about my own job, but I want to measure them. Well, that's not entirely fair, I think. Why don't you solve your own problem first? Measure your own performance. Well, that's what they do at Google. They mandate that everyone measures their own performance. Nobody is measuring somebody else. Right? Everyone is required to measure their own performance and publish it on the intranet. They have a tool for it, and be transparent about the results. That makes people committed. It's a bit like working with athletes. You expect them to measure their progress. But you don't give them a target and fire them for not making a target. That doesn't make any sense. So here's an OKR that I had at the end of June. Be a healthy runner, because I had started out badly and I had pain everywhere, all over my body, in parts I didn't even know they existed. So I said, okay, let's start again, and I want to be a healthy runner. And I said, run 75 kilometers. I ran 30 kilometers at that time per week. 10 kilometers per day, it was 6. Average running time, less than 55 minutes, and no pain, no injury. That was my goal. So this is how an OKR works. You have an objective, which is unmeasurable, this part, and then you make it measurable by having a couple of metrics. Not one, you need multiple, like 3 or 4 or so. Different ways of looking at it. And then after 3 months, you evaluate. You can measure every day if you want, but you do a self-evaluation. This is my self-evaluation at the end of September. I actually ran 50 kilometers per week. Apparently 75 was too ambitious. So my score is 44%. From 30 to 50 instead of to 75, that's a 44% increase. I ran 12 kilometers per day. Well, 100% score. I don't give 120. It means I met my target. Average running time was exactly 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Yay, I was so happy in the last couple of runs. And I had, well, to be honest, my left knee said, can we please take it a little easy? Because I wasn't feeling very comfortable. But it was not painful. It just said, I need a rest, I need a rest. So, okay, I gave myself 75, not 100. And then you take the average, and then the score is 80%. That's okay. That's okay. At Google, they say that's a reasonable score. Because the optimum is not 100, it's between 60 and 70. Strange, huh? Because they say, if you aim for 100 and you achieve 100, it was probably too easy. You set yourself an objective that was too easy. Some people call it stretch goals. Be more ambitious. So it's good if you're not able to complete it entirely. If you end up too slow, too small with 40, 30%, it was too hard. See it as a learning opportunity. Why did it not work? It's not failure, it's learning. Interesting. So here we have a couple of OKRs from my classes. Be a good example in my organization. How do you measure that? Well, improve test coverage to 80%. That's measurable, right? You can measure that. This is somebody who had a clear OKR for himself. I will call him in 3 months, see how he's doing. Here's another one, re-establish running form. I'm apparently inspiring people as runners as well. That's amazing. Metrics ecosystem, I call this. At Google, they call this OKRs. But for me, it is an ecosystem of measurements. Because what is key here is that people do not give each other targets. This is the traditional mistake in many organizations, where the top managers give targets to everyone else, and then the other managers give targets to their teams. That is a poor way of improving performance in the whole organization. What you should do is measure yourself, and then inspire everyone else on how you achieved your goals, what goals you've set, and how you're measuring them. All right, I have more things to share. Let me share my book expenses with you. This is interesting. Anyone wants to be a writer in this audience? Do we have any potential writers? Any authors? No authors? Ah, over there. Okay. Read and learn and weep. Right? So these are the expenses for my book. Editing, I had 3 editors. I'm a bit weird. I know. Sorry. I had 3 editors. That was an experiment. It was a good experiment, by the way. Design, well, obviously, Linda's travels around the world cost a lot of money. Oh well. There was a website, a video trailer, copywriting. I said I have postcards produced as promotional materials. And then labor. Well, how do you measure that? Well, about, I don't know, 1,000 hours of work, I estimate. A reasonable fee is 70 hours for a writer or something, 70 euros. So that's a lot of money, my God. That's a lot of money. 100K for writing a stupid book. That's an investment. How much do I earn? It's free. The book is free. Apparently, I'm not so smart at the financial stuff. Well, okay, admittedly, the Kindle version is out now. Well, it sold almost 1,000 copies in the first month. That means I am here on the way to the 100K, I can tell you. But I share this because I believe in financial transparency. I don't have a problem telling people how things work. People ask me all the time. I'm happy to share. Because transparency is good. This is how we learn from each other. And this is also what I saw at some very innovative companies who have transparency in the way they deal with salaries. So, for example, a bad example, a couple of years ago, I was responsible for a number of software developers in the Netherlands where I worked. I was Chief Information Officer. Talk about a fancy title. CIO. And at one point, I also got the responsibility for the project managers and the business consultants. So I had to familiarize myself with their compensation, their salaries, because I had to do negotiations with the new employees. So I looked at the salaries and I thought, something is weird here. And I started reverse engineering the salaries into a salary formula. I basically collected everyone's education levels and job levels, titles, etc., put it on a spreadsheet. I derived a formula that sort of predicted where people were on their salaries. And then I found out on average, the business consultants and the project managers got paid 100 or 200 euros more than the software developers. I was furious when I found out, because it was always communicated that they were on the same level, that they were seen as similarly qualified jobs, but they were paid more. How could that be? It's a similar issue with why do women on average get paid slightly less than men all over the world? Though everyone says that is unfair, still it happens. Still it happens. Does anyone know? Anyone in the audience? Sorry? No, it's not babies. Well, maybe a small part of the issue, but no, it's another issue, more important. Negotiation skills, yes. Yep. So the issue is, women are great at negotiating for other people. They are great at negotiating for their families, for their communities. They're not so good at negotiating for themselves. With men, it's the opposite. Men are great at negotiating for themselves and not so good at negotiating for families and communities and the social groups. So we have a system here, a salary system all over the world that was created by men, that favors people who can negotiate for themselves. That happens to be men. I consider that slightly unfair. So women are required to play a man's game in order to get the same amount of compensation. It was the same with the software developers versus the project managers, because obviously project managers and business consultants, they love negotiating. It's part of their job. That's why we hire them, because they're good at negotiating scope and budgets and all that stuff. As software developers, not so much. Because negotiation requires social interaction. Ooh. Scary. Of course, the software developers we hire for other reasons. So why should we include negotiation as a component in compensation? It makes no sense. So what some companies do, the first one I encountered was Buffer, social media company in New York. They have a formula. It basically says, this is what you will earn based on these variables. I don't know, education, cost of living, age, whatever you want, doesn't matter. Just we decide on the variables together and we don't negotiate, take it or leave it. Once they published the salary formula on their blog last year in December, the number of job applicants tripled to that company. And it's not because they pay so much, because people thought it was fair. They attracted many more people. Probably people who can't negotiate. So I think that it's fair to have a salary formula as part of the compensation process. But that's not everything. Because all those variables are easy. Education level, that's easy to determine. And cost of living, where you live, that could make a difference and all that stuff. The achievements that you have. But what about performance? Everyone says performance should be part of compensation, but that can change every day, people's performance. That depends on what else is happening in the organization. So we need something else for that. It's hugging time. So there's another solution for performance. It is called merit money, and it's a system they use at Linden Labs, creators of Second Life, Shopify.com, and other interesting companies. Basically what they do is they have a budget available as, well, you could call it bonus or extra money or whatever, for performance. They split it equally among everyone. Everyone gets the same amount, but on one condition, you cannot keep it for yourself. You have to give it to others. And then the games begin. So they leave it to the wisdom of the crowd. So for example, I get my monthly 100 credits, And then I decide that I give half my credits to you. Thank you very much, because you helped me through last month when I was feeling completely depressed because she killed my Tamagotchi. Hate you for that. I would have quit my job if you didn't pull me through, and that saved the company a lot of money. If I had quit my job, that's all very, very problematic. So you get 50% of my credits. I split the rest equally among everyone except you. Right? I can do that. So, but then of course, you have your own way of distributing the credits, right? And if you do this in small iterations, then people can learn. The funny is my colleague Lisette was in the beginning very much against merit money system. She hated the idea, but now she loves it. She said, because I actually like the system now very much because we complement each other. We rate each other on different aspects. I look at communication of the others, and other people in the team, they look at the technical side of what others have done. And another effect that it has is we communicate better. Like, look everyone, this is what I've been doing. I hope you notice, so maybe you will credit me at the end of the month. Hey, nothing wrong there. It incentivizes better communication. It also makes sure that people pay better attention. I pay better attention because I have to credit people at the end of the month. So I make notes every now and then. Oh, I like what he did, so I'll make a note there for the merit money system at the end. So we do this once per month, 100 credits each, and then the credits accumulate. We call them hugs, actually. We distribute hugs. I like that term. We hug each other. I never hug myself. Well, except when I'm sleeping, then I hug myself. But not when I'm working. As I said, they do use this at different companies. Some of them do this once per year. I think that is relatively unsafe. That could be dangerous because then it's a lot of money in one time and people cannot easily adapt. And in the Agile world, obviously, we want small iterations. We want people to adapt to each other. So you can combine those two. A salary formula at the bottom where all variables are included except performance, because that can change every day. And then you have something at the top. It could be nothing. It could be a lot of money. You don't know, because that depends on how we perform together, how we do as an organization. And that is a function of how our performance is seen in the eyes of other people. So think about that next week. It is, of course, this is the advanced level kind of practice, right? Kudos is easy. You can implement that next Monday morning. But talking about salary formulas and merit money, that is scary. But you can make small experiments. You can start with one team and just credits, no money, and see what happens. And then learn how the system can evolve over time. All right, that was merit money. I have a few more ideas for you to get started next week. This is a celebration grid. It is something that I picked up from Donald Reinerson. He is the writer of the book Principles of Product Development Flow. Very, very complicated book. As I keep insisting, Donald is 10 times smarter than I am, but I'm a 10 times better illustrator than Donald is. So he used 100,000 words to describe things that I barely understood, and I changed it into this diagram. And I checked it with Donald, and he said, oh yeah, actually that makes sense. So it works as follows. In the middle we have experiments. Experiments we do because we want to learn, right? Because we want to acquire information. That is the whole idea of running experiments. We don't know if it's going to work. We want to find out. So learning is optimal in this area. And then, and this part are the good practices. It's doing stuff that usually works, because we know it works. That's why we repeat them. They're good practices. On that part is mistakes, stupid stuff, bad practices. Now sometimes I hear people say, we should celebrate failure. I hear this often in organizations or at Agile conferences. We should celebrate failure. How many of you agree that we should celebrate failure? Let me see some hands. Yeah, I see some hands. Oh, number of hands is quite small because I already showed you the diagram that basically says that it's stupid. I should have asked before. Oh, stupid. And sometimes people say we should celebrate success. And many people agree that we should celebrate successes. Sometimes I ask people, how many of you agree we should celebrate everything? And then all the hands go up. Everything that we do all the time. Of course, that makes no sense. Now, Donald says it makes sense when we celebrate the middle part, the learning. Right? When we learn something, that is useful. It also makes sense when we celebrate repeating a good practice, doing a good thing, reinforcing good behaviors. Thank you for doing this, just acknowledging it. That's what kudo cards and merit money could focus on, both of these. Running good experiments and repeating good practices. And the combination of the two is actually called deliberate practice. You can find some sessions on deliberate practice at Agile conferences. It is always about training the stuff that is known to be a good practice and also figuring out new ways of doing things. Basically, these two columns. So I'll give you an example with my workshops. I use no projectors anymore in my workshops. I used projectors in the past, but in the beginning it was an experiment. Let's not use projectors anymore. I just print the slides and put them on the walls. It seems everyone likes it. Yay! So that's an experiment that succeeded, and now it is simply a good practice. It has moved over here by now. Another one that failed, apparently, venue selection by the participants. That didn't work very well. That was an experiment. It was worth trying. I stopped doing it. But it was worth running the experiment. And then visualization. I have lots of illustrations that I use. People like that. Making diagrams such as these. Obviously, that's a good practice. I already know that works. What did not work? I have an issue with the mailing list. We use the Google Groups, and well, it's a good practice to put people on a professional mailing list instead of just CCing and BCCing everyone. But apparently, half of the people or some of the people do not receive messages through Google Groups, so there's an issue there. So, okay, that's something we learn. So you see, with good practices, you only learn when something fails. That's interesting. It usually is a good practice, except in this situation. When we make a stupid mistake, we don't learn anything. Dude, where's your brain, my God? Unless when we're successful for some reason. Oh, interesting. So the stupid mistake is actually a good thing to do in this particular context. It can all happen. But the chance of that happening is not very big. So I have an example of that I received from a workshop over here. Here's an example from yesterday. It was a big mess. My friends here in Lithuania had lots of comments from me. Awesome comments. Here you see the good part is the funnel. I created a funnel, new experiments to try, a better introduction, a different way of dealing with the delegation board. So the experimental part of the diagram should have a funnel where you say, this is what we're going to try next week, next workshop, next sprint. Here's a picture that I received yesterday from a company in Hungary or Bulgaria, one of the two. They said, we're using them now in all our retrospectives at the end. It's great, people picking it up, because it's a visualized way of discussing our experiments, our good practices, and our stupid mistakes. So again, that is something that you can try next sprint. Here's the last example. I was in a meeting or in a lunch discussion with my CEO a couple of years ago. And I told him, we never celebrated anything. We never celebrated the good things that were happening, like a project completed, or a new customer acquired, or a baby delivered, some things like that. There was often things that you want to celebrate as a team or as a company. So we were always so busy picking up the next project the next day. He said, okay, what do you suggest? And I said, well, maybe something that makes a lot of noise, like a ship's bell or something. If we had that, then we could ring it, and then everyone knew there was something to celebrate. Oh, all right, good idea. And then I forgot about it, and 2 weeks later, the CEO came to my desk with a big copper ship's bell and said, here's your bell. Now do something useful with it. Oh my God. It was this bell. Actually, this is the same bell. So, okay, wow, amazing bell. Wow, it's heavy. Okay, so I walked with the bell to the office manager, sorry. And I asked her to put the bell in the middle of the office. Because we had a big open office with 150 people working on 2 floors, and everyone could see everyone. And what we did was I sent out a message to everyone. I said, from now on, if you ring the bell, everyone will get together around the coffee machine and there will be something to celebrate. And that's what we did. From that moment, whenever somebody rang the bell, it made a huge fucking noise in the office. I was almost embarrassed that I put the thing up there. But it made a huge noise, but people loved it. And everyone, 150 people, got together around the coffee machine because everyone knew there would be cookies and cake. Probably. And then the person who rang the bell let everyone know what there was to celebrate. A new project, new customer, or baby delivered, or something like that. The last time I heard the bell was when the CEO announced to everyone that I had just quit my job. It's true. I'm not kidding, it's true. So, celebrate something, right? Celebrate something. And whether it's a ship bell, or I heard some companies have cow bells, or something that makes noise, something that's very visible, doesn't matter. As long as you wake everyone up. So, okay, drop your work. We're going to celebrate something. Right. Jurgen quit his job, yay! And that's useful, that's important. You can find all these practices on my website. I call it Management 3.0 Workout. Why do I call it workout? Well, for the following reason. Sometimes people ask me, can you turn your stuff into a framework or a method? What are the 5 principles or the 5 practices or the seven roles or something of Management 3.0? What are the 2 things that people should do next week? And I say, I can't tell you. It depends. Yes, sorry, it's a boring answer, but that is the best answer. It depends on you, on your team, on your organization. So I don't believe in creating yet another method or framework. Because as soon as you create a method or framework, you just signed its death sentence. It will stop being useful for many people where that particular method or framework is not going to work because they are slightly different. So for example, the co-location thing. Co-located teams, as Extreme Programming said, is not going to work in many organizations where they have distributed teams. It's just impossible. So you need some alternative. Then you can talk about how to adapt the method, how to adapt the framework, and then you have discussions with dogmatic people say, this is minute number 17, this is supposed to be a 15-minute stand-up, but this is minute 17, we should stop now. Well, maybe it's because we have a big team. It just takes a bit longer. I heard one person told me that somebody had, some team had problems with a person attending a stand-up meeting because the person was in a wheelchair. Go figure. So don't be too dogmatic about practices and principles. I prefer the metaphor of exercises. I like that. I want organizations to be healthy. Workout exercises. As with yoga and Pilates and Kalanetics and many other workout programs, everyone knows the thing you get started with next week, you decide. Whether it is downward facing dog or planks or push-ups or running or whatever, as long as you do something, right? As long as you don't just sit there and wasting your time and your life. Same with organizations. I don't care what you get started with. Yes, some things are easier than others, right? Downward facing dog is easier than doing planks. So you decide. The kudos box is easier than merit money, but you decide what you want to get started with. That's why I like the term workout exercises. So, as a conclusion, I think everyone is a manager. We're all managing something. And everyone around the world seems to be pointing at other people. How can we change them, Jurgen? How can we improve management? How can we have developers be more self-organizing? How can we measure their performance? Well, look at yourself. What can you do next week as an experiment? And see if things work for you. Start with a simple one. But you have to decide for yourself. And you not only need principles, you also need practices, because that's a mistake many management books make. They have lots of great principles. Be a servant leader. Yes. How do I do that on Monday morning? No idea. Well, bring the team some good coffee. That's good. That's a practice, right? That's a practice of a servant leader. My friend in San Francisco actually does that. He brings his team good coffee instead of the bad one that they have at the office. He calls himself a servant leader. That's what he does. So principles and practices. I offer you all those practices for free, because you can download the book as a PDF, and you can just start reading at the end of the day. Don't go read now. Just attend the conference first and start reading at 5 o'clock, all right? So thank you very much, and maybe we have some time for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Jürgen. And have any questions? Hands?
Any questions?
Okay.
Yes, over there.
The question is, when you talked about that distributing huggings,
Yeah.
so it was done anonymously or
No.
publicly?
Publicly, transparent. Everyone sees
I
what's
say that
happening.
50 I give to you because that's and that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
You could start as an experiment in an anonymous way, but that will influence the outcome of the results. I'm quite sure. It is best to have things transparent from the start, I believe, because people need to adapt. They need to learn why other people are credited for what kind of behaviors. What do we expect from each other? Like, I think it is important that people show up in our hangouts. That's what I appreciate. When a person does not show up and also does not give anyone a good reason for not showing up in a hangout, that will cost him some credits, right? You better have a good reason for not being there. So other people need to know that this is something that I think is important. So transparency is key there. I do not know if they have transparency at all the companies where they use this, but it is a thing. Actually, the tools are popping up everywhere. I've counted 4 new tools in the last couple of months already that build systems like this. So it's everyone is still in the experimental phase, but transparency is a key thing. Yeah. All right.
Any questions?
Other questions?
Let's see there and then.
I have a question related to the same money or hugs sharing, experience.
It's a popular
somehow
one.
I thought of parallel with politics, and the experience there shows that democracy probably not always favors the best.
Yeah.
So doesn't it happen that money is given to the
Correct.
funniest guy in the office, or the
Yes.
prettiest girl in the office?
Yeah.
And how do you deal with that?
Yeah. I don't know. That's up to the people themselves. At least we know it's better than dictatorship. I think there's some experience here. So, and yes, democracy sucks. But it's the least bad of all the systems that we know. And then we'll just have to switch to democracy and figure out the problems along the way. It is the same with the old style bonus systems versus the new style merit money. The politics were already there. The popularity contests are already there. We call it ass-kissing the boss. Right? You just have to kiss the ass of the boss and then your bonus will go up. Right? It is more democratic to make sure that everyone needs to kiss a lot of asses all over the company. It was a full-time job. It doesn't mean, thank you. So it doesn't mean that the problem goes away, but it does make it more fair and more unexpected, perhaps. Yes, popularity contests are possible, but I am the kind of person who, when everything is transparent, when I see that one person gets a lot of credits because he is just being popular, and then I would say, well, then you get a little less from me to compensate. And I will give it to that introvert guy in the corner who is bad at communicating, but I know he does great stuff. I'm a person like that. But that, of course, depends on the culture that you have in your organization and the kind of mindsets. Sometimes people ask me, but what if two people give each other all their credits? Hey, let them. But then make sure it's transparent so everyone else sees it. And then they can respond, right? So I don't know where it leads, but it is more interesting than the dictatorship variant. But it's a good question, thanks. Any last one?
Question, last one question. Any? Vaidas.
Vaidas.
I have the most boring question for you, but you always talk about management 3.0. So what the hell is 1.0, whatever is there, and what are the differences?
Oh, okay, good.
Is there 1.0?
Yes, well, there is a 1.0. I would say one manager, a manager distributing the bonus money all by himself, thinking that he knows everyone's performance. That would be management 1.0. A manager doing 360-degree feedback ritual, which is a good principle, trying to do the good thing so that he has information from everyone, and then using that to decide who gets how much bonus, that will be 2.0. It will be a good thing, good first step in the right direction, but still probably not going to work. 3.0 is the manager deciding, I don't want to be the one that everyone hates. I just want to decide on the budget, how much is available, and then delegate it to everyone. And just let them work it out among each other. Do the crowd-funded way. That is the more intelligent. Then you treat it as the complex system that it is. That will be 3.0. So I hope the example explains it. All right. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Jürgen. And we have an umbrella.
Umbrella?
For you. Yes.
Oh, I needed
Because
that yesterday. You
Lithuania
gave it
is
to me
raining
now. Why
country,
didn't you
so-
give me yesterday? It's too late. No, just kidding.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, don't run away. We will have talk show where all the speakers will present their speech for today program. Okay, speakers, can you come here? Nu, tai aš mačiau. Yeah. Išsirikiu.
Faster, faster.
Yeah. Run. Faster. Let's stay like 5.1 goes here first, second, third speaker, and then 503 hall and 5.3 and workshops here. Yeah, here. Yes, and from first speaker to the last speaker. And okay, everyone is ready. I know that some speakers are not here, so we won't hear them. Okay, Alexei, please.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Alexei and I will speak about the real case study of agile adoption in 3,500 organization. Okay, in smaller unit, but I will talk less about agile, but more about the organizational structures compatible with the agile. So I invite to my talk everybody who have the power to influence the organizational change in your companies, especially managers.
Hi, my name is Vaidas, already heard. I'll talk about product management or product owner role. How many product owners are here in the room? A few, okay. How many people are interested in product owner's role? More, okay. So I'll share 3 stories and derive 3 skills that I think are the most important for product owner. And then I'll tell you the biggest secret, which is the only skill you actually need. And that skill is you have to get the talk.
Hello, I am Gedrus from NFQ, and my talk is for project managers. Who are project managers here? Okay. And my talk is about project communication, about project information, and about changes, and how can you add agility to your contracts, and some important insights about communication within team. And if you in 2014 you're still sending information and communication and use email as your primary tool, I will tell you that you are doing it wrong and what are the options.
Okay, hi, I'm Suzy, and I will be talking about retrospective. It will be about my journey, how I understand retrospective, what was at the beginning, what I learned, some good practices, and at the end I will share my experiences with the teams which are not really working and have a lot of troubles, and how the retrospective could be useful.
Hello everyone, my name is Lasse Ziegler, I'm from Agile 42. It's great to be again in beautiful Vilnius. This is actually, I think, the 4th time that I'm here speaking, so it's become a yearly tradition. I'm going to talk about how to structure a coaching conversation and how to ask powerful questions. So if you're a coach or a scrum master who wants to coach individuals or teams, I will give you some practical tools on how to structure a conversation you have with the individual or the team and how to phrase your questions. Unlike in the program, it is not a talk, but it is more of a workshop, so you will be practicing these tools that I will give you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I was inspired by all these orange shorts, so some blue one. So first of all, I would like to thank my friends and colleagues that came here to give me some, I don't know, hugs, as we know. Also, thanks for the support for the ones that probably watching me live now. So I don't know, where is the camera? About my talk, it named "When Scrum is Not Enough." It's probably the shortest title, so when you find it, it's just mark it. It's a story about my personal experience working in a team on a big project, desperately trying to make pure Scrum work, not succeeding at first, but then finding workarounds. So if you have upcoming big project or then maybe what we found helpful will also help you.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Jacob Swallerstoge, and this is the first time I hear my voice with an echo. I'm sorry about that. It's very hard to speak. I'm going to talk about how you can run effective Scrum and how you get from a very basic view of Scrum until you can push it into the more advanced levels. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vladimir Ivanov, and I will be giving workshop in a stream which is not about workshops, but still, if you are preferring learning by doing, or you're preferring doing, then that's the right place to. And the title is Creating Children Book with Scrum in 45 minutes. I deal a lot with management 1.0 and 0.01 people, us in these classical project management associations. So I created this workshop in order to show that Agile and Scrum in particular can be applied outside IT easily.
Hi, I am Ivaras. My colleague and I will try to tell you a story how we are traveling from novice to, I think, A little bit, guys, experience in fixed pitch and fixed scope projects with Scrum.
Hello everyone, I'm Vidas, and actually I want to invite everybody, like developers, project managers, product owners, and everybody who's doing Agile or Lean, to look at a different perspective, how you can do stuff, how you can apply different practices by mixing them together. And well, I promise you some great knowledge with, you can come in with less experience. I will try to make it as simple as possible. So, waiting for you there.
Hello, Tore Thomassen Storbrand. I'm Norwegian. The talk will be sharing the experience from a project I was a project manager from. It's a combination of Lean, Scrum, to take a modernize a business process from taking on average 6 months down to 3-4 minutes. It's a lot about thinking out of the box, trying to find it and iteratively improve the process. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Christoph Maus. Do you love Agile? Okay, but I'm going to ask you a question during my workshop, to Agile or not Agile? It might be a very dangerous question, but I'm going to take that risk. The question should be asked, because Agile may be either very beneficial or may be very destructive if you do not apply it the right way. So during my lecture, I will give you a good and bad examples of how Agile may help and may just lead the project to a failure. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Aidas. I'm an alcoholic. Oh, sorry, developer. How many developers there are here? Hell yeah! So anyway, I'm actually a developer, although I have many other roles. Amongst them, management and also sometimes sorting infrastructure problems, and that is, strange. How come a developer, simple developer, comes to sorting those different problems, sometimes management problems, people problems, and other stuff. So my presentation is called, not presentation, but more of a talk, is called Oh My Agile, and an exclamation sign. And that's because sometimes when people deal with agile teams or teams who think they are agile, they say, oh my God. And actually, I will be talking about developers, our culture, and what actually does it mean to be a developer? Who do we represent? What are our values?
Okay, it's me again. So you can spend pretty much the whole day during this conference with me. You can start with a game. It's a desk board game. So I have 2 places for 2 teams, up to 10 people, 12 people each, so be on time if you would like to play. For who is the game? It's for Agile coaches or the people in management who want to start with Agile or improve their agility and Scrumish thing. For Scrum Masters, for team leads, for team members who would like to see how it really works in a different environment. It's fun, it's a game, and you will learn a lot, I guess, about yourself, about the team, and about the product backlog, and the talk to the customer.
Hello, I'm Osvaldas, and frankly I feel almost out of place here because I have nothing to say about Agile or Scrum or Kanban. Well, actually I'm a developer and I like coding. I rediscovered the joy of coding as I discovered functional programming and Clojure a year ago or a year and a half ago. And so I want to share this experience with you in a form of a workshop. It's a 3-hour workshop. You'll get the best out of it if you participate for the whole 3 hours. But you can also just jump in and see what we're doing, what Clojure looks like, what functional programming looks like. And we'll be doing some introduction, then some exercises and the game of life. And if you're, okay, If you are into this, then jump into Agile Tour website and see instructions for setting up development environment. You don't have to do this, but it will be better off. Thanks.
Thank you for speakers. Now we have short break, and then we will split into 4 streams with workshops. Yeah, so see you there. 5 minutes late, but still, can you shut the doors? Who is the last one? Please shut the doors. Who is coming now? Thank you. Okay, I want to introduce Alexei Kovalyov. Now he will be speaking about some magic and legacy systems.
Okay.
So please, welcome,
Okay.
Alexei.
Okay, welcome me, stage is mine. Hello everybody, name is Alexei. And yes, it's working. So, as it was told in the teaser, I will speak more about organizational changes and the real case story of agile adoption in a big organization, and by the not only big, but the kind of conservative organization, according to all the possible stereotypes. So it is a really epic story, and first of all, we need to speak about, so since we're talking about organizations, what is all about. This is about kobra.lt, the biggest Lithuanian communication services provider, having the huge infrastructure digged into the Lithuanian ground and on the ground, lots of information system. Okay, that 100 mentioned here to get you into this room is actually a smallest number possible, because actually we have much more than 100 information systems, which is even worse. And we have lots of different products, services, voice, internet, TV, IT services, and so on and so on. This number of products is growing constantly, which is very good for the sales guys. They always need more, and very bad for us, IT guys, who need to implement solutions to manage all that stuff, to account that stuff, to register, and so on and so on. So really, this is big. This is industrial organization. You can find similarities here if you work for or have any kind of business with any kind of industrial organization in utilities, energy, transport, and so on and so on. So this is what will be all about. The purpose of my talk today is to show that different organizations' patterns may be compatible with the Agile. Yes, Agile differs from time to time. There are different kinds of Agile, but altogether it gained the real benefit when you not only implement Scrum. As my colleague said here, Scrum is not enough. Yeah, Scrum is totally not enough. Scrum is nothing. It's very easy to implement Scrum. Very hard to make the Scrum work for you. And that is only possible if you also feed the Scrum into your organization and then change your organization to get some benefits from that Scrum. So that will be the story of Agile adoption in the big industrial conservative organization of 3,500 employees in the department of about 90 employees, plus subcontractors, so more than 100, definitely. And my main goal is actually not only to tell and say, look, how well we are working now, just to encourage you to adopt Agile in whatever organization you have, guys, and to encourage you to change your organization to make it better, to seek for continuous improvement in your efficiencies. If you were here a year ago, you probably know that I was talking about the Sun Tzu strategies and their applicability to the management, project management, and Agile particularly. Who heard my talk last year? Oh, very good. By the way, who are here Agile practitioners? Okay. Who heard about Agile? Anything? Okay. Now I'm calm, I will not talk about Agile anymore, almost, but you are welcome to ask me any kind of questions about all that boring stuff like backlogs, user stories, and so on, how we do this. Because I know it will be very easy to answer, because we do that every day. That's boring. So, the main idea in introduction to my talk is to remind you one of the stratagems of Sun Tzu, that army cannot make a big distance in one move. If you go 100 li in one move, you will lose your wagons, you will lose your soldiers, you will lose your army generals, and eventually you will lose the war. If you are step into organization in the high level of the disorganization, you need to change something fast, then to change something fast again, so you reach that in multiple steps. And that is the basis principle of all the story of all 4 transformations, kind of major transformations in organization we had during the past 2 years. Okay, it's a little bit more than 2 years now. I will talk about all these phases, starting from the phase 0, when we started everything, and how did it look, and why we needed that change. Maybe some of you will recognize yourself. I will not ask you to raise your hands, because I think that you will not want to. Stage 1, it will be implementation of the systems factories approach with some extensions. Then finding the proper place in global organization. Okay, this will be agile organization already. Then you will realize that it's not enough. You need to find the proper place of that agile organization in the global ecosystem, in the global organizations. That will be stage 2. Then you will realize that you need to maneuver a little bit, like at war. You need to take some steps back and implement that archaic silos-based structures, just in order to make a final breakthrough, which will be the end of the story so far. But at the end of the story, actually, me personally, I don't hope, I know that there will be more changes. Because now it's like it's becoming a nice tradition, all this continuous improvement and changing both of your way of working, your methodologies, your technologies, and also the structure of organization. Sometimes lots of people just think, okay, organization is like this. No, it's not. You can change it. It's possible to change. It's possible to adapt. It's possible to change your way of working, the personnel structure, the roles, responsibilities, the titles, and so on and so on. So, what about those systems, by the way? Yes, as any kind of industrial companies, we have a huge IT assets park. And we have 100 and plus legacy systems. Some of them are new, some of them are 15 years old, some of them are standardized, some of them are built in-house. And you can imagine how can system look like if you build that system in-house for the 15 years. So it's like, this is just a typical landscape of the solutions for such organization as TO, or any kind of that organization. This is a business support systems, operation support system, and so on. That is the source of that 100 coming from. And actually, this is the source of all the problems that we had at the stage 1. So stage 0, sorry, mate. Stage 0 was the initial stage of, as I can bravely call it now, spaghettis and zombies organization, when we had all the work organized by the very narrow swimming lines, called spaghettis, one system, whatever size of that system is, small application, bigger tool, huge information solution was, let's say, managed as a single worthy IT asset. And you were planning your resources, your headcounts. Okay, there were no teams yet. There were headcounts. And you plan your headcounts at some percentage, at some degree, one headcount or half headcount, 15 headcounts per system. So you have your all IT assets list, and you plan for every tiny or big system some amount of the developers and analysts who will be working on that system a year ahead. Then you have this brilliant 100% utilization, which is very good, maybe for the service provider. If you are a service provider, that is very good, and we'll look at the end how bad it is for the customer, this 100% utilization. No resource sharing, no teamwork, no task management tools, huge disorganization, and lots of unmotivated people who were very working. Yes, they were working hard, but nobody knew what they're doing actually and how to get benefits from that. That was extremely good for the budgeting. That's why I think a number of conservative organizations use this approach for the IT department work planning. But that's the worst possible organization for the scale of the real business prioritization. Actually, everything looked like that. You have this spaghetti swimming line. Each of them is some kind of system. Number of people, or half people, or 1/3 people. 0.15, I remember, that was like a head count for some applications, planned ahead for the year. And if you have this kind of planning, you have people just separated by some borders, by some walls. They are not helping each other. They are working on their swimming lines. And Yeah, happily you have all the swimming lines filled with some tasks, with some work orders or change requests, whatever. In some cases, it's pretty okay. In some cases, you can see that this is like a Tetris game. Yeah, you're just filling that swimming line just to make it fill. Sometimes work just doesn't fit if they have only half of man sitting behind there. In some cases, you have half a guy working on one task forever, and nobody knows when he will finish that. Some guy was just working. It's just, he's a good guy, he's working. That is very good, again, for the utilization. Who can name me the biggest problem hiding behind that biggest benefit? Okay, yes, bad throughput, yeah, no scalability, yeah, but what is the worst here? Anybody? Huh? Heroes, yes, that's okay. Team management and the overall personnel situation was, yeah, it's bad, but what is the worst thing here? What can be the worst of your motivation or your team scalability? Business, yeah. Business was the worst because in this case, every spaghetti was treated as the equal spaghetti. Imagine this system naturally is something very important. This is the one that improves sales. This system, for example, is something what improves some accountant's user experience. And we cannot expand this spaghetti by adding this guy and this guy in order to get more sales from the market. But these guys will sit here and continue making those 5 accountants happy. So we are expending the same amount of money on these services. As a service provider, you are happy, everybody is working, everybody is utilized, but business is not getting their outcomes needed because they cannot plan this system to be developed faster by adding these guys and suspending these projects probably. So first step was, and actually it was not the situation when you can start talking with the business about prioritization and suspending the projects and so on and so on. Remember that army passing the 100 li in one move. That was just impossible to do. First of all, you need to do something good in your delivery and then start talking with business users about their priorities and their order prioritization and the benefits and suspending of some projects. So one thing, first step was to implement agile factories, just to make actually spaghetti a bit thicker. So you take that 100 systems and you group them by some functionality, by some similarities, by technologies and so on and so on. We created 3 or 4 subunits with the manager, with the all full team on board, analysts, developers, and testers, working on that stream of similar solutions. What was the benefit? The benefit was that they could balance the resources. The customers, those our users of our organization, they were not informed about how many guys are working on their requests. So that was first thing you needed to do. You need to hide that brilliant information about how many headcounts is working at this particular moment on your request. Because then we can balance that in our delivery system. We can balance the teams here. We can take people from here and move them there and so on, and make that absolutely hidden from the customers because otherwise they will start fighting. All those guys on these streaming lines, they will be very unhappy if we take this 1.5 guy from here and move him here. They will be objecting, there will be politics, they will be arguing, and so on and so on. So you need to hide that and make everybody happy, talking only about the delivery dates, the release plans, and so on and so on. So these factories, by the way, yes, we implemented Agile Scrum. That was easy. Some form of that, of course. That was integrated with the corporate work order lifecycle tool. The tool that we needed for the budgeting, approvals, and so on and so on. That was official. That was our own business. And we even implemented automated KPI calculation for every of those factories. Actually, that factory is not a factory. It's a couple of factories. Smaller factory pretending they are working with the business in the old way. They're just receiving those old way work orders and converting them to the product backlogs. Our users were not ready yet to start working with backlogs. They got used to work with work orders. So we keep them comfortable. Yes, work with your work orders, with your corporate tools, and we will do the conversion to the backlog. We created separated swimming line backlog for the support incidents, and all of that is being mixed into teams backlogs in the production factory. Production factory consists of 1 to 3 Scrum teams, producing actually the releases on the iterational basis. As mentioned here, we still have scalability problem. Yes, spaghetti got thicker. We can balance between the spaghettis, but it's still the spaghetti. For example, if you at some point need to implement more of this and less of that, for the company's sake, for the business, it was still a problem because there were just different departments, and now we had all these factories being utilized fully, or at some extent. Then we implemented, we again hide something, and created 2 dedicated so-called troopers teams, desantininkai. That was software developers agile enough to adapt to the new functionality, to learn something faster. Also, the software developers and the tester on that team, they were fast and adaptable, and they were used to break through with the new functionalities. So we have this usual regular factory team, keeping the legacy stuff, keeping the support, keeping the usual work orders, the small tasks and so on, so all that boring stuff. The routine work was still produced by the factory guys. But those troopers, they were used to make a breakthrough for the new projects, for something, new models, new functionality, for some re-architecturing, refactoring, and so on. And we were just switching them. One time, these troopers working with one factory, another time with another factory. That was a reach of some factory-level scalability already. And then, yes, Harrison means the permanent team. And also, it was very useful to just implement better documentation and better source management. You know, because these were new guys. Imagine guys working 5 years on the same system. They don't need documentation at all, yeah? So they understand everything. Analysts pass them some abstract tasks to them. They somehow understand those tasks. Nobody documents nothing. And they produce some kind of releases there. And immediately, surprise, surprise, new guys are coming, knowing nothing about that system. That was first challenge for our analysts to start documenting tasks in the way that new guys would understand. That was actually all made for the sake. That was like a playground to get us ready to use the subcontractors, external power, to develop the same legacy systems for us. Yes, that failed, by the way. Yes, those projects happened, but nobody was very happy. But that was a very good experience. So now we are having, by the way, just running a bit ahead, now we are practicing similar approach with the subcontractors, and that is working already. That was the first try and first fail. None of the trooper teams succeeded with the delivery dates, and none of the analysts succeeded with the documentation to provide the troopers with something understandable. But that was a very interesting game to practice, to provide your documentation to your work orders to the new guys, and for the new guys to shape the source code in the form that the legacy developers can accept that and understand and support that through. These guys were excluded from the incidents. They were not resolving defects, support incidents, any bugs, and so on, so on. All bugs are resolved here. These guys are only for developing of the new stuff. That was interesting, yes, and that worked a little bit at some extent. Unfortunately, deadlines were failed. Then we realized that major stopper for us, all this factory here, factory there, and so on, is that we are still playing a customer and supplier game, but being actually, virtually we were in-house development office for the TO. Yes, then we were in Baltic Data Center. But we had this waste of playing supplier and customer game, like pretending sometimes we have a real contract, we have a real work orders, we need to reach for some profit and so on and so on. That was only a game, and we understand that that is a waste. and we need to improve that. So we just took all these factories and moved them to another organization. That was interesting transition of the 50 employees. By the way, no one was lost. No one was left behind. And that was the result of that, what you can take the factories, the units built like this, from one organization and practically, literally sell them to another. And they will continue working there, just as it is. There was no one day of idle. There was no one day of suspension of projects and so on. We just moved from one organization to another and we continue working. Yes, that was definitely possible because we had very close relationship with the TO and so on, but it is still possible that it actually improves that this kind of organization is can be placed anywhere if you create the proper, if you play according to this game. It's like a software with API. So you provide your API, as long as you're following that API, you're okay, you can use it. So we were providing our API in terms of that backlog here, release here, and that's it. And again, we already started working with the software developers. So our troopers extended from internal teams, a couple of those trial teams to the external partners. We made them working the way as we do. Yes, but we had the new challenges then. Of course, if you move from one organization to another and they have their own IT department, previously our customers, now they became our colleagues. Of course, relationship was much warmer, but they were just a bit of strange organization when they were on their own roles and we are again doing the same we did before, but as a colleagues. So we had natural redundancies of roles and the strange internal external cost misunderstandings. So we just reorganized that. Because it was in the air already that TO is approaching some new big cross-organizational change. So it was that maneuver back to the past, to this functional separation of the departments. Previously, remember, in that factory you have all the roles, all the titles in one factory responsible for the product. Manager, analysts, developers, testers, they're sitting as a production unit and they deliver the final result. Now we return to the analysts were here, developers were here, testers and some analysts were here. Different units with different management. Immediately we got the issues with the management, with the agile and so on and so on. So that was like approved, okay, what worked there, what worked in this kind of organization. It's had a lot of complication when you create that cross boundary of the departments. Because now everybody has their own managers and here it goes. Everything goes through the hierarchy and it's not so easy to adapt, to implement, to react and so on and so on. But that was still working. We just eliminated the redundancies in roles. Okay, we had now understanding who does what, the process, the workflow. The workflow was clear. And then, big change came. TO has changed this summer. We had a great restart of the TO for all the organizations, starting from the business units and eventually finishing with the technology in our IT department. And we created a kind of new structure. From that legacy start, from that legacy functional silos organization, we just read some books and created this network of the teams. Just facilitating the theory of these external and internal shapes, external and internal spheres. When some teams, not the people, not the roles, teams are made as a contact point for the customers, for the market. Market was the all other organization, especially business units of the organization. They provide external services, and everybody inside are providing services for the, and also made as a team, providing services for the external teams. External teams are product teams, system teams. Again, something very similar to the factory, but just with no development inside. These are teams of the specialists, of experts of particular system. Product manager acting as a product owner for all of the backlogs for those systems, and the team of analysts responsible both for the analysis of the new feature and the second layer of support. meaning that they are not only thinking about the future, which is lots of fun, but also supporting those poor guys, users. They are, let's say, like a first level of consulting when everybody's starting to using that software that we produced, and they realize that something was bad with the analysis. So that must be their responsibility as well, not only to create some new tasks for us, but also to be responsible for that at the end. That is benefit. This guy, okay, I will explain a bit. And internal sphere is a bunch of the teams. Some of them are software development teams, Scrum teams, and some of them are different services. For example, staffing team, like development managers who can who can create the team for you, internal or external, whatever, depending on the budget and depending on the availability of resources. We have architect teams providing their services for the projects, like review, like design, and so on and so on. We have a QA team, which is not more acting as a testers. Okay, they still test, unfortunately, but the main idea here is to, okay, let's go here. QA team should not test. They should create the tools to ensure the quality. So that's why we changed even titles of the guys. They're not testers anymore. They're quality assurance engineers. These guys here, analysts and product owners, they need to ask for the service, pull the service from that team. Just create us some tools and scenarios and the data and something, what we will use for the testing, these guys will test. And these guys will test. So at the initial, at the stage of the analysis of the functional specification for the task, these guys complement that functional specification with QA tools and QA requirements built by these guys. They create scripts, they create automated testing tools, they create just test data, they create acceptance scenarios that these guys will use to accept work, and these guys will use themselves to test, 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 and test. So testing now performed by the software developers, actually, which is absolutely natural. These guys are responsible to provide some tools only. One other thing is that in case customers, our market, do not understand whom to contact, or the project or work order is really complex, going through all different systems across the factories. We have special bubble here, project managers, the guys who are contacted in these cases, and they are distributing those requests across those other bubbles of the first sphere, and they have that consolidated plan of different backlogs. So the plan here is very abstract. Okay, if you have a work order like this, you have BSS solution finishing here, OSS solution finishing here, electronic channels finishing here. So final deadline is like a total sum of all those deadlines. That's very simple. That's why only a couple of guys here can keep all those enormous amount of the requests. So they are just doing that consolidation of the they're producing executive view of different backlogs. Believe me, we have lots of backlogs here. First of all, we have 5 backlogs. Every red circle has their own backlog, product level backlog. Then we have teams. We're converting those backlogs sometimes directly to the team, or sometimes we're just splitting that for the team, especially if we're using one of these team, maybe a subcontractor externally. So we create a separated backlog for them. Users and customers here on the external or on the market level, they cannot understand all those backlogs. They're just too agile. So we need to create some executive view, and that view is created here. Also, these red bubbles are responsible for the road mapping for the whole year. So they produce roadmap for their own system, for their own set of systems, by the way. All spaghettis are here inside, in this box, in this circle. They produce roadmaps, they produce technical functional specifications, they produce backlogs, items, and prioritize them for the software developers. They do acceptance, and they communicate with these guys just to provide the executive view on the complex projects. What else? Yeah, these guys are working on the Kanban. They have their own Kanban boards, moving every kind of request, whether it be support request, like or consulting, or a new work order, which passing separated stages on the Kanban board. These guys are also working according to Kanban. Even us, managers, have our own Kanban board. We are acting as a team. Why teams here? Because one of these guys may be sick or on vacation and so on, but you still need some architectural services. Okay. The same with this. So we try to avoid the personal assignment of tasks. Yes, it's still happening. Yes, it's still important who does what, because people are experts in some area and so on, and they naturally get those tasks. But on the organizational level, and I require from everybody to act as a team. The team is responsible. If you fail, everybody fail. If you succeed, everybody succeeds, and so on. So tasks on every sphere is just passing some abstraction layer of assignment of work to another team, not to another guy, to another team. And that's why they are exchangeable on the team level. Yes, benefits is, as I mentioned, autonomy and the self-organization of those teams. They can switch. They balance themselves. Who does what, depending on their own load and so on. We have only two-level hierarchy, managerial hierarchy for this 85-employee organization. We do as less management as possible, as much just input for the functionality, for the organization and measurement of the organization as possible. External sphere is a king. For every sphere, external sphere is a king. Like they say, and we must follow. Everything must be oriented not to keep these guys busy or make them happy and so on. We need to make these guys happy. These guys need to make these guys happy and so on. Unfortunately, developers has nobody else whom they can delegate making them happy. They must be happy themselves. Which is naturally achieved by the making their work organized, taking the load of the contacting with unhappy or angry customers from the developers. They are just hidden from everybody in the organization. They're working with their backlogs. They have transparency on their roles and tasks and the statuses and so on. Everywhere working single window principle for the task. Whom to pass the task? This is a window of next team. This is for you, team. And we have this principle of extensibility by external troopers, so also trying to work according to our agile way through these blue boxes of software developers. We just pretend those external guys are our internal teams. Resource managers here, and me, myself, we take care about the contracting. Contracting is separated from the delivery. It is possible. You make contract, okay, you pay money somewhere here, okay, it's here. Here you just work. Work on by these priorities, by these backlogs, by this release plan, and so on and so on. And it fits to a technology organization, which also take care, our technologies department is much bigger. There are a few hundred people in that, also taking care of hardware, telco equipment, all those Wi-Fi points, all those data centers, and so on and so on. Yes, everybody loves kittens. You will ask questions about how can we do that. So methodology, the book what was read was definitely Niels flagging, which we were arguing heavily last year here. I was the greatest, let's say, opponent for him. I didn't like his theory at all. Eventually, I am trying to implement that. You can go to that site, read all those PDFs there, and try something at home. It's okay, it's working. Another thing is just the tools we are using. Yes, it's just very simple tools, everybody can afford. Unfortunately, we're still missing a good tool for the road mapping, from the idea to the technical task. I still have this dream to find the tool, to start from here, to start from the marketing and sales road mapping and pass it to the technical projects and technical tasks. No such tool on the market. Very good niche, by the way. You can implement, I will buy it. We are dealing with Excel, yes. Excel is as usual. We have still having this legacy tool for the work order, lifecycle management, for the budget approvals, and so on and so on. But it is actually kind of seamlessly integrated in all this process. You start with the Excels, then you put that something to official tool, then you put that into the backlogs, all kind of backlogs. Use just very simple tools for the requirement engineering. We try to go to the magic draw, to some repository, and that will happen next year. And we have special system for the support engineers, again integrated with this guy. All teams in the internal sphere, they are working with the Team Foundation server backlogs of any kind. Kanban, Scrum, Scrumban, whatever it is. These are integrated to that, this is integrated to that. Everything is put eventually in the Team Foundation server. This is just one of the options. There are different other tools which can be used. But just because we have a lot of Microsoft technology in-house, so that was obvious choice. What's next? Okay, since that started this summer, this organization started this summer, and we're still learning how to deal with it. We have about half a year or maybe a year to prove it works, and very good for the KPIs. That will be the outcomes expected next year, and benefits. And then we will try to spread this knowledge across the organization and implement similar organizational structures in other, first of all, technology department, all those guys who deal with software, with hardware, telco equipment, and services. And maybe even more. Maybe we will step over the boundaries and go to the business guys and the operational guys who serve you in those customer service on the street. Do you have any questions? Welcome.
Thank you, Alexei.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question about how do you follow the progress on each of your business objective, so to speak? Because how I understand, you are splitting your backlogs into smaller backlogs, and then I understand that in TFS you can like link things to each other, but it's still, do you have any challenges with this?
Of course, that's why I'm looking for the consolidated tool to automate all this progress tracking from here to here. So far, we have very good progress tracking on this level. Almost good progress tracking on this level. A little bit worse in manual progress tracking on the external sphere level. That's why all those Excels. In order to communicate to the external sphere, to the markets, our product guys, red bubbles and orange bubble, they need manually to update, to keep those Excels updated. All other is more or less automated. You just put in one backlog, it just follows to the smaller backlogs, to the team boards, and so on and so on. So yes, but it's possible to do it. Yes, if I find the tool. So yes, that will be automated as well.
Any more questions?
Have you probably thought about the idea to use the same tool that is being used for low-level tracking for high-level tracking just by associating items? As example, I can tell you that we used in our projects terms as epics and visions, and they are the same tickets. We use Jira. Okay. You can link high-level tickets in one project to lower-level tickets in another.
We are organizing our product backlogs in that way. So we use current TFS, Team Foundation Server capabilities allows to have a free-level hierarchy for the functional items. Something like Epic, okay, it's called initiative or something like that. So we use all that in the backlog. Those market customers, market users who are smart enough or IT savvy enough to understand and to run TFS tools to look at that, they do that. Some of them cannot. So that's why we need to keep those Excels just in order to have the reporting on executive level.
Can you not export this high-level list and automate it in this way? Because I was using this approach.
Still working on that.
Okay.
Excuse me. How you solve the tickets, bugs in this diagram? There is no
Tickets, bugs go from here and being assigned to some developer team here. This is the second level of support. This is the third level of support. First level of support is a separate organization, service desk, the place you call if you have any kind of TO-related problem. And if anybody was on my presentation about the dealing with the support and still practicing the Scrum, there was an approach of having the backlog is being combined of two swimming lines. One is for the planned work with commitments, with release plan and so on, and one is just keeping free, keeping vacant for all of those ad hoc tasks and support level. So we do not plan all the team capacity here 100%. We plan the work only for example, 70%, and keeping those 30% for the ad hoc tasks coming. If no support incidents, okay, they do something more for the planned work. If support incidents, they will fill that time. So we are not booking them 100%.
Maybe a little bit boring question, but in this kind of structure, how do you deal with ownership of tools? As I understand correctly, QA is creating tools for other parts of the organization.
Yeah.
If there a change is required in the tool for some reason, but they are working on something else, who is the one who is actually owning the tool?
They just create tools for these guys, and they become users of the tools created by these guys. Ownership of the system is here. These guys are only providing services. They do not own. These guys are owners. We have also functional owners somewhere here. Those guys who use the system on a daily basis. They are functional, but usually the same system is used by different guys. One used for one purpose, for example, for some digging holes in the ground and putting there some telco equipment. Another guy is using the same big system for I don't know, for switching on and off some Wi-Fi points and so on. So these functional owners are separated here, but the system ownership is in a red bubble.
I have another question in terms of the tools you mentioned you're using. So for large complex projects, you're using MS Project. So is it connected to Team Foundation servers? Is it connected to your backlogs, or is it separated? Who uses MS Project? Is it only the project managers, or you share with engineers, customer? The tools?
Only project managers and product owners in those red bubbles use or have a look on the MS Project. MS Project is only used as a presentation tool, actually. It's not connected to anywhere, unfortunately. So that's why I say I look for that brilliant tool I can put and link everything together. We already tried Jira, it doesn't work. We already tried MSF, it doesn't work on full scale. We looked on the Microsoft Project Server, it's not the tool. Because I need the tool which goes starting from the marketing idea. Some marketing guy just rises in the morning and says, oh, we need to sell this. And starting at that point, we need to track everything to the support incidents. That is a challenge.
We have 2 minutes more, so any questions? There.
Hello. My question is not about the process, but about the result. How do you measure that you're successful after your reorganization? Or how do you measure successful?
Very good question.
We still have 2 minutes.
Okay, this thing is not working anymore. We have all the department level KPIs related to budget, fitting in budget, and related to the delivery metrics, for example, to fitting in our promised terms and deadlines for the work orders. So we just take all statistics of all the work orders and our commitments, and we measure meeting our commitments on the work orders. This is about delivery. On the financial perspective and resource usage, we measure our not overspending of the planned annual budget and so on. These are like major metrics. Okay, we also have metrics related to the HR, like some employee satisfaction and so on and so on. But these are the major commitments, systems availability, and fitting into the OPEX and CAPEX budgets. And then we just delegate parts of these KPIs from the whole department to the teams. For example, okay, cat again. These guys, again, they are responsible for those metrics, for their part of the systems, for the commitments for the work orders. But they also have some more metrics on their own. We have these guys also having some percentage of the KPIs from the commitments there and system availability. No more budget responsibilities here again, but they have their own KPIs as well. For example, just doing something with Scrum, some technology and so on. So we create specific KPIs and part of delegation of the unit level KPIs here, specific KPIs and unit level KPIs, and unit level KPIs are pure business oriented, like money and fitting in your deadlines. That's all. We will get our bonuses according to this level of the KPIs, you know, and then evaluate everybody according to their own metrics. Team level metrics, by the way.
Okay, thank you, Alexei. Our time is up. Feel free.
Thank you.
To speak with Alexei in our breaks. And for you, Alexei, we have some present for our rainy country. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now we have short break. Okay, let's start. Please close the door. Who is the last one? Yeah, and welcome Vaidas. Please come.
111. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone, again. It's very interesting to tell hello when you already were on stage and were spoken twice, I think. Now I just took off the shirt which organizers gave me. It's very hot with that one, so now I look nicer, I hope. Anyway, so today the goal is to talk about product owner and the only skill that good product owner needs. So I guess as you are expecting to get the very good answer that after 45 minutes you leave, you come back to work, you do that one thing, and you are best product owner, yes? Yes, that's the promise I made. Tough promise. Okay, let's see how it goes. Slides are already on SlideShare, or you can find it from here, all the slides, or directly on SlideShare. So those who want to use them later, feel free. Yeah, let's start. So who am I? Repeating that again, I'm the co-founder of Vorapay and president of Agile Lithuania. So because this is the company that is introducing that, trying to advise you to do a good job, so who already paid some money for these guys that really need them? One hand, yay! Okay, is it tough or you don't understand how to do that? That's an interesting question for me as a product owner of that product. Have no time? Okay, that's an interesting. Or you don't have money. It's very interesting when we created the system, one comment was, can you create a system that you can get money, not to spend the money? And so, yeah, maybe. Okay, so please find time, you have lunch, and there is a link how to do it. You cannot see it here, but you can see it's vorapay.com/scape. And if you don't know how, you can always find me and ask. Let's see, it's a very interesting experiment for me. And yes, you can get a prize, I mentioned so. So yes, I'm doing this, and about Agile more, we run this Agile kobra.lt, which is a blog and training center, and I teach at Vilnius University and now in TVM, how it's in English, International Business School. Yeah. So that's my Agile career. I got all my experience from actually two companies, Lavasoft in Sweden and Adform in Lithuania. And yes, I'm certified as normal or real professional. You need to have some badges, so I have some. I'm really expert. This is proof. But the more interesting or fun for me is that actually companies are inviting to help them, to coach them. So this is few companies that have been to. So it looks like either I'm telling something interesting or they don't find anyone more interested than me. So let's see. So that's enough about me. Let's talk about today. So who is here again? I'll try to ask the same question. Product owner. Can you raise your hands? It's more hands now than last time. How that can be? You get used to raising hands, yes? Perfect. So I will do very, very short intro of what the product owner is. So for those who have no clue, we will get to it. So, but that will be very, very short. And then I'll talk about 3 stories and 3 skills that actually the product owner, I think, should have, which is very, very important. And then hopefully we will derive from that Team Weaver wants to sponsor session, buy a license. No, I don't want to buy a license. I want to do presentation. And the conclusion, which hopefully will drive that one skill that you actually need. So let's start. Product owner. So you already did that. So what are you, who raise your hands, doing? What are your roles? What are you doing? Product owners. Don't be shy. Someone said, own a product. Okay, can we be more precise? What is your everyday job responsibility? I know in Lithuania we hate this interaction, but supervision of the product. Manuals needed for business. Take care of the backlog. That's the guy who was in my training. Yes, you are right. Yes, actually, it's interesting. I hope that this will be very, very fast.
Actually, if you read, for example, Scrum Guide, it has a very simple definition that the sole person who is responsible for managing the product backlog. There's two key things here. There has to be one person, not a committee, not 10. I often go to companies and they say, I'm a developer, I have 6 product owners. I mean, it's like, I'm a child, and I have 9 nannies. Which one to listen to? So that's the same. And as you said, managing the product backlog. That's his main job responsibility. Of course, there is a bit detailed description. What does that mean? So first, you have to express product backlog items. So you have an idea, or the client told you an idea, so you have to write it down in some way. You have to be able to explain it. Your goal is to order it, or prioritize, which word you like better. So you have to make sure that on the top, what we are doing are the most important items, and then the least important go down, so that's your role. You should look at the value. We're not building software, doing any project just because it's fun. Yes, it's fun, but we want to bring the value, so it's your main responsibility to find it, not the development team. And you have to ensure that what you do, the backlog itself, is visible, transparent, and clear, so everyone is looking at it, can understand it, even CEO, even the developer. They can find it all the time. It's not only on your computer, somewhere hidden. So that's the rules. And the last one, ensure that development team understands those items. So you have to write it in the way, as a product owner, that even developers can understand it. So this is just a copy-paste from Scrum Guide, which I pointed out, I think, the most important words that you have to remember. And as I said, I don't get deep. We can have a session about all this, but this is the definition. If you don't have time to read Scrum Guide, which is 14 pages, and you got it in Lithuanian, so you can look at 15 minutes video made by Henrik Nyberg. That's the best video about product owner. So if you're a product owner and haven't watched this video, fail, bad. Watch it, it's very, very good. And actually, I always rewatch it every half a year or so, because you always can think, do I do this? How good I do this? How good I do this task? Because he goes through all the process and explains it very clearly. Henrik Nyberg, who made it, so really advice to look at it. So that's the intro part. So now you know what product owners should be doing? So what is the main responsibility for product owner? Managing backlog. Yes, we got it first. Good, let's go. So the first skill, or the first story, comes from Sweden, from company Lavasoft. I was the guy there, came responsible for development department, trying to update the Adaware product that we were creating. But the interesting fun part is that the development team wants to use Scrum. That's very nice, let's do it. In development, we can do whatever we want. But what about those managers, CEO included? It's company building one product, so actually CEO is very interested in the product, and marketing, sales department, web department, everyone cares about it. So what to do? How to make sure that they can allow us, development, to work in Scrum? What I did, I said, I get all those people to one room and said, you have 2 options. We can work the old good way. When you come with a task, shout, throw it to development, and we start implementing that. The next day, the other one comes, throws it to development, and they start working on this one. Does it sound familiar? When sales guy, marketing guys comes with a brilliant idea, puts it to developers, then the next day another idea is more brilliant, so we start working on that. Anyone familiar? Oh, a few of you. The rest, of course, have perfect processes and everything goes smoothly. I understand that. It's a crazy example. So I say we have this was in our company. So I say 2 options. Either we do it like this. So if we have a task which actually takes 3 days and we are perfect in estimating, so the first task we will finish, if we're working on 3 tasks at a time, after 7 days. The second one after 8 and the last one after 9. There is another way. We could say, let's finish the task we started, then take the second one, finish, take the third one, finish. So the first task we will deliver in 3 days instead of 7, second in 6 instead of 8, and the 9 will be the same. But actually, there is a thing called shifting your mind. So actually, we will do it much faster. Because in the estimate, we added that amount of time that will need us to shift. So that's why it's 3 days. Actually, it's 2 days. So if we start working like this, we'll give you the first task in 2 days, in 4 days, and in 6 days instead of 9. Here we have more time to work on new stuff. Which one do you want? That was my question to them. So which one do you think they said they want? This one or this one? Sorry? Third. Yeah, it's two actually, so, but this is the same. But yeah, they said, let's do it this way. That's fine. That's perfect. That's what we want. I said, yes, I got it. So now the only thing is to create a product backlog. I wrote you an email. You put me all requests you want for this release. Let's agree on the priorities. Let's order them together in this room. How do you think it went? Sorry? Everyone wanted to be first. Sure, yes, his feature had to be first, his feature had to be first. And so after 2 hours discussion, we managed to get 2 first priorities. 2 out of like 30 or 15 was it. I said, that's fine. We have enough work for 2 weeks. We will meet next week again, and let's work on it together later. So basically, I was not empowered to make any decisions. I was in development, I knew about the business, but couldn't make any decisions. But actually, what I did, I was the facilitator. I managed to put these guys around one table and to create one single backlog that they agree on. They had a discussion, and he had to convince him that his feature is better, more important than his one. It's not me making that decision, because, guys, this is one company, you have to agree. Of course, before you agree on that multitasking thing, but when you get the first agreement, they cannot say no and now do everything at once. Yeah, you say, we already agreed, we're not doing 5 things at a time, 1 thing at a time. So one of the main skills I think project owner has to have, he has to be very good facilitator. And when I go to companies, they say, we assign some business analyst as a product owner, or the worst case, if it's a bit smaller company, CEO takes this role, because he can make all decisions. How much time do you think he has to work on the backlog? That would be good, yeah, 10 minutes a week. How often do you think he gets all people together and discusses with them? He just makes decisions, yes. So that's why it's often, even if the role, if we would think the best CEO, the best product owner in small company would be CEO, because he can make all the decisions at once, usually it's a very, very bad idea. There has to be some guy who's actually more as facilitator, because then he has time, he has responsibility, he makes sure this is really done, and just arranges that everyone is on the right time, in the right meeting, they have everything, he has everything prepared. When I came to that meeting with these guys, I had everything in tool already, put it on PowerPoint, so we just ran the discussion. Not everything else was organized around them. So that's one of the key things that I think you should think of. And if you are a product owner, or you want to be one, or you're thinking about your company, try to teach product owners this skill. I don't know, go to some facilitation courses, coaching courses, because that's a very, very important skill they have to have. Not making decisions, but facilitating, making everyone happy. So that's skill number 1. Let's go to skill number 2. So what was the second company I was working for? Adform, oh, good. You remember even the slide about me. Yes, that was Adform. This is the logotype that looked in 2012. Now it's a bit different, more modern, so just for fun, I added that backlog. I joined that company, and voila, let's use Scrum there. I managed to convince Alexei, who was here when Alexei was presented his presentation before. You remember what he said? A year ago, he didn't believe Neil's stuff, and now he's implementing that. You can ask him about 2009. I think this is deja vu. When I went to that he said, that Scrum doesn't seem to work. I can give you a pilot project, give this team a pilot project and try it out. If it works, we will see what it happens. So it was the same situation, actually. So he was my manager. I got the team and the pilot project and said, I need to convince that Scrum works. Actually, at that time, I was a product owner and a Scrum Master for that project, so it's a bit mind-blowing thing, but I think I managed. So what did we do? We took a project which was called campaign swapping. It's a nice picture, but it doesn't mean anything, just illustration. It was a pet project from CEO. So CEO says, that's a great idea I have. This will change our future. We need to do that. Very good project from pilot. Yes, very, very good. And then he brings you all ideas and you look at it and, oh, it's almost, with these 5, 6 people I had, it's like, 2 years of development, at least. And I know that when we start building, he will have more crazy ideas. Okay, what to do? I cannot tell, like, no. So I say, we have that elephant, let's do the hard work. I'm a product owner, so I need to find a way to slice that elephant. I talked with CEO, I get back to the team, talked with them, again with CEO, again with the team, just to make sure, and sliced that elephant to smaller pieces, and I managed to get, I think, the tail, or I don't know, the very, very small thing that I think we can do in 2 months. In 4 sprints, we should be able to do it with some extra tasks we had to do. So I think it was about 1 month project for 6-man team. So we got like this part, just that part. I convinced the CEO that if we do this, we can have the minimal viable product. It will work. None of the very few features, but it will be the main functionality. And let's see what it happens, and then we will continue. So that's, I don't know, it took really a lot of my energy and time, but as a product owner, that's what I thought the right thing to do. And we did it. And we released it, and the result looked like this. This is the product, this is the market. What do you think I try to illustrate here? Sorry? Yes. Actually, we earned €0, liters, Danish crowns, whatever, for that project, because when they went actually to start selling it, it doesn't fit. It's a very good idea. Theoretically, it makes all the sense. Many agencies put their money together, share the banners, like the information, and we deliver it, like we optimize, so we get the best, the right user to the right agency. That looks everything like perfect. But it doesn't work because they don't like to talk each other, they don't like to share budgets, and many other things that cannot. So instead of doing all that elephant and learning it after 2 years, we learned it after 2 months. Just for side note, 2 years fast forward, this is the current website, and the product now, which is the second, actually the description is called the Mindsight Platform. So actually from that project, after half a year of learning, we started a new project, which was similar but different. If you understand what I mean. And this is now one of the main key products of the platform. So it was a great learning opportunity, but that specific project actually failed in sense of business, but it proved that we can use Scrum, yes? 30% of platform revenue now, wow. When I left it, it was, I don't know, just a very small piece, so yeah. But very perfect, so good baby. I created it, nice, yeah. Okay, so just fast forward, but the point is that this one was 0, and that we learned, we did something, and now it's the main thing that we do. So I cannot tell the CEO was like crazy or something. Of course, they always have good visions and good thinking, but you have to help them to make it feasible, to check if this is really what market needs. So product owners should be, as well as facilitator, the business validator. You have to find a way to convince all those people on the left to really validate their thoughts. It's hardest with as high ranks you go. It's hardest to convince CEO because they know everything. Then CFO maybe or CTO is a bit easier, but still, this is one of your key jobs. So again, if we're talking about skills, I like to read books about influencing people, about running good meetings, about how to sell your idea without someone knowing that you're selling it to him. Yeah, it's called brainwashing, I think, in terms. But it helps because it's for good reasons. You have to find a way to convince other people that they have to validate ideas. And again, Scrum with all this slicing thing helps a lot. So that was the second story. So let's look at the third one. What company do you think I'll talk about now? Paysera. They are partners. Yes, I'll talk about them as well. But yeah, that's the current one I'm working. We're creating WarPay, the system, and brother ViaPay. So what actually I'm doing, again, I'm a product owner or CTO, but actually working at the same role. And we're creating the backend that can connect wallets and merchants. In simple terms, we have a backend, which is our main core business. That's what we want to do. We want companies that keep your money, banks, payment institutions, telecom providers, to connect to this side so you can pay from where you keep your money. Paysera, Medicinos Bankas, CCB. And on the other hand, we want to connect all the merchants, for example, the restaurant systems, the gas systems, now local is connected. If they don't have any system, they can use mobile application. So they put the bill, you pay from what you have, and they are happy. Simple as that, yes? The problem for me is that although our main goal is here, it happened that these guys are a bit slow. So what we needed to do, we needed to create our own app, as I said, a brother, VioPay, that can charge your credit card, and this is how you get paid. It would be easy enough, but then we saw that there is not everyone has this automated software system, so we need to create our mobile this application that a merchant can actually enter the sum and get paid. And this one is kind of, you can donate or what you looked at as well, back into support. So now I'm the product owner with 4 products, if you can say. The business says our focus is here, of course, because this is our strategy, but you have to find the answers and to work on these products as well. So the question here is how to decide which feature to build when you have lots of requests from different sides, but you have very, very limited resources. So I go to this slide very often. I think most of us, or most of you maybe even saw this, because I truly believe in it, that now, when I have limited resources, I have to agree that statistically, if this is what everything we want to do, there will be lots of things that clients will never use. There will be some things that clients will sometimes use, and there is things that clients is the core feature and clients want to use. So the question is, how for you as a product owner to find these? And yeah, what decisions you need to make to get those. So, example, which is easy to show, the hardest decisions I made. So one of them is, this is our app, how it looked in 2013, August, when we just released it. This is a payment screen. If you already entered the credit card, it saves it, so you just need to enter the PIN code to confirm it. What's feature everyone wants on this screen? Or everyone says they want? No, you saw it before. No, it's a bit more down to the earth. What do you usually forget? Sorry? Yes, PIN or password reminder. It's like, how the hell can you create a feature, enter a PIN, and you cannot change it? I mean, that has to. Actually, we lived without it till March last year, because it's very few people. They found an email and wrote it to email, so we changed it. Because it's early product, it's very, very few people, comparatively small amount of number using it. And I used development time I had to implement other back-end features and working on it. Although every time I talk with my CEO, with my partner, with my operations guy, where is that remind me password functionality? So as a product owner, I got tired and said, okay, let's add a screen that says, if you want to change it, write an email. It took us like 1 hour, 2 hours to add, yes, save the problem and solve the problem and move on. And again, because I have very limited resources, I want to find these features, and there's lots of things here. While this functionality, although everyone talks about it, we got like at the beginning 1 email per 2 weeks that I need to change the password. So it's really somewhere here, yes? So I'm making decision, maybe for me it's better to lose 1 payment rather than not to implement some strategic feature in the core itself, yes? But as a product owner, you have to take a lot of heat about it. You have to make a decision and live with it, and every time explain for everyone around you in the company, in startups, like, why you're not doing this? Why this we don't have remind password? We have, write an email. Our guy will change it manually, call you back, and you will have a new, you can reset, we'll reset it and you can set a new one. Okay, this was fine again for some time. We're expanding, we want to new markets, more people are using it. And then I said, I see the email that you get actually 3 emails a week. Now it's time to add the feature. So now, actually, yesterday, I think Apple version was released, or 2 days ago, that you can change your password PIN if you forgot. So look at this time scale. Look, as a product owner, I managed to live more than a year without this crucial feature, but I had very, very hard time doing that because I had to answer many, many times why it's not in the product. Is it good or bad that we didn't have it? I don't know. I consider it good because I hope we spend that very limited time, development time that we had, building the very important features in the backlog, connected that Medicinos Bankas or other systems, launching Lukoil and other restaurants and arenas and stuff. Although it's obvious that some would argue me that it was a very, very bad decision. You should add remind me password or PIN code immediately when you create such a feature. So I look at product owner as a gold miner. You know, I have never been one. Has anyone tried to do this job? Good, so I can tell anything and we will agree, I guess. I imagine this job like this. You come and you see a huge mountain and then you say, okay, that's a huge one. I cannot dig it all. The best would be they can dig it all, take all the gold and take it, yes? Like the normal approach, a project. We have a project. How much would it cost us to dig all hill? Then take all gold, and that's done. That's the 100% project scope. But and in traditional way, probably you would do that. They didn't do that in America. We don't do it in Agile. We say, what's the most likely that here will be the gold, and let's cut it. Let's try to dig it here. If we try to dig it and we don't find it, probably we will move on somewhere else. So as a product owner, I think you have to be that gold miner. But I think, I don't know, but I think these guys are the most frustrated because probably 9 times of the time they dig in the area, they don't find anything. Yes? And someone, even if they have manager, blames you. Why are you digging here? Dig here then. So what I want you to communicate that it's very, very hard job to be as a product owner. It's actually quite easy to be a good product owner to tell yes to everything, but I'm not sure if the output will be the best. Yes, if you say, yeah, no problem, we will dig all the hole, just all the hill, just give us resources, send us 2,000 people, we make the whole hill down and we'll get you all the gold. No, we don't have 200 people, we have 2 or 1, so that's a problem. So, product owner, I think this is one of the skills, so to know that what you will decide will be very, very hard because lots of people will question it. So, be aware of that. So, it goes pretty fast. So coming to conclusion, the easy way would be to say that these are the 3 main skills. Be facilitator, try to analyze the business and decide what to do, and be a gold miner. And that's it. You are the perfect product owner. Yes? Easy? Lots of smiles. Yeah, I've been doing that for more than 5 years now, and I think I try to realize it's harder and harder job. At the beginning, I thought it's easy. When you really do it, it's harder and harder, although you get more and more experience. Strange. So, what do you think we could summarize it to actually 1 skill? I promised you 1 skill, so I want to get that. What would be the summary? How these 3 skills could get to 1? What product owner should be the best at doing? Negotiation, that's a bit here, so, yeah. Observing the market, the area, yes, that's very much probably here and here. But still maybe not, at least what I think, not the only thing. I would be, actually, when I prepared for this presentation, I came out with myself, but then I looked at YouTube video again, which I said I tend to do every half a year or so before preparing presentation, and oh damn! Henrik told it in this video. Sad. And this is the point where he talks about it. This is a screenshot from the video. So what do you think their answer is? Yeah, you won the million. Saying no, I think I realized is the hardest thing because you have to tell yes is easy. I just added to the backlog. It definitely won't be implemented in 3 years, but I added to the backlog. Then I have a backlog of 300 items, and for some reason I always need to discuss it. So I tend to say no and say, I'm not adding this feature to the backlog because I'm sure we won't implement it in the next half a year. So why just to add it? So telling no is the hardest thing. Just to prove that you can listen to this, but he says it is the most important word for product owner. Actually, Henry Krimper says his Pat, his character in this movie, practices it every day in front of the mirror. I don't do that, but I guess I should start. You come up, you wake up in the morning and no, 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 no. Good, I can go to work now. But it's funny, but actually that's psychological thing. To continue that, which I was trying to point out as well, that the most important job for a product owner is to decide what not to build, it's his words. What to build we will figure out, but what not to build, why to tell no for that remind me password functionality, or now I'm bugged with add all actios in English, promotions and places where you can pay with VioPay. I'm saying it's on the VodaPay website, it's that part, it's not the app. So I'm trying to convince myself to avoid to do this, not to do this, but although marketing and sales pushes me. And the point is I have to take consequences. I have to be able to answer all those questions and honestly tell why I'm not doing that and practice in front of mirrors so I could be telling no. I meet lots of product owners who actually are quite good facilitators, really analyze the business, and maybe even finds that gold in the queue, but they cannot tell no. And they tell yes, yes, yes everywhere, every time. So for me, this is the hardest skill. And if you're a product owner, try to practice it. Tell no. If it's easy, write me an email. I'll buy a beer for you and we can talk. If it's not easy, you can write me an email as well, because I will love to talk even more with you, how you manage this, because this is what I think, yeah, I love talking about how to tell no to especially a CEO or partner. So that's it, commercial again, make the payment. Now there is change password functionality. If you already used and forgot your password, you can change it now, PIN code. It's easy. So just do a good job. And I'll try to do my best as a product owner for this system just to make sure that we have mobile payment system easy to use, fastest in the market that we can. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Vaidas. I just had information that we have quite more time.
You said we have less time, now we have more time. That's
yes,
good.
because...
I can tell one more story.
Lunch is
late.
Yes.
Oh my
God. Please, questions. A lot of questions. Maybe any questions? Okay, I have one question.
Okay.
You were speaking that a lot of functions are not used in product, like
yes.
44, 45%.
It's statistics says so.
Yeah, statistics says. How about not functions? Because business don't care about functions sometimes. It care about money more than about functions.
So that's probably...
If your function rarely used, but it earns you a lot of money.
Yeah, so that's probably it's bad to judge, as Jürgen pointed out, if you have only one metric, the number of times I hit this button, that's definitely probably might be wrong. That might be a function that is used very sometime, but brings you a lot of money. I was discussing with a bank, for example, and he says, this function is used very, very little times, but when it's used, it's 1 million liters at least. So definitely you don't look only on one metric, the number of hits. You look at your business, and you should look here more, this part is what makes us the most money, or brings us the most value, or brings us the least damage. Because that could be another option. If you don't do something, it will destroy your brand or something. So it's not definitely, please don't understand that I wanted to say just measure the usage and this way you decide. No, you have to put many more metrics in your mind, but make that decision. But my point was that as a product owner, you will always be bugged with that 100 or even more %. Yes, that's your everyday job. Just live it. I always kind of bit tired hearing businesses pushing us many things. We want to use Scrum, but they come up with 100 ideas, and that's why we cannot do it. So my answer is always, if ever your business will have too little ideas for you to work on, you already bankrupted. I mean, it cannot be. Business or idea clients have to have way more ideas, requirements, things to do than you can implement, because that's the healthy way. The question is what to implement first and what to do piece by piece. So getting that elephant sliced, because I could just as a product manager tell, yay, this is pet project for my CEO. I have 6 teams, 2 years to work on it. That's safe, yes. I have 2 years job. I'll be the expert here. Let's just do it. And after 2 years, we'll come up with a great system. Okay, but maybe we should fail in 2 months and then get back and try to create something new. And that's why we have this demand-side platform or real-time bidding engine that makes us money. So I'm not sure if this answers your question, but my point was this: you have to add more metrics than just usage, that's for sure. Like, remind me, password functionality does not earn directly any money for us. It just allows us not to lose some customers, actually. So that's why we implemented it now. Any other questions?
I see, there and there.
Yeah, so you mentioned that product owner should only be one person, but how would you deal with a really big project? How would you scale the role of the product owner if he cannot handle it by himself?
Sure, so definitely, even in Adform, we were, 6, 7 product owners when I left. Here they have even more now, because we have, when I left, 60 developers, so 8, 9 development teams. So definitely it's a huge company working on one product, or project, if you will. So we had more. The point to tell that you need to have a sole product owner is probably we should add it for the team. So team must know which is the main product owner or the only product owner for them. If I have a development team, I know that my product owner, facilitator, business analyst, and everything will be this guy. He then can actually, maybe it's a bit another picture, it will be easier to explain. Come. Hop. So a team has one product owner, but if you have more teams, like one product owner can handle more than 2. If he can, he's doing his job very bad. I can tell him immediately. If team is 6, 7 people, I assume. So what we have for this backlog, he will be the product owner, but one of his stakeholders will be other product owners. So what we did, we had a structure where every week, I think, we met all the product owners together with chief product owner to review company level backlog and derive it to team's backlog. So we did that as normal weekly activity that we, in the product owner's team with chief product owner on top, have to agree on priorities in a company level. We call it company roadmap, and then derive it to our team's product backlogs. But looking from team perspective, my team always knew that I always ask Vaidas first about what to build. If it happens that in our product in backlog there is a feature for this guy who is product owner on another team, he's a customer. When we start building, I get in direct contact with him and team talks with him directly. The same if we build feature for this guy, while building the feature, they can talk directly. But when to add it to the backlog, we solve it before. So from team perspective, you have to have one product owner. But then it can actually scale pretty easy, and there are examples how to do it. I had a separate talk on it you can find on Agile Coach.lt. So that would be the answer. But team has to have one. Because it's the same as with kid. Hopefully he thinks that his mom is product owner and he always listens to him, and if he have 3 nannies, those I know just sometime, but he has one source of real information, all the rest should be just added. Any other? Yeah?
In a case when we have only one product owner, but several teams and
Oh,
support.
interesting topic. Yep.
Yes, and product owner is extremely busy always. And in your opinion, what teams can do or support product owner in order to ease his job?
Yeah, that's another tendency I try to hear, that product owners are busy always. For some reason, we don't say that development teams are busy always. It looks like those business guys are doing the real stuff and have many job to do, and we in development, we.
I mean, when teams have actually end-to-end competence. Analysts,
Yeah,
testers, and so forth.
but still. So I tend to say, and actually Scrum says Scrum team is combined of product owner, Scrum master, and the team. So the question is, if you have even an assumption that someone doesn't have enough time, so it's the same as we don't have a developer doesn't have to build it. So you have to solve that problem first. That's what I said, the probably CEO is the worst part here, because it's better than maybe to announce someone from the team, I don't know, system analyst, to be a product owner, if he's good facilitator, if he will manage the product guys, for example. So when I go to companies and they say business don't want to talk with us about Scrum or stuff, I say, no problem, do the same as I did in Lavasoft, the first example. I was development guy, I stood up as a product owner and was facilitator for these guys. I didn't make business decisions, I just created the backlog, was totally doing this stuff. So to get those busy guys, you know, once a week in a room for 2 hours, usually you can do that. But if you do all the homework, write down everything, sort it out, but if you tell him, this is your tool, and now manage the backlog, and during sprint planning, we want to be ready and everything detailed, he says, I don't have time for it. So my answer is, it's better to have real product owner as facilitator from development side, rather than to push business to be a good product owner if they don't see a value, or at this time they don't say that this is what we want to do. So that would be my suggestion, which worked for me, not sure, maybe. I was consulting another company. They actually invited business guys. We had training where were 6 product managers, so business side people, and 6 development team guys, because they had the same issue. And the biggest problem for them was that product managers don't sit with us. That's a communication issue. It's what, 10, 20 meters to buildings to walk, but still. And I said, so why developers cannot go and sit with them? Do it another way. Don't ask business people to come to you. Go to business people. You say, if we are this sprint, we are working for you, we can sit with you. It's very now tendency, and you can listen to Agile conferences, we always say, business people need to talk with us. Business people need to sit with us. Listen what Jürgen said. Change yourself. The development guys can go to talk to business people. Development guys can go to sit with business people. Like, do proactive approach rather than reactive. So 2 advices. One, better to have facilitator rather than real business decision maker, and just get them on the board. Second, try to get to them as close as you can, but don't give them the tasks they don't want to do.
Any more questions? Okay, here.
I have this question not related to technical or organizational management. Just very simple question. There is a common opinion, and I actually heard it twice already here, that product owners doesn't know what they want. Do you know why this opinion?
Sorry, product owners don't know what they want?
Yes.
They don't know what they want. That's, yeah, I always, when I go to any company, they say customers don't know what they want. And it doesn't matter if it's external customer, if it's internal customer, for example, you go to the company and the business unit is the customer. And I say, live with it. That's the reality. Do you know what you want from the beginning of the project? You want to create something new. By definition, project is temporary and gives unique result. If you know what you know, it means you have a chair, you want another exactly chair. That's not a project, that's manufacturing. If you want a new, better chair, that's a project. So by definition, Agile says customer doesn't know what he wants. He has an idea, the goal, but details, he has no clue. Development team doesn't know how to build it. We know technology stuff, but we don't know exact details, and things will change on the way. So you have to change your perception and don't complain. I say, don't complain that clients don't know what they want. It's good. They will figure out in the way. Let's give them the process that facilitates that. That means iterations, constant feedback, and all Agile stuff. So when I say that I'm a product owner like Voslavosoft, or now I'm the product owner of WarraPay, I'm never going to, oh, come on, the wrong. I'm not telling that come on, that I know what those features are. If I knew, I already would be a millionaire, bigger than Visa and MasterCard. I'm trying to learn by experimenting, by doing smaller experiments, trying to get here. If I do anything which I have no clue, I'm making very, very small, try to release, and if it's here, we skip it, we remove it. One of the examples was a cashback. I still can talk. If you want lunch, you can go, but there is no lunch, so you can. So either you can sit and wait for lunch or listen to me. That's we implemented very early cashback functionality, meaning if you pay, some money gets back to you. And we see immediately, and we didn't do the back end, we just did it in front end, so we show you that you have extra money at the beginning. It was for few clients. It doesn't work. People like to get the discount now. If they came and now the dinner is 7 liters in the restaurant, they are more happy than to say, dinner is 15 liters, but if you pay, 2 liters will get you back, so next time when you are here, you might be able to use it. So we got this feature here, we said it's not working for us, it maybe works in another station, in this specific case with these users we had, it doesn't work, we removed it. Maybe when we change, when different companies join, different merchants, it will change and we'll try it again. If it's here, we remove it, if it's here, we expand it. So that would be my answer. So clients, product owners don't know. Hopefully, they want to figure it out on the way together with the team. That's why Scrum team is Scrum Master, Product Owner, and Development. Not Scrum Master, Development, and Product Owner out. We are 3 roles as one team. Make sense? Or?
We have 5 more minutes.
Questions or minutes?
Minutes, so feel free.
Okay, when you build the product from scratch, it's very nice, but it gets bigger, and once you need to refactor it and add technical improvements. So these tasks come to backlog as well. So how to increase priority of the backlog of such tasks, how to make business say yes? What's your personal experience?
Yeah, so it's many things here you can do, and there is it depends, as Jürgen said, so few examples. First, there is always a strange assumption that startups build everything from scratch. Yes, this is sometimes the case, but in our case, we already have a legacy system which can do many things which we don't use, and actually during these 2 years, as I always tend to say, if I say I removed like 30% of code and we added 10. So we have a legacy system, and like the day you wrote the code, tomorrow is the legacy. So the question is how much. So you have to deal with it. Question is again, is product owner part of the team and is in this discussion, or he's out of the team and just thinking about the business? Because business understands that if we don't do technical stuff, improvements, refactoring, we will get slower and slower and slower. That's the common thing why big companies complain, and actually not big companies, the traditional financial telecom operation companies complain that we have legacy systems that we cannot change, or in insurance systems, while like Salesforce.com is a much bigger system and they can change fast. So traditionally the systems were built in that way and you have to deal with it. But product owners have made conscious decisions how much I invest in short term versus long term. If you just build features, after a year you'll have a huge technical debt, and for a year you say, now we are doing refactoring. Half a year, no features, just refactoring. That's terrible for business. So if there is a very good discussion, as I say, Scrum Master and Product Owner are 2 different roles, and they have to have healthy conflict always. If they are conflicted, one is pushing technical stuff, another one is pushing business, and they come to this conclusion, it means it's the best decisions for the company at that point of time. Is one side pushing is too much, then you have to be getting too much business. If technical guy is too strong, you're getting more technical, no business. So none of them is good. So first, they have to have good discussions and here. Second thing could be allocate, like we have every Friday, we are not working on business backlog, we're working on technical backlog. And team itself, the Scrum Master, decides what is the most important to fix, what they think. Either it's tests, either it's some monitoring system, either it's some refactoring some part of the system. I, as a business, I can tell them, but in that point, coming back to the delegation poker, I'm just a guy who's telling my advice, but it's you guys making decision. So 20% of your time you are working on refactoring, but this is your playground. I can advise because I finished software engineering and I know what database is, but that's it. So one way. The other way is to have, as I say, refactoring sprints. So you know that every 4th sprint, we allocate this time again for technical debt resolving. The worst case is work only on features, and then you are pushing your problem away. Of course, you might find a new job and that problem never will hit you. But I like to hear, like pointed out, this real-time bidding system that we built in AdForm, that it's actually was scalable. We always were refactoring it, and now it's really still being used like that, rather than to build something totally ugly, and now they say, oh, yeah, we were refactoring it for half a year or more. So I would not like to get that feedback even if now I'm not the product owner of that. So discussion, allocating time, and making decisions together. That's communication, that's the core word.
Okay, one more question, last one, and then you can go to dinner.
I wanted to ask you, is your product backlog like a wish list of all the features, or you have some process or software before the product backlog where you can filter out the ideas where many people can like those ideas or give proofs so that your product needs that?
Good question. In AdForm, when we had more people, we had this idea to put all ideas online and then everyone can vote it. And we didn't implement that because we figured out it's quite complicated or complex. I don't know which word to use. In Lithuanian, it's the same. And in Warpair, we definitely do not do that because, as I say, we are a very small company yet. So we are discussing this and trying to make those decisions as this discussion channel. Like in AdForm, we had this every week, a meeting with all product owners, so we discussed. As a product owner, if you want to push your feature, you have to find a way to convince that this is the more important, so it's important to the company. So but then we don't have like standard processes. You have to find arguments. If you come to that meeting without arguments, your feature will get down. So I'm always thinking what I can do to get those arguments. If I need, I make a survey around the company. For example, our support guys were using the same system. So I go to them and say, 8 out of 10 said that this is very important now. Or you get some client emails and then, look, we have 3 emails. These are the clients that email. That's why it is important. So I tend to leave it to, again, a bit chaotic process for product owner to prove all the rest, that this is why I made this decision, that this is more important than this one. But not to have formal process, because I believe that these formal votings usually can be cheated and doesn't bring a lot of value. Maybe in bigger companies, you can have something in between, in the middle, like giving us kudo points. You know, everyone has 100 points and they vote on the features and something like that. But so that was the point of saying no. And I was fighting with some product owners in AdForm. I don't keep in my product backlog more than 50 ideas. If it's more, I just delete them. And I always get bugs even. Minor bugs, they have to record it. I always delete minor bugs. Minor means we will fix it when we have time. Sorry, my team doesn't ever have time. They always are working on the most important things. If it's minor, it means it will never get fixed. Don't even log it. If you log it, then make sure it's in priority, at least some sensible priority, or not, we'll fix it in 2018. So my backlog is never longer than 15. My bug list, there is never minor bugs. If someone says it's minor, delete it. Okay, I'm lying. I left some of the bugs in this because some people say you cannot delete it, someone will forget it, so just for the politics, somewhere I leave it, but I never ever looked at them. I say if it's important, it will come back, we will remember it. I'm sure we will remember. We will never forget a feature that is so cool, but we will implement in 2019. So, yeah.
Okay, one more announcement. I just got a note. Yeah, please thank for Vaidas.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for other platforms like iOS and Windows, but for Android we have electronic mobile app for program, and you can search it in Google App Store. Search it like Agile Tour Vilnius and try to use it. It's in beta, but still try it and give us feedback about it. Thank you. And now you can go for lunch. And thank you, Vaidas. You'll get your umbrella.
Ačiū.
Please, who comes the last, close the door. Can you close the door? The last one? Yes, thank you. Please close the door. Who is the last one? Okay, one more announcement about timing today's in program. The closing keynote is going to be 40 minutes earlier, just timing was wrong on the badge. So it will start 16:30, just short break 10 minutes and then the keynote will start. And now, welcome Giedrius, please come.
Hello, everyone. I'm Giedrius from a company, NFQ Solutions. I am not a coach, I'm not a teacher. I'm a project manager who is doing these activities every day. And in 2006, actually, I had a moment where I had a question for myself. Am I doing things right? I mean, every day, just doing project management activities, and am I really doing those things right? And isn't it possible to do it better? So, from that moment, I realized that it's always a possibility to do it better. And today, I'm not going to show you any theory how to do Agile or other practices, but I want to share my experience in a real company working for a Lithuanian market, how I added agility in every day of my life. So my presentation title is communication, and actually I've heard that project managers who are really doing only project management activities spend like 90% of time doing communication. And from Latin word, communicare, it's meant to share. And you share everything in project. You share ideas, reports, agendas, and it all comes to a big pack of information. So I would like just to go through a couple of points who might be interested for you as well in your daily activities, covering work planning, communication among team members, several tools and techniques, and project this big information. So let's start with the work planning and scheduling. Companies, not even in Lithuania, but over the world, communicate with each other by contracts. And usually, contracts fall into fixed price and time material ones. But back in 2004, or maybe some earlier, actually the first software I wrote and sold was in 1999. In those days, I have rarely seen the situation where you could actually say that this project was a successful and on budget and on time. And I was wondering, was it that absolutely possible? And actually, now looking retrospectively to those days, I come to this assumption that a project manager that was really doing some contract understood this project as a contract. And the project manager on the other side, let's say as a customer or product or some product owner, understood this project as his big project he's living in. And the real project manager asked, are we done with this project? He meant the contract. And it was never okay because the other side said that they are never done with this project. So what ended up, those big contracts never ended on time, on budget, and had many changes. And actually, this used to be a problem. So what I was looking into, usually we had some big project, for example, a web shop. We had that big product backlog, which came like initial requirements. And they also had something that obviously everyone understood as a must-do. And they had just uncertain items that, for example, to reserve any amount of budget needed for that project or some other reasons, but it was still uncertain. And there was a huge big contract who said that we will do everything. And what does that mean? it means you are, as a project manager, putting your signature on a contract which is uncertain, which has part of uncertainty, and you don't know what's behind that. So with your next contract, you can just ask yourself if you are signing the contract which is really uncertain, or you're signing a contract which you really understand. So in this case, I started splitting contracts into several contracts. If you can't, in your company, have several contracts, that's a problem. But, I mean, actually, you really can have few contracts in your company. And you can try, for example, as I did, you take the must-do part, and you say, okay, let's write the first contract just for the must-do. It's not an easy task. You need to convince the salespeople who are dealing with the customer and etc. But still, as a project manager, you have a right to say that let's write, for example, few contracts or one contract for the part that is really needed, and everyone obviously understands that it's needed for the product. And this can be actually done as these fixed-price projects. Also, you can have the big contract, which is time and material based for the whole project development, but that's the other story. And what else you can do for these little contracts, which are really, which you first of all understand what you are doing with them, you can add, as I call, agile spices. And these spices I actually tried and fall into two types. One is Scrum, which is actually proven to be a very good practice for developing new features, to having the product growing. And the other one is Kanban. And the Kanban proven to be very successful when you have this falling bugs and falling unpredicted tasks. And you can have separate even contracts for that. First of all, the fixed price Scrum. What I did is, if you have a very high-level product backlog, and you can have also a budget for that, something like absolute budget, $500,000, $2 million, $3 million, or whatever, but in a contract, you just put for your sprint or sprints what is a detailed must and what you really know that you need to deliver for a particular date and for a particular price. For emergency Kanban, I would call it emergency because, for example, in a hospital, there are doctors. They have planned operations, they have whatever. But every day in life, you have a disaster, and you never know who will come, who will walk through that door, but you still have some doctors ready to help people. And it's more or less the same as in a software development. If you are developing a big web shop, you never know if it's going to break the next day, or maybe it doesn't, but there can be other high-priority tasks, and you just can't say no to them. So Kanban proven as a good tool to manage all these emergencies. And if you look at your contract, you will usually have your plan, side scope, and schedule and price. And actually, the plan is more like legal part, how companies interact with each other. So you need to work with your legal department and to actually not really convince, but to explain how is your Scrum going to work and what extra things you need to put in that contract. For example, like feedback, some restrictions for customer or whatever else. For example, scope can be defined not like the whole big project scope, but you can just say that it's a sprint backlog. It's a user stories that you know that is needed for upcoming months. And your schedule can be 1 or even 3 sprints, which comes us to a very fine contract with also the price, for example, in story points, which is a relative estimate and shows the complexity of the thing that you're getting. Plan, for example, so we are working in Lithuania. So first of all, these people decide how we do it, because it's a service and you cannot get away with that. Then you are working, for example, for a company who has his organizational process assets. They decide how they do it. But then it's you and it's your contract and you decide how you do it. So altogether, a project manager like you can easily, not easily, but you can prepare a contract which is not only good for a customer, for your company, but also for yourself. And a few examples. This is pretty clear, but it's proven that many people who look just into the few information like this, interpret in their own way and in a different way. So we used something like this, and it's the same front page, but it shows what parts and how much effort it is needed to implement, and the total value, for example, and what this means that a product owner can easily think and judge if this is needed or it is not needed in the implementation. Also, many contracts have a simple deadline like this. That's also not a very good way, but I would recommend of course, you need to have this deadline, but you can add your sprints, and in each sprint, you can add milestones which have, for example, the responsibility not only for you as a supplier, but also for a customer. For example, he needs to confirm the deliverables before they get deployed in the end of the sprint. And also the price. You can detail the same front page price by it depends of what you're selling, but showing the complexity gives product owner the tool to decide if to implement this at all. So in resume, with this planning, I wanted to emphasize that the project is not the project, and you need to be on the same page with the customer. And also, I would definitely not recommend uncertain contracts, because this uncertainty is a hard-coded failure. And you, as a project manager, don't be shy to add your agile spices to that contract. And this will help you to really understand what you're doing, and that contract becomes yours. Okay, the next one is about communication, not between companies, but inside the company or with the customers. So what I wanted to emphasize here is some maybe technical details you are already doing, like stand-up. A short thing that many people start doing stand-ups and they end up we are wasting time or something, but I can show you a short example. And the example was like this. A guy had to deliver like 5 forms, and he was working on the very first form, and during the stand-up, he said that he had a problem, and he started talking about this problem, and the other guy already noticed he was on the wrong way. And imagine that after a week, when he had to deliver all those 5 forms, he would have done it in the wrong way. So understanding this stand-up is not just a stand up and talking, it's about identifying potential problems in the very early stage. Then you can have a team chat window. This brings all teams like virtually co-located on one page and can be used, for example, in Skype. It really works even with the customer side. For example, if you're doing an integration between the systems, so you can just put everyone on the same chat and do some testing of that. A report always visible, it means that not a project manager sends, for example, the report on demand, but it's always up and running and you can reach it anytime. Just have a team lunch once a week. It's an informal team lunch, but it's really great. The team starts to know each other, to know not only what the technical skills they have, but it's also about social skills and hobbies and whatever, and it helps to know each other. And do not hunt who failed, analyze the root cause, because what fails is the whole team fails, and actually if the project fails, the project manager fails. But you don't have to hunt who failed. First of all, you need to find the root cause who is causing that fail. Maybe it's sometimes not a technical skill, it's just communication. And do a lessons learned every sprint end. Just print out not all the things you learned, but just essential things that you want your team to remember. Celebrate the major release. It gives evaluation to team. It's all the team members working all the day. They sometimes don't feel what they are doing and why they are spending their time for this, and this just notifies that they are important. And eliminate the others. If you're working with several companies, it's usually a practice that your team says that the others did not do something. There are no the others. If you're delivering an application which solves some life problem, so you are all in one place to build this solution, and there are no the others. Also, the stakeholders. You need to understand each stakeholder involvement so that you can file him important information. And one thing is good not to calculate the report because it takes time to prepare the reports, but just to have a shared document online and to maintain it always so that it's always up and running and everyone can reach it. And do not wait while someone insists you to send the report. You can also use today's software which automatically sends reports like once a week. And this really helps. Also, do not possess your team like the others that do software and the customer as the others that form requirements. Try to find the connection and communication channels between them, because only working together, you are going in the right direction. Okay, so there is this. Raise your hand who sends information by email today, and tasks and all the important stuff. Okay, yeah, I can say that myself. I also do. It's inevitable because email goes back through ages ago and everyone is used to it. But what's about email? Email as a mode of communication, due to research in 2002, 2005, has proven as the most not rich and not effective form of communication versus phone conversation, video conversation, face-to-face. So obviously, this is one proof that something is not right here. What has proven for me that is right? You use email just to notify about some changes, to notify about some important things. It's just a message, but it does not send all the information regarding to it. It just sends the reference. Email is not a task. Email, if you put an email to a task, you send it to some people. Maybe you miss some people. Maybe that people does not get your message because it's considered as spam or whatever. Do not host the information in your inbox. People who use email as sending information don't really understand how it works, and email holds into some email server and only in your account. So nobody sees it, nobody can search it. Also, email is owned by someone. For example, if you related project information sent to some Gmail account, so you're basically sending it to Google or some other server. So just this is alert to you if you are sending this information to the right people and to the right emails. Also, emails gets lost because it travels through all the servers. And the question is, what could be do right in this place? I will show you other tools for, except email, for better communication. But shortly, I would like to go through this communication resume. And so build team spirit, trust, commitment, and understanding of what they're doing. They're not just plain workers. Stakeholders first. Be proactive instead of reactive. As I said, stakeholders must always know the status of your project, not asking you. And email use only for notifications. And let's speak about what to use instead of email in some places. If you would like to try, for example, Sprint, Scrum in your projects, you can easily do it with Google Docs. It's actually one Google Doc for one contract, and you can have a sheet which has a name backlog. You put all the user stories with evaluations. You can have another sheet which is sprint backlog, or many sheets like this for every sprint you plan. You can put here, from here, the user stories you selected for the sprint. Here's dates by calendar. For example, it's a 2-week sprint here. And every day, you have all the remaining work that has been done till the end of the sprint. So you have the total. If your team velocity is like 8 hours per day, so you can easily calculate how much effort you can have in the start to have 0 in the end of the sprint. So this comes to a burndown chart, which is also a Google Next sheet. And here you can take these values, and you can have a theoretical line, and you can have the real progress of your team. And that's an easy try with the Google Docs. For emergency Kanban, since those extreme problems come unexpected, and you don't want to disturb, for example, people who are working in the Scrum team, of course, emergency can be in a Scrum team, but those tasks can be easily managed with a tool like this, with a Kanban view, which also has a backlog where all the emergency falls into. Then there is a to-do, and this tool actually is very good to define this board and to have, for example, more IT-oriented. It's, for example, doing lane, and you can split it into a research and implementation phase. Okay, so we spoke about company communication, we spoke about within the team communication, and we all communicate about the information. So what is project information? Every contract brings a piece of project information if we are delivering a big web shop or something. So some contract brings some information. And where do you keep it? In your email? No. So I would like to emphasize that information, if you keep it in your email or even in Docs or even somewhere on your company server, it's usually unavailable. It's stored in multiple places and inaccessible. For example, you don't have access to that. Unsearchable, it means if you need to know that search algorithm, how it works, you cannot search through all 200 documents or versions of the document. They have a different format. For example, a guy is working on a Mac OS, the other guy is on Linux, and the other guy is on Windows, and you can even open it. Then it's untraceable, only with versioning systems, but usually few customers use that. You don't know which version is this actually you're looking at. And it's very hard to share because you always will have to send it by email. And this could be done right, but actually it's very rare at the moment in Lithuania, but it's going to it. Every contract brings a piece of information, but you don't have to put this information inside the contract itself. You can add a reference to a system which is called Wiki. Who knows Wikipedia? Maybe all of you do. So it's a small Wikipedia inside your company, and this information is always changing. And for example, if you are working on the next contract, first of all, you go here, you change what you want to change, and you put a reference to the contract, to that information, so it stays here, not in your email or in some documents. It's not easy, it's not happening like globally, but many companies who really understand what they're doing, they are moving this way. And I would like to notify also several tools we used. And first of all is DocuWiki. This is perfect for storing some information like access to some places or just the general information about the project. Then it's MediaWiki. This one is more complex. You can store requirements in this one. This one is basically the Wikipedia style. And there's a Confluence. We also tried this. It has really a nice integration with Jira, and it has no wiki markup, because if you're using this, you will have to learn how to write it. And this one is more simple, and actually, but this one is not free, but it's really worth it. Okay, so project information, I wanted you to understand the level of details required. Many people say that this specification is bad, but is it enough for you to implement your deliverables? If the answer is yes, then it's okay. But if you're not able to implement your deliverable, so probably the level of details is too low. And you can structure this wiki by many ways. You get an empty page, basically, and you can have screens or features or whatever driven structure depending on the product you are creating. Writing forces thinking. If you call and say, hey, I want that feature, you basically just stream your information through your head, through the telephone, to the other telephone, and to other person's head. But if you write it, writing forces you to think. And when you are thinking while writing, maybe sometimes you realize that what you are writing is really not needed. So this wiki type software, first of all, it's hard to get into your company, but it really helps in the long run. If your project is just one contract and it's for 2 months to implement some service as a result, so basically, and you forget it, so you don't maybe need wiki. But if you're working on a project which is like a long term, like a few years, people change and other people come and they will want to know how the search algorithm is working. This will be a really fast answer to them. They could search it. And one important thing is that you host the information on customer server. It belongs to them. If you are putting this information on your server, so it's you in charge to secure this information and many other things. So in our practice, it has proven that the best way is to put it on a customer server because it's his information. And when you deliver changes, you deliver to his servers. So my conclusion about project information is you need to save it. You don't just leave it in your laptop or your email inbox. You need to put it in a place where other stakeholders, team, or other project managers will come and access that information. So you need to use a wiki tools to store and access that information. And you need to change your way of communicating new changes, all the change requests, not just by email, but first of all, you go to wiki, check how it works, then you think how it should work, and then you change it there, which change is registered and is visible that it was, and then in your email you just write that you did this change in the wiki, and you can even put a link to that. So actually, coming back to this communication, once again, I wanted just generally to say that it's not communication about sending a message. It's about sending a message and being sure that the other person or persons get this message and understood what you meant for and what they have to do, and they will give you feedback. So communication in one thing is a very easy activity for project managers, but on the other way, effective and good communication, which brings effective results and deliverables and minimizes communication like email stuff, and it really drives you to success. So that's it. I wanted just to share my experience and would like to hear some questions if you have. No questions. By the way, are there any project managers not from IT? No. Okay. Okay, maybe a question loud. Uh-huh. Oh, so, and what field are you from? Oh, it takes care of buildings, okay. And this Agile, you are thinking about it? Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Anybody uses wiki software here for a company? How much? Okay. So no more questions? Oh. Actually, any wiki just run by itself will not maintain the correct amount of, let's say, structure and details required. So basically, we have one or a few persons who knows the agreed format and who is moderating this wiki. So it's not just like what you write, write anything, but somebody goes through and puts the structures, tells you that, okay, look, this is missing, and maintains the structure and the order. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Gedrius. And one umbrella for you.
Oh. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we 30 minutes too early. So you have a long, very long break. If somebody didn't get lunch, downstairs there is left some food, so you can go and have it. Don't forget, Android users, that you can download application Agile Tour Vilnius. Just search for it in Google App Store, Agile Tour Vilnius, and install it. Thank you. You can go now. Okay, welcome one more time. Please close the doors, the last one who is coming. And that door. Thank you. Okay, welcome Susie, and let's master retrospectives.
Thank you. It's good that so many people are here for the retrospective. So it's after lunch. So can you all stand up? You need some exercise, you know, otherwise you will be sleeping. Okay, so you can sit down if you never used any retrospective. Oh, okay. Then you can sit down if you feel that the retrospective is useless and a waste of time. Okay, at least some people, that's good. Well, good, not really. I hope you will change your mind and we do the exercise at the end. Okay, if you feel it's just some practice and it's good, but not the most important, you can sit down. And now, here we go. And I assume the people who are staying, they have the same feeling as I do, that the retrospective is the most important practice in Agile world, and not only Agile. Is that right? Yes. Okay, you can sit down now. Thank you. So that was the first cross-check, so I knew my audience. Well, how it started for me. It will be about my journey, how I mastered retrospective, how I found out why is it so important for myself. It started, I've been working as a contractor in Minneapolis, US, and I realized it's a huge difference. They've got a traditional, huge corporation, waterfall-oriented, whatever. They've been sitting in a huge cubicles, don't talk to each other, don't sit next to each other. And after my second month there, when I started to get used to be alone in my cubicle doing the programming job, they switched to Scrum. So they said, well, now, you know, you'll be doing the pair programming, and you will be sitting in a lab, working together, help each other, talk to each other, and by the way, at the end of the sprint, there is a retrospective. It looks like that. We sit around the table, and we send round robin. And whoever got that toy, that person are supposed to say, okay, what I like, and what I would like to improve. It was kind of an awkward American way of doing things. I was thinking at that time, sending some toy. Do we really need to send a toy to speak? It's a really strange thing. But it was really, I haven't been the first one to get a toy. I've been sometime in the middle or whatever, sitting there and listening to my colleagues, which I saw a couple of times before during the status meetings, but not really knew them. And they didn't feel really good during that practice either. So they've been having a toy and speaking to the toy, something like, well, the toy, you know. So it looked like that. Well, you know, I think the whole pair programming is kind of a good thing, yeah, and I like that we are now sitting next to each other, and that's really good. And improve, well, no, I think it's kind of okay, and then pass it over there. And the other person said, well, you know, it's kind of a good and nothing really interesting going around, nothing really useful. And then it moved to my colleague, who was a contractor together with me from Prague as well. And he said, well, you know, I don't know what you really feel, but I hear a lot of complaints about not understanding the points estimation, and I hear a lot of complaints about this, and that, and he really named those particular problems which we've been facing. And from that time on, all the other American employees from that company have been saying, well, I totally agree with what Luboš said, and that's really not working for us. And we would like to have some, you know, introduction about an explanation. So that was really a huge change, and that was my first retrospective. Not really best thing I ever can have, but there is at least some. Now it is. So, the retrospective, which I learned later on, we call it reflection meeting, by the way, at that time. And I think it's going in a way that you realize that if you look into the mirror under some angle, you see something completely else. You see
different people, you might see things from different angles. And the mirror is mostly virtual. So you would learn via the retrospective that there is no single truth. That there is no way which could make it, oh, it's this way because I've been here and I knew that our stand-up is long. There might be some other person who would be saying, well, I find it useful and I like that it's so long because we have time to talk to each other and we can share experiences. And there might be someone else having completely different observations. So there is no one single truth. And so that's the beginning. You learn that there are different people having different ideas and different things. And then I passed some facilitation trainings which helped me to understand the dynamics of retrospective. And as everything which you facilitate, it's good to have an introduction. It's very short, very tiny piece of bit, 1 minute, 2 minutes maximum. You can say, okay, hello, we are now in retrospective, and you can do the check-in. So just imagine you are a weather. I'm sleeping all the time. What kind of weather you would be? And those team members would say, well, I'm a sunshine. And the second one would say, well, I'm a mid-cloud weather. And then the next one would say, I'm just a thunderstorm. You don't know if that person who feels like a thunderstorm got a problem in work or in his personal life or just feeling tired because he'd been drinking last night. Doesn't matter. But just you need, okay, we might be a little bit careful and conscious about these guys because they are not really in their best mood. And maybe we can have fun from her because she's having a great day and she would smile anyway. And of course, you don't have to do it as a weather check. You can do what kind of car you would be. Ferrari, or maybe Skoda, which is a Czech car, boring one. Or you might want to say just the one word. Just tell me some one word about last sprint. Just single one word. And some might say fun. Some might say result. Some might say disaster, or whatever else. So that's the first activity. Why is it so important? Because you let every one of your team members to speak up every first minute of that retrospective. They realize, oh, now I am at the retrospective. I should stop thinking about the coding, testing, whatever I've been doing until now, and focus on something else. I should stop, look back to the previous sprint, and think about it. So that's a kind of a psychological perspective of this check-in and introduction. The second step is to generate ideas. It's not about describing long stories, what I feel about that stand-up and that, Katie, she is always talking too long and so on and so on. It's about identification of the problems maybe, or areas better, which we may want to discuss. And there are several ways, as I already mentioned, the round-robin circle and discussion and replying of the questions, what would you like and would like to continue with? And the second question is, what would you like to improve or change? That's a good one. I actually mastered it quite good. And it was working for me for a long, long time. It was good. Just then I quit the company and started going around some other companies, helping them with understanding of Agile. And whenever we start Agile transformation, they often tend to say, first few sprints, there was nothing good. No, we didn't like it at all. It was horrible. And after 3 sprints later, they've been saying, well, we like this, and that. Well, and there is nothing wrong. And I've got a hard time to explain it's not about good and wrong. It's just about things you can improve. And there is no ideal team. You will never be perfect team ever, anyway. And one of the team who, when I've been still working for my previous company, been saying we are a great team. We don't have to do the retrospective because we are the best team in this company, they said. I was kind of curious if they are. I've got some indication that they are not such a good team. So I said, well, maybe you are. And maybe there is really nothing to improve and nothing to get better, but let's do it this way. Let's do this timeline. And let's put it on a wall next to where you sit. And anytime anything happens during the next sprint, you will mark a note and place it here on the wall. And then when we go for the retrospective, we bring it there and discuss those small events. And I asked the Scrum Master to write the first sticker, just in case they would not. So when I come at the end of the sprint, I saw the full board of the cards with a lot of funny things and not so much. So we bring it to the retrospective meeting room, and I draw those two signs, if you like it or dislike it. And the team members would do kind of a dot voting for every card, saying 3 people likes that thing and 1 people dislike it. And maybe there is some other which were liked by all of them. So at least we have a very fast some kind of idea how it is, if they really like it or not, or what it was about. And surprisingly for me at that time, because it was an experiment with this format, it worked very well. And they realized, even for them, as the best team in the company, the retrospective is really useful. So that's one thing you can use. Then a couple years after that experience, I've been at a company and we've been running Scrum on an Agile transformation group. So we've been saying we are teaching the company how to adopt Agile and Scrum, and we would like to use Scrum for that activity. So we are doing the retrospectives. And I joined that group, and that Belgium guy, he said, well, we do the normal retrospective, so I expected the round robin thing with the sitting, and he drew that star and said, okay, well, identify the thing which you would like to start with, that's on the top. And something which you would like to do the less or more, or continue with, or even stop. And I was thinking, well, how that could work. But then I realized it's one of the most powerful concepts, how to gather data and how to get areas for discussion. And the reason why is that it's not just bipolar, like good and bad. It looks at your life from a different perspective and different angles. And you can involve the team again. So there is a check-in to involve a team right away. They enter the door and the meeting starts. And there is this star which involves them again right away. So what I now do, I ask every one of the team members, can you please write a note, 1, 2, maximum 3 words for 1 card to identify areas you would like to discuss. And of course, once you are done, please use a marker so we can all read it. And once you are done, please stand up, go to the wall, and place it here and read it loud. So for example, I would like to stop having long stand-up meetings. And that's all, that the person leaves. Or he can, of course, put more there. The good thing is that during the whole retrospective, you see your own handwriting, which is psychological perspective. It's yours. It's not mine anymore. I just draw the star for you, but you are doing the content, which is good. Second thing is that you can directly connect the same things or similar things together, like it's over there on the top. So you can connect those things together and say yourself, okay, we feel as a team that these 2 cards belong together, and they are pretty much talking about the same area. So that's a good thing. So the ownership for the retrospective is already in the hands of a team, which you as a facilitator and Scrum Master would like to achieve for the first place. I've been sometimes ending up having a round-robin thing, writing notes and then reading it again, and then the people are saying, what was there again? I don't remember what he said or what she said, or is there anything else? They've been kind of disconnected. With this, they almost never disconnect. And I think that the goal is to make it different. So every single retrospective is good to make a difference. Sometimes you can do the star, the same one as from the previous picture, but focus it just on the testing. Because testing is with us during our retrospectives from the very beginning. So we focus it on the testing only. Or you can be even more creative. So if you Google it, you will find out that you can draw a boat. So there are some anchors which just draws you down. So if you put a sticker note and place it here, it's a huge problem. If you place it up here, it's a smaller problem, by the way. And there are some winds up there which makes you move forward and which makes you go faster. And you would find out that those categories which you put there doesn't necessarily have to be even complementary. So my favorite question for advanced retrospective, let's say, is what makes you smile? So whatever makes you smile, put inside that face, and whatever you don't like or feel sad about or feel it should be improved, put as far away as you could. It's not about good and bad. It's always about, when I first draw it and say what makes you smile, they always start smiling and say, well, was there anything funny? Ha ha ha. But for some reason, they told me recently, some of these guys, that from the time you said what makes you smile, I still keep thinking, what was the most funny thing during the last sprint? So it brings positivity. And the positivity is one of the most important things. I will tell about it a bit later still, but keep it in mind somewhere. So be creative. Do different drawing, different categories, different way of moderating retrospective every time. Otherwise, it starts to be boring. And we are talking about the same things, and there is nothing new. And, well, the retrospective, they say, been very useful for us at the very beginning, but I don't know, after 10 sprints, there is no value in it anymore, so we stopped just doing it. So you don't want to be there. Retrospective is something which is the most important. And I have a couple of pictures from my clients, what they did. So there is one where they say the two faces make them a bit funny. So the team would smile and say, okay, well, that's the guy who is smiling and that's the guy who is crying. Or they draw that boat, which I have been speaking about. So that's the second thing. Again, in real life, it looks like that. And then my favorite is this one. They said, well, you know, me as a Scrum Master, she said, I start drawing that car, and then the whole team came in and joined me in drawing, and then they draw the wall, which we can hit, and this parachute to stop it, and so on and so on. You can even see the different colors of that drawing. So the whole team kind of helped the Scrum Master to create such a drawing. So that's the real self-organized team who embraced Agile and Scrum and retrospective. So let's move on. As I already said, it's quite easy to group those ideas because you don't have to do it yourself. You can just say, well, okay, do you think there are some areas identified already on the board which connects to each other? Do you agree? Okay, so let's move it. Let's put it together, let's stick it, and the people do it themselves. You don't have to do it as a Scrum Master anymore, which is cool. As a Scrum Master, you are mostly sitting there and let the team do the job for you. Then the second good thing is the dot voting. So I don't know if you're all familiar, but let's make it fast for those who may not. The dot voting works in a way that you give a marker and say every one of you has 3 dots. So you can do 1 dot here, 1 dot here, and 1 dot here, in case you feel these are the most 3 important things for you. Or you might want to say, well, this is the most important thing for me, so I put all 3 dots here, which is, by the way, the most powerful thing. So if you want to influence the group the most, put all 3 dots somewhere. That's just one thing you can do. So in a minute or so, you directly see what is the most important for the team. And you can start with that area, exploring and getting more insights and generating options. So that's the third step. So these two steps were kind of a very, very fast introduction. Check-in, generating areas. That should not take long. The ideal time for retrospective is about 1 hour. In 1 hour, if you do it regularly, you can do a lot. It's quite good. So what you do here, you spend most of your time, generating options for this area, because that's got 5 votes. Then some on the other, which has 4, then some on the 2. And you may even skip some of those areas. You don't have to go through all of them. So that's one of the good things. So how to generate the options? It's usually, I start with a question, okay, so what you can do about it? And usually it's enough. The stand-up is long. Okay, so what you can do about it? We can speak less, we can put a timer, we can put a bell and ring a bell anytime anyone starts being long. We can, you as a Scrum Master can do some refreshment about what's the stand-up about and some other options. So it's going wide. There is no right and wrong. We just try to generate as much options we may possibly use as we can. And sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes you need to understand better the problem, the area. So you might use this fishbone. And it's about digging more into what is the problem, where it usually happens, who is involved, and who can influence it in both negative and positive way. Why is that happening? And when? And once you understand it, you are most likely ready to generate the options. For me, it's, this fishbone is too complicated. I almost never are able to remember those 5 things. So I use 5 whys. It's easier. And the thing is the same as the previous concept. You're asking for a root cause. It's not just like, why is too long? Well, because we are speaking too much. Okay, so it's not really helping. Okay, so why do we speak too much? And so on, until you finally realize what's the real root cause. The kids are good at asking why, by the way. But it's a good practice. Try it once, and you will find out, you'll be surprised what's hidden behind it. So the next step, 4th step already. The most important thing is, whenever you generate the list of options here, I'm always asking, okay, so what are you going to do next sprint? What are you going to finish, really, next sprint? And of course, before I make sure that there are concrete action items, it's not like, well, we will help each other. So it should be concrete, it should be for one team member. So even though this could be the product owner is not really working well, and the product owner is a problem for us as a team members, the options might be saying something like, well, product owner should do his job better, or we should tell him to prepare backlog better, or maybe we may do a more grooming and invite him, or we may just explain him and reveal to him that we have this problem. So that's all good, but if you end up with an action item which would say product owner should change his way of doing backlog or should improve his backlog, well, that's very nice, but product owner is, unless he's sitting there and it's his commitment, it's pointless. So it should be something which says, well, Ella, well, go to the product owner and try to explain him or her that we need a higher quality backlog and how to achieve it. Maybe it helps, maybe not, but we'll see. At least we, as a team, make some action. And it's quite concrete, it's measurable. We can decide if it helps or not. I see quite often at the retrospective something like, to all team, we would make sure that the stand-ups are shorter. And to all team, we would make sure that we plan reasonable commitments for the sprint. And to all team members, we will help each other. And we will cooperate more. And at the beginning of the next retrospective, they are like trying to go through those items, not anymore action items, and saying, did we do that? Well, yeah, we helped each other a bit, yes, I guess, but I don't know if we can mark it down or not. But that's wrong from the very beginning. If you would like to help each other, just select an option, which is an action item, which might be every sprint planning, we will find at least one person who will do the pair programming with someone on one user story for sprint to learn something new. It could be one person per sprint on one user story, or it could be more, I don't mind, but it should be something which you truly believe you will make done. The good thing on those stickers is that once you do it visually on the board, you can just distribute those stickers over there from action items to the people, and they place it on the Scrum board so they see it. And then you don't have to go through it every sprint retrospective again if it's done, because you see it every day during the stand-up and you move it through your board. But that's kind of a good on the physical thing. And so the end is action items. 80%, there was some study, they said that 80% of the action items should go inside to the team and not Scrum Master. And I would say that 100% should go for the team members. Well, Scrum Master may help time to time, but it should go to the team members. And there is something which you may be doing on top of the retrospective. It's kind of a team health meter. It's good to know how are we going as a team. So you can use several things. One of them is a Nico board, where you have a table with the team members' names, and every day you draw some picture for you. So you came to the work before the stand-up, you draw a picture. So everyone see how you feel that day. And sometimes the people start asking even, okay, can I help you? Because I see from your picture that you are stressed. What can I do for you? And the Scrum Master directly see if the team is kind of a good or not feeling such good. And the most important thing is a positivity wall, positivity itself. So the teams which are having more positivity things than negative are more successful. There is lots of studies about that. And one way is to encourage the people to explain in the retrospective their feelings about what went well and what is good, and so on. So they put those things there. Or the other one is to create such a positivity wall so you see it. Every day you have it in front of you. No bugs, sprint results were good. Well, we went on Friday for a beer, and by the way, I've been on holiday, so that's cool. So it's something which you, once you see it, it just brings higher energy, and it's much better. And finally, the last step of a retrospective, it's a closing. Again, it seems to be not important the same way as the opening introduction at the beginning, but it's very important. It helps you to look through that visualization again and think about the action items which you are going to do. And it really reminds you that, okay, I promised to the team members here around me that I will make sure that we split all user stories into the one-day tasks. It doesn't mean I will do it myself. It just means I'll make sure that you do it. And we all agree on that. So that's kind of a closing thing. Again, 1 minute, don't make it formal. If you are having a retrospective in a meeting room, bring that flip chart to your room where you're working so you see it all the day, all the sprint, next sprint. That's a good thing. So that's all pretty much about the retrospective, when the team is working reasonably good. And now, have you ever seen a team, or have you been ever working in a team where everyone was quiet, looking down? They don't even reply for anything you ask. We don't know. No, it's good. No, we have a good product. I do the programming. I don't care about the rest. So it's very hard to do a retrospective in such an environment, and there is a few concepts which I would like to share with you. One is this. You can draw such a picture or similar on a flip chart and put it on the doors on a meeting room where the people enter the room, and put a lot of stickers. So they can place a sticker on a quadrant which they feel to be the explorer. That's someone who you love to have at retrospective. That's someone who is active, who said, I want to get new insights, and I want to change things. And I will be very active, and I will be telling you what I feel, and I will be taking action items, by the way, because I want to improve, not only myself, but us as a team. So that's wonderful. If you have the room full of explorers, that's awesome. Then you have shoppers. That's the people who are coming to the retrospective with their card and saying, well, you know, retrospective is kind of boring, but, well, yeah, I know it's part of the Scrum, and we now do Scrum. And, yeah, there are sometimes good ideas coming from retrospective, so I'm here, and I'm sitting here and listening. And sometimes I get something new, interesting, so I put it in my card. They are not really negative, but they are not really active or proactive. They will not help you much, but it's not too bad still. So we have vacationers. That's cool. They feel, oh, this is great. I don't have to work. I can sit in this meeting and take a rest. Well, they are still not destroying the meeting. They are just don't care so much. And the last one, they are the prisoners. So you find it quite well because they are sitting like this. And when you ask them something like, I don't know, I just have to be here. And I don't like the Scrum, it's just about the meetings. So that's the prisoners. They just have to be there. So sometimes I just ask them, okay, if you don't want to be here, here are the reasons why, and why we would like you to be here, but if you don't, here are the doors, you can leave. 90% of the people will not leave, surprisingly, I learned. But yeah, there is some percentage. So this is more safe to just put it here. And if you have a full team, full room of prisoners, you can use it for any other meeting than retrospective, but let's now assume it's a retrospective meeting full of prisoners. Just forget on your retrospective and start working on the reason why they feel as prisoners and what you can do about it, because otherwise, if you move them even there or there, at least, retrospective would be useless anyway. But sometimes even revealing that I feel as a prisoner, and I don't like it because no one likes to be prisoner, helps, surprisingly. And there is another thing which I use after we find out that we have a lot of prisoners there. It's called Design Partnership Alliance. And it's a concept, so you do this flip chart again. And I usually start with revealing what I see. So I say, well, you know, it doesn't look really good, this team. It doesn't look like you have a fun. And why are you even here? And, you know, I would not like to work here in this team. And they're kind of, I guess they finally agree with me. So they say, well, yeah, I know, but it's not so bad. And it's already a good move. So I say, okay, so let's imagine. Let's tell me something about your values. How would you recognize a good team? How it would look like? And it's difficult at the beginning, but after some time they start saying, okay, it's about the good communication, an interesting product, or whatever have in mind. That's quite general, so it's quite easy to get those things out of them. And then the second question, and biggest part of the flip chart, let's say, is saying, what makes you flourish? What makes you the best team ever? What is, for you, what makes you the best team? And then they start to be more concrete and putting up those things we help each other in here, and this is good thing as well, and that is good thing as well, and after all, we are doing a very good job here and very good job there. And once we are done with that part, we say, well, but you know, there's the ideal case. So what you would do as a team when things go difficult, when you've got the problems. So, for example, you said here you will help each other and you will not keep that one single tester be testing all your product for the last day of the sprint, so you would help him. But what if there is a sprint and you are all saying, well, you know, we are developers, we are done. And that tester is still sitting there saying like, okay, I do my best to do it, but I still can't. So what are the triggers, how you recognize it, and what are you going to do about that situation? What are your fears, and how to improve it? And then there is accountability. That's the last thing. I always encourage them to take, every one of them, take one thing as a commitment from those things. I will make sure that this will not happen. It's not a big thing. It's just, I'll remind everyone that we agree that we will help that tester, or something like that. And it's usually a thing that surprisingly helps a team being out of prisoners to really take responsibility of their own process. So it's about change. And the retrospective, my feeling is that the retrospective helps us from individual, team, person, one, who feel, okay, we are a group of people, we are working on the same project, but I do this. Into the Agile, we're working, well, we as a team will do it this way. And we as a team do that. So it's about a change of perception, change of values, change of these things. And it's about responsibility. And I don't know if you are familiar with this diagram. It's, well, it's my drawing, so you haven't seen it. But Christopher Avery is a person from Texas. And he created that concept. And he said that people's brain is kind of a problematic thing. It has hard-coded here that whenever there is some problem, even tiny one, it just automatically goes to denial. So if I park in a garage and accidentally, once I'm parking, I just crashed into another car, I can deny it. I can say, that's the first thing which my brain would offer. Well, you know, it never happened. Well, that the scratches have been already there, or I haven't seen any scratches at all. It's good. If you feel not so good about that thing, you can lay blame. You can say, it's his fault, because he parked not really straight. If he parked the right way, I would never crash to him. It's not my fault, it's his fault. So that's the second stage. If you don't like it for some reason, you can do the justify. You can say, well, it can happen to anybody. You know, it happens time to time. When the people park in a garage, there is a very narrow space. Do you agree? Yeah, it happens. It's normal. There's not a problem. Well, or you can say, It's a shame, so I'm not good enough. I never park in the right way. I always crash to someone. I am a bad driver. It's not a responsibility still, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4th stage. The 5th stage is obligation. Well, you know, I give him my business card so he can call me and my insurance company will take care. Because I have to. Or you might quit anytime you like. You might quit from that process and say, I don't want to take care about it. It's too little to even care. And if you really, truly want to be responsible, you would say, okay, what I am going to do about it, what I am going to change. And you might generate options. You might want to say, well, I might train at a parking lot, empty parking lot with paper boxes. Or I might stop parking in those tiny spaces. Or I might take some driving school to teach me how to better park or whatever else. But it's about what I do. And that's the same thing which the retrospective is teaching to the people. Okay, it's very easy to say our manager is not doing a good job, or it's easy to say our product owner is poor. We have a bad backlog, otherwise we would be a wonderful team. But the real responsibility which we try to achieve via the retrospective is, well, what we as a team members will do about it. So we will go to the product owner and try to explain him or help him to create a better backlog. Or we go to our manager and try to talk to him. Maybe it helps, maybe not. But that's life, yes? I can do the driving lessons and still can crash into the car, but at least I do something. And then I reflect and do something else. And the last thing for you, the retrospective helps you not to end up as a frog. Do you know that story? The frog is a very smart animal. It's the top of my drawing. You know, I've never been able to draw anything, so I decided to draw a frog. So if the frog sees a pot with a boiling water, it will never, ever jump into it. And if you throw it into the water, she will immediately jump off. It's safe. But if you put a frog into the pot with a cold water and start the heating below, it will stay there and be boiled. And the people are exactly the same. So I hear a lot of the time something like, you know, we don't have to do the retrospective because we talk to each other. We would tell each other if we have any problem or if we need to improve, we discuss right away. But maybe they end up as frogs. So the retrospective is here to save you from that. And that's my last slide. It's me, if you don't recognize me with the colorful hair. And if you have any questions, we have still 2 minutes, I guess.
Any questions? And? No? Everything is clear?
Okay, so if you have any questions later, I'll be sitting somewhere outside or see me around. Okay.
There is one. Sorry.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about the process where you evaluate the good or bad things during the retrospective with the dots.
Mm-hmm.
And then you pick the ones which you should spur the take the attention into. So is it only about the bad things, or does it apply for good things as well?
Well, the question is usually put a dot there into the area which you would like to discuss. So it could be a good things which we want to improve, right, or it could be a bad thing which we want to change. It depends. Usually it's about improvements, but it could be, okay, we've been at the pub on Fridays, and we agreed we will go every other Friday, but I think it's a good thing, but I think we should improve it in a way that every other Friday we go for bowling, and then other Friday for a beer or something.
So if everybody likes to go to the pub, you would spend more time organizing those pubs than you would spend time solving existing issues, which got 1 point each, say?
Well, if the team feels it's the most important for them, they must have a reason. And it's about you as a Scrum Master to facilitate that discussion so they realize it. So what I do, I don't let them to leave and kind of say, oh, we are just talking about the pub. So it's really exact questions. It's about, okay, what you would like to improve and how exactly. And if there is nothing, that's okay. Is there anything we would like to discuss on the pub yet? If no, we can move to another one. So, yeah.
Okay, maybe one more last question. No?
Over there.
I don't see actually.
At the retrospective? Or in general? In the retrospective,
Can
well,
maybe
I
you
think the
can
most,
repeat
oh, yeah.
question.
What's the most common mistake the Scrum Master can do at the retrospective? So I think the most common mistake is to come with a solution or come with the problems in your head and don't listen. At the retrospective, you are a facilitator, so you're responsible for the format of the discussion and for the discussion itself, but not for the content. So if I come to the retrospective and say, well, you know, guys, we haven't been finished this sprint commitment, and our stand-ups are too long, and our product owner is not having the right priorities, so let's discuss this one by one. So what do you think about the first item? Oh, this. Okay, so how about if we do this? Do you agree? Yes, we do. So that's not the thing which you should do. Come with empty mind, okay?
Thank you, Susie. I see people have questions, but we have
okay, so
short
outside,
break.
please.
Yeah, please.
Thank you
on
very
the
much.
break. And to save your hair from the
thank
rain.
you. I hope it will not be raining, but I'm going to London from here, so it might be raining. Well,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Announcement one more. If anybody didn't hear, our keynote is not at 17:10, but it's earlier. Short break will last 10 minutes, and after that, keynote will be speaking at 16:30. The last one who is coming. Please close the door. Yeah, thank you. Thank you there. Okay, please welcome Lasse.
On. Testing, testing. Now it works. Cool. Hello, everyone. So my name is Lasse Ziegler. I'm from a company called Agile 42. What we do is we coach people and teams in Agile, Scrum, Kanban, all the different things. Okay? What I want to do with you guys in the next 45 minutes is show you some things that we use in coaching. One thing is, I'm going to present to you the structure of a coaching conversation. So it's not just that we have an idle chit-chat, but there's also some steps or phases in it. Besides that, I will show you a model or a way how you can phrase powerful questions differently, or at least a little bit better than you might have done before. How many of you are working either as an Agile coach or as a Scrum Master at the moment? Please raise your hand. Not that many. Okay. You will be having coaching conversations in the next 45 minutes, which means you will be either coached or coach someone, or you will observe. Is that okay with all of you? Okay. Because I didn't intend to give just a 45 talk where I just present stuff. The idea is that you will actually practice and try out certain things. I'm going to explain what and so on. You will see. To give you a little bit of context to these two things that I mentioned, this is a word cloud I created of all the different topics that we have in what we call our Advanced Agile Team Coaching Training. It's 5 days. Lasts roughly 2 months, because there's actually 4 to 5 weeks between different sessions and so on. And there's a lot of other topics. So don't expect that I give you everything. I just picked out 2 small things that could work in a large crowd like this. Typically, we do this with 16 people maximum in the room with 2 trainers. So we have something more simple to try out. But let's dive in, and let's start with the first thing. What is a coaching conversation? And this is a question to you, and this is where I would like to get an answer from you. So please, look to your left, look to your right. You will see people sitting next to you. Form groups of 3 people, and together with that person sitting next to you, ask yourself the question, which responsibilities does a coach have to make a coaching conversation valuable and bring concrete results? Also ask yourself, which tactics can you as a coach apply to accomplish these things in a coaching conversation? Okay? You're going to have a couple of minutes to talk with each other. Try to make some mental notes at least. And after these 2 minutes, I will ask you what you think would be the answers to these 2. Okay? Does everyone have a group? If not, you need to find one. Okay? Everyone has a group, a pair? I don't see people with laptops open anymore. Great, the phones are away. Find a person, have a discussion on these topics for 2 minutes. Okay. Quiet down, please. Let's hear from the audience a couple of answers. What are the responsibilities of the coach when having a coaching conversation? What do you think? Just shout out. Ask and listen, and to listen to the person you're coaching. Okay? What else? Sorry? Empathy. To show empathy to them. Oh, okay. That's also a good one. Anything else? A neutral environment. Mutual. Okay? Sorry, medium? Lead him. Lead him. Okay. Anything else? A couple of things that I would add is also, you have the responsibility about confidentiality. You know, when you coach someone, you don't go then talking to your friends, by the way, I had some great rumors about the other guy there. That would be one thing. Another responsibility is to show understanding, to not judge, to help the person you're coaching to change something, to improve something. So you have a responsibility there to help. And you also have the responsibility to bring that thing to a conclusion so that you actually end up or help that person achieve those results that he wants. Now, when you talk to someone in, you're coaching. I'm coaching, sorry, your name is? Leonard. When I'm coaching you, there's a conversation we're having, right? We're talking to each other. And there are certain phases in that, and there are also certain levels. So I'm going to show you we have two levels that typically happen in this kind of conversation. So we have, first of all, that conversation level, where we're actually talking. Hello, my name is Lasse. What's your name? How are you doing today? Cool, yeah? That's the conversation level that we're having. Another level is the meta level. What's the meta level? The meta level is about, okay, where do I want this conversation to go as a coach? What kind of intentions do I have? It's also about planning how I would phrase the next questions and all these kind of different things. So we're working on different kind of levels there. Now, to give you a bit of a structure when you talk to someone in a coaching conversation, there are different phases in this. And the first phase you have is contact, right? What is contact? Any examples? Yeah? Hello? Anything else? How are you? How's the weather today? Sunny, right? Cool. Actually, there are also some more things to just saying hello. Yes, it is about making a little bit of small talk, but it is also about building a relationship, building rapport, We're feeling together. It can be simple things like this. You see what I'm doing? I don't know if you all see. I'm mirroring also his sitting. If I sit totally like, how does that make you feel? It can also be things like that influence the contact that you have with a person. You can make people feel more welcomed by mirroring, for example, their body language, as well as doing this kind of chit-chat. Hello, how is the weather? How are you doing? All these things. By the way, I'm from Finland, and we're really bad at small talk. I don't know how it is here, but Finnish people usually suck at it. Sorry about the bad word. Okay, now that you have established some contact, you want to take the conversation away from the conversation level at some point to the meta level. Now, the first thing you need to do at the meta level is create a contract. Sounds a bit formal, yes. But what we actually mean here is that you have an agreement between the coach and the coachee. What are we actually talking about today? Do you want me to help you with that problem, or do you want me to help you with that problem? How much time you have? Is there a specific style you would like me to apply? And so on. So form an agreement between the coach and the coachee, what the topic is, and how you would like to do that. I have a couple of examples here. Questions that can help you. Which goal do you want to achieve and why, for example? Or you could ask, what is the topic you want to elaborate and get insights on? How can I best serve you during the conversation? Are there questions you especially want me to ask or questions you absolutely do not want me to ask? So you could also exclude things that we don't want to go in that direction at all. Or you could ask, when the conversation is over in 1 hour, where do you expect to be? And what do you hope to have learned? So those would be questions that can help you with this kind of thing. By the way, I can also publish these part of the talk, these kind of helping questions to you. So I can put them up later on the website where you can find them. Please remember one thing in contract, that you might also end up with subjects that you do not want to coach someone in. There are certain things you should not touch as a coach or an agile coach. There are certain things that you should leave to a psychiatrist or a psychologist or some trained professional in these kind of things, okay? So don't try to go into some deep personal issues and this kind of stuff. I wouldn't touch that stuff. Oof, stay away. So I'm staying on more the professional work-life things and not on the interpersonal, problems with my wife or something like that. That's not a good thing. Okay, so you have now established a contract with the person you're talking to. The conversation moves back to the conversation level. You're actually talking, trying to coach him, to help him. That's where you apply, by the way, the powerful questions. Here, that's the tools you can use in there. There are also other tools, but that's one tool. At some point, you want to take the conversation back to the meta level. And you can have this multiple times. This is called a timeout. So this is on reflecting back what we have done so far in this conversation. Because you set a contract in the beginning, we're talking about this topic, and maybe the conversation is moving off from that topic into a different direction, and you want to bring your coachee onto the meta level and ask, this is interesting what we've been talking about in the last minute, but it is not about the topic that we agreed in the beginning. Do you want to pursue this topic and go that, and you feel that this is more important? Or should we go back to what we agreed on in the beginning? That might be something you do in a timeout. It's so that you stay on topic or don't wander off in a different direction. You could also ask open questions at this point. Is there any other topic you would like to explore? So you could also ask the person if, he actually now been thinking that, okay, now that we've talked half an hour, maybe we should talk about this other thing more than what we talked about before. So you can also do this kind of things. This happens multiple times. It's not just that you have one timeout in a conversation, but you have multiple ones. Now, after a while, you bring your conversation to a conclusion, right? You need to end somehow. What you end with is a summary. You try to sum up what have we been talking about. Did we reach the goal that we actually set out to reach? Is there any actions that come out from this conversation? If yes, what are these actions? What are you going to do about them? And so on. So you summarize the conversation that you had. It's again going to the meta level and asking questions related to that. Typical things you get is someone says, okay, yes, we have some actions, I will do them, and then you as a coach ask them, so how do I know that you actually did these things? So some of you agreed to do something different in the next week, and how do I know as a coach that you're doing it? What would you typically say? I'll write you an email, right? Now, then I could ask, for example, okay, if I don't get that email by next Friday, would you like me to remind you about it? Could be also something you agree in a summary, that a follow-up, that if I don't get an answer back from you, that I can ask you, did you do it or did you not do it? That's another thing you can do there. There's another thing besides the summary that you might want to do, is reflection. You could ask your coachee, how do you think this conversation went? Did it actually bring you value? Was the style we used good? How could we have done things differently? How could we do it better next time? Those of you who were in the previous session about the retrospectives, this is kind of like a very tiny mini retrospective about the conversation you just had. You ask some questions around that. So you can also do something like that. Okay. So that's roughly how our coaching conversation is structured. So you start with a contact, you create a contract, the topic what you're talking about, you have the conversation. During that conversation, you do multiple timeouts to check that you're still going in the right direction. If the direction changes, that's also fine. That's not necessarily a problem. And at the end, you summarize the things that you talked about, find that you have actions, and so on. Okay? Please keep those in mind, because I will now show you the powerful question part. And after that, you will have a conversation with people where you should have contact, timeout, and a summary in that conversation. Okay? Cool. So let's move to powerful questions. What would be a powerful question to you as a coach and as a focus person? Focus person being the one that is being asked this question. So what is a powerful question? Okay? Take again 2 minutes, talk with the people next to you. What do you think is a powerful question? Maybe you can find also some examples of powerful questions. And I will again ask you for some ideas on what a powerful question would be. Okay? 2 minutes. Okay. So what did you discuss? What are powerful questions in your opinion? Tell me. Yes, opens new possibilities, creates new thinking. Thank you. What else? Okay, so questions where you cannot just answer yes or no, but you need to explain more. Yes?
Questions that bring valuable information to a coach, I guess.
Okay, perhaps, though I would more focus on bringing valuable information to the coachee, to the focus person. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll show you a little bit how you can structure the questions in a minute. Someone raised their hand there. Deepens the conversation. Yeah? Yeah, it's just not a surface question. So, powerful questions typically are things like open-minded questions, open-ended questions, like someone mentioned there, that it's not just yes or no answers. It's questions that make you think. Often a good sign that you asked a good question is that the person you're asking from stops, and starts thinking, meaning he's silent for a while before he answers. He not just goes immediately into answering because he had to think about it. So he actually made the person think. That's often a sign of a good, powerful question. Now, what I want to show you is a way of how you can formally do these questions a little bit in a more formal way or a better way to structure them. The model that we use comes from a medical psychiatrist called Carl Tom, who's the professor of psychiatry at the University of Calgary. In the late 80s, he developed a model for how to phrase questions or how to come up with questions in interventive interviewing techniques for family therapy. So we've adapted it a little bit more to fit the agile coaching environment, but the basic ideas we use come from therapy sessions. And the model has two dimensions. One is that you have questions that can be simple. He uses the term linear assumptions. And you can have questions that are complex or circular assumptions. So simple means there is a clear answer. It's like, who did what? Has a very clear answer. But what do you think they thought when they did it is not a very clear answer anymore. So that's the difference between these two dimensions. There are two other dimensions in the other direction. We have questions that go more into the past, orienting intent, what happened, and we can ask questions about the future. So things that will happen after or later. Now, if you get 4 quadrants, which always consultants like, so we have the 4 quadrants, when we go into simple and past, you ask questions like a detective would ask. You ask questions that are clarifying, that are defining, examining intent. Example is, who was involved? What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? These kind of things. Where did it begin? And so on. So these are very, you're trying to find facts. These are questions about facts. So you can ask powerful questions in that direction. When you move to the complex and past, the questions change a little bit. In this, we say you work a little bit like an anthropologist. So these are questions about behavior, about different perspectives. How did they behave? Or what do you think the other person thought about this event? Not just what you thought, but what the other person thought. They're about exploring intents. So you can ask also who was the most or least satisfied and so on. So you're asking questions that don't have clear, simple truths anymore. And if you ask the same question from a different person about the same circumstances, you might get a totally different version. While in the detective questions, if you ask from different people, you usually tend to get the same answers. Who was late yesterday? My friend Martin was late. Everyone would answer the same. But if I ask, why do you think Martin was late? You might get a totally different answer depending on who you asked, because we're asking about the thinking of a different person. Now, when we move to the future, we have the future researcher. These are hypothesis questions, possibility questions, scenario questions, or miracle questions. So a couple of examples there would be, imagine that the problem is solved. What was done in order to achieve this? If you could do anything to solve this problem, what would you do? That could be, for example, a future question. Now, when you move to the simple and future, you ask questions a little bit like a captain. These are indicative questions. They are confronting, and they're instructing questions. For example, what objectives, which goals, when are you going to do it, and so on. So these are very, they're about the future, but they usually have clear answers. While when we are about here, there might be many different possible answers when you talk about the complex future questions. Okay? So we have these 4 different quadrants that you can ask questions in. Now, to help you a little bit, I also have these as handouts. So it's easier to ask these questions. There's some questions printed out here. Could we have some help from the organizers, staff? I don't have more than, I think, 30, so try to hand out to each triplet or something one piece of paper. Just pass them out a little bit. There are also the questions here on the flip chart, on the slide, if you can read them from there. What we're going to do next is you're going to have a coaching conversation. So you still remember the structure? Create some contact, create a contract. So you need to ask so if you're in the triplet, we have the coach, we have a coachee, and we have an observer. So you need to pick one of these three roles. The observer will just observe and pretty much be silent during the conversation. Keep looking at things like how does the conversation move from the conversation level to the meta level? What kind of questions, powerful questions did the coach ask? How did they work and so on? At the end of the conversation, if you're the observer, you will provide feedback to the coach and the coachee. It is very difficult to observe yourself. That's why a third person is usually good to have in these kind of conversations. If you're the coach, you will start with creating some contact, if you don't have done that already. But the next thing is talk about the contract. What are we actually now having a conversation about? Because you will be coaching your coachee, which means the coachee needs to pick a topic, a problem where he would like to have some help. Around that topic, you as the coach will start asking powerful questions once you have agreed on the topic. Typically, you would start in the simple past detective-like questions and start moving over there, but it is not as simple as that. So you might start up there with the detective questions, but you might then jump also directly there, and when you have some hypothesis questions, you might go back there, you might go there. So don't think of this as a circle and that you just go through. You ask questions in all four categories, in whichever order you feel is necessary at that point. Okay? So, if you're the coach, you will be asking powerful questions. The handouts will give you some hints on how to ask questions. You will have this up here, so it will help. And after we have 10 minutes for this, I would like to hear a couple of comments from the observers or the coaches or the coachees on how this went. Okay? Questions? Then let's start. You have 10 minutes. I will move around. If you need help, just raise your hand, I will come. Okay, please quiet down. Please quiet down. Silence in the hall. Thank you. So, let's hear some comments from you. Please don't mention the details of what you actually talked about. There is some confidentiality in your discussions, right? You don't want it to be taped and put on the internet. But how did this work? How did you go through the different phases? The contact, contract, timeouts, and summary? Did you get through all of these? How did it feel to change this? And how did you ask questions in the different areas? And did this help you in formulating different questions because you were thinking about different things? So, who would like to say something? And I guess you run with a microphone.
I'll try.
There! Run, Forrest, run. And he stopped.
Okay, so the thing I've noticed the first is that the coachee might not know what he or she wants to achieve with the conversation. So actually the coach has to carry on with the introduction, with the small talk, and with surface questions to actually find out what's the contract. You have to help the person to achieve it.
Yes.
And then you can have something to go from. So that's an observation which I was not thinking about before.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Yes. As a coach, it's not about your agenda, it's about the agenda of the coachee that you're trying to coach there. So that's why you do the contract, to get a clear understanding what that person actually wants to talk about. Someone else? Was this helpful? Did it help in formulating powerful questions that you can think about different things, about the past, simple questions and so on? There's someone with a hand up?
Yeah, I would just like to add, and that is that generally, and that is very, I'm not from Lithuania, but I think you're very nice people. And that could provoke a scenario where you could actually say, what about difficult coaching, where the victim is very resistant? It's almost like play acting. Well, I don't want to be in the interview. I don't want. Why are you calling me for this interview? And how do you overcome that?
Yeah.
I would like to see that.
Yeah. So you're talking about when the coachee doesn't want to be coached at all.
Exactly.
That is. It is almost impossible at that point to actually coach because he doesn't want any problem solved. So coaching is not the right tool at that point. You need to first do other things. Mentoring, advising, figuring out what other things you can work with. But coaching comes from the coachee actually wanting to change something, to do something, and then you as a coach can help with that. However, us as agile coaches, there's a difference between agile coach and traditional coaching coaches. Us agile coaches usually have an agenda, and that is to implement Scrum, Kanban, or whatever agile flavor you want in that organization, which gives us exactly that kind of problem a lot of the time. And then the coaching conversation might not be the right tool to use at that point yet. Yes, cool. Other comments? We still have 3 minutes? No comments? There's a comment. What did you talk about? Software.
It seems that we tended to go to the managing side, not coaching side. So if there is some problem, you start managing more than saying what's the problem, how do you see it? So kind of the upper part questions are more asked than the lower part questions.
So you mean?
Like, what happened? What do you do? Let's do that.
Facts.
Like the really simple questions, really directive ones.
Yeah.
And lower, like not so often.
Yeah.
Why that happened? What do you think? What they thought about this?
Yes.
Or how do you think it may be good to do it in the future? So
it is more difficult to think about those questions, especially if you have an engineering background or a management background, because it's all about figuring out what the problem is, then you figure out the solution, and then you tell the people what the solution is, right? However, when you try to actually coach people, that's not what you're supposed to do, figuring out what is your problem, and then I provide you with a solution, and you, of course, will implement it. The idea is that I help you figure out what your problem is, and then help you figure out what your solution to that would be, and then I can support you in the implementation of that solution. That's a very different kind of approach, and it takes some time to learn, and it's not something you get overnight. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yeah, there.
I was trying to coach, and for me it was really difficult to follow these questions. I just was in a flow in the conversation, and I think some questions came just naturally.
Yes.
We didn't get to conclusion, but I think it's really important it was a spontaneous conversation.
Yes.
I think it's important to get ready, and after the conversation to make some analysis, to get the experience that even if you are following the conversation naturally, that it goes the way it should go, from the simple questions to those deeper questions.
Yeah, it takes some time to learn to be natural, but when you get this flow, that's a very good thing, that you have this natural flow of questions, and there are powerful questions and so on. So that's good to get, and it takes time. Learning how to do this kind of coaching conversation is not something you're going to learn in a class or even a course. So even when we teach this kind of things, we give you the theory, and then we expect that you apply this in your work life on a daily basis for a period of time, and then we come back and then we talk about after 2 or 3 weeks, so how did it go? Where did you find the problems? And so on. So it's not something you learn very quickly. So you need to practice, 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 and practice. But these tools or that model is there to help you think of the different things in a more structured way, that it's not just, I ask questions that cannot be answered with a yes or a no. There are different types of questions you could ask. And also with a coaching structure, the structure of a coaching conversation, the idea is that there is more than just, we have a talk. There are actually some phases in there which helps you think about the right things. And then you hopefully remember these when you have the conversation, that you from time to time do the timeout and ask, is this going in the right direction for you, or should we actually talk about something different at this point? Cool. You're looking at me like I need to end. So there's one more thing I would like to ask from you before we end this session, and that is some feedback. And in the following way, the fist of 5? It's a nice tool Scrum Masters like to use to get quick feedback on sessions or meetings or whatever. You can apply to any meeting. If you thought this was a very great session, I would like to get 5 fingers up. If you thought this was a total waste of time, you just do an empty fist like this. 3 was, this was, a good, okay session. In the middle, 4, a bit better, 2 worse, and so on. Okay? So on 3, please everyone raise their hand and show me how many fingers. 1, 2, 3, go. So we have some 5s, we have some 2s, we have a 0 even there. Okay, that is always interesting. What have made it a 1 for you? You don't want to comment. Okay, that's actually for this tool, the typical follow-up question is, if someone does this, you ask how would it become better for feedback and so on. Okay, thank you for your time. Hopefully this was helpful.
Thank you, Lasse.
It was great to be here. On the website, when they publish the stuff, I will put some additional material and links where you can find out more sample questions and so on, so you can keep practicing at home. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. The break is 10 minutes and then the keynote. Don't be late. Thank you, Lasse.
Thank you.
One umbrella for you. Be dry in Lithuania. There are a lot of seats. Seats. Please hurry. And close the door if you could. The last one. Okay, some notes about feedback. As we told, there is electronic feedback and paper feedback. So please raise your hands who is going to fill paper feedback. Carolina will give you a paper. Yeah, and you can fill it. The box is outside, as I know. Where is the box? At the end. Yeah, we will show the box. You can put your feedbacks there. Don't fill them now because Aurimas, will speak also, and you will need to fill his score. And we have also prizes for feedbacks, 10 books from O'Reilly about Agile, and 2 tickets to the Build Stuff conference. So don't hurry to leave our conference and wait for the prizes. Okay, I see people still coming. If everybody needs paper form here, not Carolina will give you. Just raise a hand and Carolina will bring you. Okay, we're 3 minutes late. Is it okay? 3 minutes late? 3 minutes late, is it okay? Okay. So let's start. Don't wait for the last ones. Close the doors if you can from the back. And welcome, Aurimas.
Thank you. Thanks. All right. Way too much pressure. All right. Slow down. All right, so thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be doing the closing keynote for this great event. I actually flew here in 3 flights from Austin, Texas. I was speaking there at a project management conference just a couple of days ago. And I caught a cold, which I hope is not Ebola. If it is, sorry. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about Agile for fixed-bid projects and why it's possible and why it's important and why you guys should think about it and the things that we've learned. So I'll start by telling you guys a little bit about what kind of company we are because it relates to the things that we've learned as we've grown and why kind of we've come to use Agile or Scrum specifically, okay? So what we are is really defined by my parents. That's my dad, very stylish glasses. He doesn't wear them anymore, but so my dad's actually a physicist. He works at KTU and he teaches in the atom energetics school, and my mom's an art teacher. So when I grew up, I kind of got a messed up brain where I'm a blend of 2. I do a little bit of artistic and a little bit of engineering. So when we founded the company, which was kind of 6 years ago, we decided that that's what we were going to do. We're going to combine the artistic with the engineering piece, and we were going to build great looking and great functioning software, okay? So we do stuff like, we do e-commerce, really large scale e-commerce, we do responsive web design, we do enterprise mobility solutions for our clients and for healthcare, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. But I'm not here to tell you about what we do and who we are. I wanted just to give you some background because we've grown in 6 years to 110 people. We're a United States-based company, and it was founded by 5 Lithuanians, actually 5 people from Kaunas. And we are 2 years in a row now, one of 5,000 fastest growing privately held companies in the United States. So for a Lithuanian group, not a bad achievement to kind of register on that scale. We work across 3 offices. So we're in Chicago, and then we're in Vilnius and Kaunas. We're expanding to the 2 shores in the United States as well. And our clients are scattered across the world. They're US clients typically, but they're scattered all over the place. So that, well, I'm telling you this because that introduces certain complexities in how you deal with project management and in general how you build projects. Okay, so let's start by saying this one word that we all know really well. What's the word? Waterfall. All right, good, waterfall. It's great, looks fantastic on paper. This is how we manage projects for, I don't know, 3, 4 years maybe? Or at least this is how we thought project management should work. You know, nice, pretty picture with greenery, and this is how it actually works. Right? So we got burned a little bit. Now we work in a consultative environment, right? So we work with clients on projects, and typically we need to acquire these clients, and it's not internal products, it's something we build and hand off, right? But on a different note, like why would you even want to do fixed bid? And the reason is that a lot of the times there's no other way to get business because a client comes to you. It could be an internal client, it could be an external client. They come to you and they say, you know what, we have $500,000, this is what we need to do. And you either take that or you don't. And sometimes as a growing company, you don't have the luxury of coming in and saying, no, all we do is time and materials, we're cool, we're agile, we're gonna ship shit every 2 weeks, we're gonna be awesome. Like, no, because that's way too dangerous, right, for them, because they don't know how good you are. So what happens is, and the way we looked at it, right, is you want to transition a client from a fixed bid to an agile, like a fully agile product shop or mentality, let's say. So what we want to do is we want to build trust over time, and that's typically agile, for me at least from what I've seen. It's all about building trust for the client, and then when that trust mounts, then you become really, really great. You operate the way agile is meant to operate without a lot of the constraints that come from fixed bid type methodologies, okay? All right, so the talk today then, what we're going to do is we're going to look at 3 kind of different, I guess, sections of this talk. We need to understand how do we qualify for Agile, and that involves certain things. Then we need to look at how we manage process and the project itself as we're working in Agile, in both fixed bid and not fixed bid. And then, we should measure performance, because if we're just doing Agile but we're not measuring performance, well, it's not that great. Okay, all right, so let's look at the first part. There are 2 things that I always like to think about. There's qualifying the project and qualifying your team. Okay, so we're going to start out by saying, what does it take, like what type of project should be run in Agile, and what are the team requirements? Because as we were growing, we tried to adapt Agile multiple times, and with varying degrees of success, to be honest. I mean, we tried it, and I'll tell you guys later what we failed on, but I figured qualification is a good place to start. So, if you look at a typical Agile team, this is how we're structured internally. We'll have a product owner that's essentially a project manager, right? Then you have an engineering team that has front-end, architects, senior devs, QA folks, and then you have the usability, UI, UX side, where the folks design interactions and interfaces, okay? Now, looking at this type of team, this doesn't mean that everyone on this team is allocated 100% to this project. Like QA typically is shared between a couple of projects. But still, even with some of these people being part-time on a single project, you're looking at 5 to 7 full-time employees to run a proper product team, okay? Because this is what a team looks like. And what that means is that they actually burn a lot of hours any given week. So actually, if your project is 1,000 hours, you got no room to iterate, son. You got to do waterfall, and there's no other way. And actually, waterfall works for small projects. Not a lot of hours, low complexity. You can document the crap out of it at the beginning. And then just step-by-step design, prototype, build, QA at the end, right? You gotta love QA at the end. But then, if you have something a little more complex, well, then kind of building documentation at the beginning of a project for something that's gonna take you half a year to build is a disaster, right? So what we did, we calculated, we said, okay, so number of team members, let's say 5, they work 32 hours a week. That's a total of 160 hours a week, 320 hours in a sprint, 2 weeks, right? That 320 hours, that burns like a third of your budget. There's like sprint 1, sprint 2, okay, we're done now. That's not agile, right? So that's why we said, you know, qualifying the project, size of the project is very important. When you're thinking of adapting agile and looking at your portfolio of work that you're doing, look at size of project, because when we started, we didn't, and it was tough. I mean, we tried to iterate on tiny projects. Okay, and then obviously the agile stuff, that's a lot of hours, and there's another side effect of that. It costs a lot of money, right? That's from Breaking Bad. Great show. So building software, or building kind of enterprise software, complex software, is an expensive affair, right? And what that means is that you need to qualify excuse me, making chicken sounds. You need to qualify the client and the team, right? So the client has to have enough money, and then you have to look at the team. Now, we kind of did a little bit of analysis in terms of different companies, and like, what is the size that you should be to run Agile? And as we were growing, we tried to do it at different sizes. And so I grouped them, and I made these numbers up, but I kind of grouped them into, you know, you're self-employed, you're a freelancer, then there's a boutique size, mid-size, and then large company, with that one guy is probably running to jump out of a window. No offense, large companies. We're trying to be one, so it's okay. Now, what you need to do is you need to realize that there's certain constraints based on the size, because when you're building out the team, you have certain limitations in terms of how many different professionals can you get into one product team when you're small, because you need diverse skill sets, right, to build out a proper product team. You need a front end, you need back end, you need QA, and so on. So when you're a small shop, it gets a little bit tough to actually have that many big, diverse set of skill sets to build those product teams. Now, so when we grew, this was actually an actual step in our growth process. We grew to, I think, probably 60 people or 50 people in the company. And this is what our structure was. So we had teams that were based on practice within the company. So there was a design department, there was a development department, there was a QA department, and so on and so forth. And what this is good for is that you can have really, really deep level of expertise within the department, because all of these people are sitting together. Projects go in waterfall, so like design gets the project and they keep working on it and they can polish it up and stuff like that. So there are benefits, but the problem is that there's very poor collaboration across. And you can't really get developers to tell designers how to do things because they're separate. They're in a separate step of the process. They don't collaborate. There's no ideation going on. There's also a difficulty adapting to change because you're following a rigid step-by-step process, a linear process versus something like Agile. So we got to this, we tried this, and kind of to go back to you guys to show you, this was our first office in Bensonville in Chicago. The furniture, the used furniture cost us, I think, $200. The first coffee machine we bought cost us $500, so we had our priorities straight. And that's where we started. Now we have 3 offices, and the team's pretty big. And we learned a lot along the way. So then you get to this other section. You get to mid-size, and that's what I call us now. We're mid-size. When you get bigger, you start seeing kind of process-driven patterns of how you should behave or how you should do projects. Process is getting better. And you get some scalability. You get a little bit of independence. You have functional teams now. So instead of having those teams that are based on practice, you actually can have teams that are functional, meaning they're a blended team and they can kind of operate as a little SWAT team. They can do stuff on their own, right? Solve problems on their own. There's good cross-pollination of knowledge, too, at this point, because they're kind of solving problems together. You know the Agile theory. I'm not going to repeat that. There are some challenges, of course. As you grow, we had to deal with cultural changes in the company, right? We sensed that at some point in time, we had to interview employees and find out how we were doing as we were growing, because the organization changes as it grows. There are certain things that become a little bit different, and sometimes not all people are on board. So there's some things that you need to resolve. You know, hiring and pipeline for new projects, those are challenging because now you have more mouths to feed and worry about. But at this point, now you get to this type of structure, and I talked about functional teams. So the way we structure ours, and these are not our real names, but the way we have the teams structured is these are functional teams. They consist of, you know, designers, front-end developers, QAs, backends, architects, leads, and so on and so forth. And multiple teams are actually serviced by a single product owner. Now, in our organization, our Scrum Masters float, so they don't necessarily are aligned with one team. We have kind of like Scrum coaches that move around the organization and get the teams up to speed. But product owner is the representative that kind of represents the well-being of the client, the goals, the mission of the project, but also advocates for us and controls scope and all these other things. So we have functional teams mapped to multiple product owners. And then in addition to the side, because these are, remember, these are kind of like, they're deployed in the field, right? They're solving problems out there. We have a support organization defined as well. And the support organization, don't think of support as supporting, you know, existing products. This is team support. So there's different roles that make sure that our process and our expertise get deeper and deeper all the time. So we have, you know, all the directors of engineering, director of UI, UX, and so on and so forth. Those are folks in the support organization, and they help these guys get better process, get better tools. They're doing research, R&D in the field, looking at new technologies, Elasticsearch, Node, and so on and so forth. Okay. So now we kind of identified the size of the team and kind of the size of the project, right? And so those are two qualifiers that we say that's where you need to be if you want to adapt Agile in your organization. And we try to do it without those variables, and it just didn't work. In fact, if someone would have told us these limitations, we would have saved us a lot of money, because we tried a lot and failed. This is from the show Space. It's a British sitcom. Really, really terrific if you guys are into nerdy things like comic books and pop culture. All right. So the next step is managing process and the project, okay? All right, so I promise there's still funny gifts ahead, so stay tuned. In fact, one coming up really soon. So process, so let's think about Agile and process, and the cornerstone of doing Agile is trust. Because if your client, whether internal or external, if they don't trust you, you can't really do what Agile is meant to do. Because there's a lot of kind of trust involved in letting people just figure the problems out in a room and then give you deliverables every 2 weeks. There's an investment that the client has to make, and so on and so forth. And, you know, everything we do is based on trust. And the typical outcome of hiring a technology company and doing software products and stuff is like this. Clients get screwed. We're over budget. Oh. We're late. Right? I'll just have this running for a little bit. Yeah. So clients, or in general, like people in the industry, are now trained to not trust software development because it's always late, it's always over budget. So that's why I say that trust is a cornerstone, because you need to build that trust up with your client. So when I talk about working in fixed bid mode and then getting to a model where you're actually operating the way that an Agile shop should operate, I mean that should be, your fixed bid is kind of your start of starting to build trust, and then as trust builds, you can start doing it without some of the constraints that a fixed bid model implies. Okay, so we know trust is one thing. Now, whenever we start a project, there's this preconception that everyone knows what Agile is, right? We're doing Agile every day. I speak Agile here, your clients don't, both internal and external. If they're not in IT or in development, they have not the slightest clue what Agile is. We were doing this project for a customer, building an e-commerce system, pretty complex one, international, multi-currency, all this good stuff. And as we were building it, we were iterating over small components of the functionality. And we were like, well, this is the cart. We wireframed out the cart functionality, the UX. We're like, check it out. It's pretty cool, right? Nice, you know, Ajax posting happening and stuff. It's all refreshing. And the client's like, what is this? I'm like, well, it's your cart. I'm like, no, but what does it look like? I'm like, well, we can't show you. We're just focusing on one piece. I'm like, well, I can't get buy-in from our stakeholders because I can't see what the whole website is going to look like, so I can't sign off on this. So the problem with that is that the client signed off and said, yes, we'll do this in Agile. They have the slightest clue of what Agile is. So your responsibility is to train them, because if you don't, this is how they do acceptance. Right? Happened many times. We're like, here's a function set. Check it out, test it, give us feedback. And like, well, okay. And then in 2 weeks, we ship another set, and they haven't done the first one, and then it just mounts and mounts and mounts and mounts, and at the end of the day, you're over budget. It's not what the client wanted, and it's a disaster. Okay. Now, what we've also seen is that there's a correlation between knowledge of Agile and the industry that the client's in, and the cost of your project management. So anytime you get onboard a client and you're working with a client, consider looking at what industry they're coming from, what they do, and do they really know Agile? Because that will directly impact the cost of project management. So your allocation of your product owner or your scrum master or whoever else is going to double or triple on your estimate because they don't know how to operate with an Agile. And sometimes you can do training and get them on board and kind of improve it, but a lot of the times that cost is going to be directly proportional to how little they know about Agile. Now, in our process, so let's get back to, I kind of talked a little bit about trust, talked about training clients, right, getting them on board. Now, this is how we do projects now, or kind of when a new client comes to us, we need to get them on board with Agile and teach them how to do this. So we need to build trust initially. And the way we've seen this succeed is if we kind of get them on board for a small prototyping project. And think of prototyping as ideation, a little bit of design, a little bit of front-end development to build out functional prototypes for whatever application or system you're building. Now, it's unlikely you're going to be able to do the whole thing, right? Whatever, if it's a big project. But if you can get them to sign off and say, you know what, just give us $10,000. We're going to spend 2 weeks on site with you guys. We're going to bring in a product owner, a front-end developer, a designer. We're going to play with you what it means to work with us and show you the product that comes out of it. So for that money, not only will you actually get some work done, there's going to be a deliverable that you can show to your team and get buy-in from your internal stakeholders. Now, this, again, works internally and externally in organizations, depending what your clients are. So we'll do this rapid prototyping session with them. It can be short and can be a little bit longer if it's bigger. And then at the end of that, we give them a functional prototype. And they can take that to their stakeholders, their CEO, CTO, or marketing organization. And they can show it to them. And they can say, well, these guys, they got it. They understood what we do. We sat in a room and we threw ideas on a board. We used sticky notes. They were color sticky notes. Great. They love it. I don't know why, but they do. And then, so assuming that you do this rapid prototyping thing nicely and your people are not assholes and your client likes you, you then get to do the big project because now you have trust, right? Over that period, you built up trust and they're like, yeah, you guys can develop this. Obviously, you know what you're doing. And then the proper sprint starts. So this is an example of one of the projects that we're working on. It's a prototype of an internal wealth management system that we're building for a bank in Florida. And what it does is it allows them to actually click through the prototype. There's no back end here. It's just a responsive UI, some functionality built out, just some interactions that are driven by JavaScript. So they can kind of play around with the interface, get a sense of what that prototype does. Okay? So again, test it on devices, do all that other good stuff. So that is the shippable deliverable that they get at the end. Now again, that's much easier to pitch that and get them to buy in on that and try out Agile versus you telling them, no, time and material is 6 months, $1 million, okay? All right. Now, so let's say that we convinced them, right? They bought into this. They're like, you guys are charlatans, but I'm going to give it a try. What we do after that is we take them through a pre-project, or some people call it like a -1 sprint or 0 sprint, right? And we take them through a couple or many different steps that kind of, again, allow us to prep better for the kickoff of the project. Now, again, assume that here we're working in a fixed bid kind of platform, right? They're going to give us a fixed amount of money to do this. We're not going to get that full buy-in yet, because they want to try a project with us. So we're still operating in a mentality of fixed bid. So what we do at the beginning, we give them a ballpark estimate. And we tell them that this estimate will be refined later on. That estimate is based on the prototype we built. And then we start our R&D. So we'll get on site, we'll do R&D with them, we'll do research spikes into integrations, right? So if there's any APIs or systems that we depend on, we'll kind of test them out, make sure data's coming in. We do Agile training for them. So we'll actually sit in the room and we'll tell them what Agile is. We'll do, little games, we'll play with little tennis balls and stuff like that. We'll do story mapping sessions where we will actually take requirements and storyboard them out on the wall and allow them to put ideas on the wall and show them how that kind of affects the scope of the project. We'll groom the backlog, and then we'll re-estimate again. So that's another kind of, you did prototyping, but now you're doing another R&D kind of stretch to prep for that initial kickoff, okay? And this is an actual picture of the team working. So, this is a storyboarding exercise where they're mapping out functionality to different epics. And during this, the client is participating. We have them actually write down on the stickies and post it on the wall and show them, because remember, you came in this room starting with an RFP, right? They gave you a document and said, we want feature A, B, C. And you said, okay, that's cool, but let us show you this. And stickies, right? And then they start writing new ideas because they didn't talk to all of their stakeholders. They didn't talk to executives. They just kind of assumed they need this. And then you get more people in the room and they start ideating, and then the scope just blows up. You started out with a project this big, now it's this big, right? The wall is full of notes. Our clients will love this software. It's always like that. But what happens then, remember I said we do backlog grooming prior to this? So we start out with a backlog, right? And there's an estimate for this backlog. And then they just did the story mapping session. And all of a sudden, that backlog is changing now. There's new stuff. There's other stuff that's getting kicked off from the bottom. And all of a sudden, the client's like, so software changes as you build it. And we're like, yes, that's why Agile is important. And then there's like this realization in their eyes, like, yeah, I get it, right? So again, training, building a trust throughout the process, that's important. Still realizing it. All right. Now that you taught them that software is going to change, we can do this complete, log down of scope, time, schedule, and money, right? You can't lock everything in because you guys are going to change it on us. You need to teach them what Chrome is, right? So another thing that clients don't understand typically is what is Chrome on the web, right? And if you're like any other client, you want to Chrome all the things. That's a disservice to that vehicle. I love that car, but it looks like crap with Chromed up. So what we do is we run through a couple of different scenarios for their stories of what Chrome is and how Chrome can be identified, can be avoided, and how that impacts the scope and the cost of what they're going to get, right? So we say that a user can search the product library, and you guys are all technical here, so you know what I mean. You can do autocompletes, you can do fault tolerance, you can implement fancy search algorithms, all this other stuff. But if I just wrote that in the user story, it doesn't mean that you get all of this. And they don't get it. So you need to teach them that you can't do Chrome for everything because your lower priority items are going to just get knocked off that backlog. So very important. Now, in terms of the kickoff, so in the kickoff, it's very, very important to set ground rules. And whenever we do a kickoff with our clients, we kind of walk through the stuff that we covered in the Agile training. We walk through the backlog. We walk through assumptions. The original RFP, we compare what the product is actually now versus what they asked for originally, things like that. And we tell them, and actually this is a true story, we tell them, if you guys are not going to do acceptance on us in 5 business days, we're going to start penalizing you for not giving us acceptance on a sprint. And we say that by saying, you know what, if you don't give us acceptance, we're going to bill you for idle time that the development team is going to incur at the rate of blah, 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 right? So you calculate whatever the team is, and you say, you're going to start being hit with idle time charges. No one's going to agree with that. We put that in the contract, like, here, sign this. Like, what, are you crazy? We're not going to do that. Like, well, if you guys are not going to do acceptance, this is a problem. So, but you have to, when you think about client education, you have to preemptively think of things that you can kind of really punch into their minds so that they think about them throughout the project and they don't make those mistakes. Now, we never really anticipate for them to sign a contract like that where we're going to bill them for idle time. That'd be fantastic, but it doesn't work. But if you start out with it, like if your contract is completely obnoxious, like it's all to your benefit and none to your clients, at least through the negotiations process and through the education process, you can get them to a point where they're kind of like, they're a tame kitty, okay? So you got to set some ground rules when you start out. Now, in the kickoff process, so when we sit down, we get all the stakeholders, and we typically request from the client that there's going to be only one individual who we're going to be accountable to. So have you guys heard of a term, design by committee? Anyone? No? All right. Design by committee is when you get the amount of people in this room all expressing their opinions. Opinions are like everyone's has them, right? You know what word was missing? Yeah. So the problem by design by committee is because you can't control it. There's too many people in the room. There's a lot of stakeholders and CEOs, and they're tearing their shirts off. This is my website. It's going to be this way. So we always say that in the kickoff, we want one person who's going to be the decision maker for your organization, and we're going to only take orders from them. And if you guys can't do that, again, in that contract, you say, we're not going to do this. Then we also do a little bit of ideation. We create the roadmap for the versions of the product. So usually, up till this point, you guys started with an RFP, limited scope. Then you did your prototype. Then you did your story mapping. All of a sudden, the scope is like 4-fold. What we do then is say, you guys still have only $500,000. Let's now identify phases for this product so that we'll still work within Fig's bid, but let's take some of those features out and just build out phases for release. And the acceptance stuff, right, that I told you guys? And they are presented with the re-estimated backlog for that phase 1. Like that's the actual product that they get for the Fig's bid. All right, so I showed this a little bit. Now, this has effectively trained your client now, and they have this realization on their face that this is going to be great. Like these guys actually know what they're doing, right? So again, you're building up trust, and your client is now becoming your advocate, because throughout this process, you're not only making sure that you're going to succeed, you're actually training a client how to operate within an agile framework. And like 9 out of 10 companies we work with, they don't know how to do that. Even though they have their IT and engineers and so on, they don't necessarily use a proper approach to agile. So they, all of a sudden, like we'll have like product owners inside the companies to be like, we need to work with these guys more. We can change our process. We don't have to be outdated. So you get advocates inside the company now. Now, we are distributed, but our practices are consolidated. So now I want to go back a little bit from training clients and process and so on to how do we ensure that our expertise grows and that we can kind of focus in on doing things really, really well. And when I say that, initially when we started, when we opened up multiple offices, we had roles and kind of specialties for the team distributed all over the place. We had UX in Lithuania, we had UX in Chicago, we had front-end developers in both places and so on and so forth. And it's a little bit challenging because you don't have these knowledge centers built out in those offices because they're kind of, there's a team that's installing new process for engineering here, but this other engineering team wants to do it in a different way, and there's no cross-pollination and things like that. So we strategically decided that we want people of the same kind of practice to be in the same physical space. So we decided that Chicago is going to just do UI, UX, and do product ownership. And then Lithuania is just engineering and QA. because we wanted those teams to build out really, really deep expertise and be in locally so that they could make decisions locally on how they want to change process, how they want to adopt tools, and so on and so forth. You also have to have leadership locally for each practice. There's no such thing as remote people management. It doesn't work. There's no way that you can identify where a team is having a quarrel and from sitting in London and your team's in LA, and you can't see him that this one guy spit on the other girl's food, and so, that never happens. Right? So you need to be local to do a lot of things: optimize process, hire, train, onboard, look what the dynamics are, and so on and so forth. You also inspire, motivate, teach, and I can go on why it's important. I have multiple blog posts about why remote work doesn't really work. All right, but there's certain things that we also need to understand with Agile, right? I'm preaching Agile, it's great, but we also need to be aware of some of the limitations for Agile. Your client's not going to be better because of it. If they're unreasonable, they're going to be unreasonable, right? And you'll probably know this when you're going through contract negotiations and when you're doing onboarding. If they're rigid, they're not listening to you, they're not going to start listening to you once you start building the project, right? Nothing's going to change on sprint 2. They're going to be the same as they were. Budgets don't change. The same client will not all of a sudden have 4-fold budget. Schedule's still going to have a timeline built into it. And communication's still a problem. You still need to deal with it in any way that you would deal in a project. And obviously, the product's still not going to be automatically a great product. If they thought of a crap idea, it's going to be a crap software. So I don't know what you can do about that. So the reality of software then, when we know all of these things, right, there's still these 3 variables, this triangle of doom or whatever. All of these things are fixed, and we're in a fixed bid situation now, so something must give if scope changes or if time changes or quality, right? So what we try to do, we want to, throughout the process, we want to be completely transparent with the client. As we're working with them, we want to make sure that we're constantly just recommunicating everything that is happening throughout that project. So when we're going through the project, every 2 sprints, we're constantly going to re-estimate, even if it's a ballpark, right, it's a range, we're still going to be doing re-estimation, we're going to be reviewing velocity, we're going to be shipping them burn-down charts so they know how the project is progressing. Doing acceptance, right, as we talked. And it's very important that deviation is always going to happen. Even if you do all of this stuff up till now, it's still going to change. And that's why when I said that training for the client is critical, it's very important because your product owner is going to sit in a room with them and say, remember how we talked about this? Remember that backlog picture? This is why it's happening. You did this. You did this to us. Right? So your client, hopefully, by then is like, all right, you may have told me like once or 10 times before. So what's important is that the client happiness is dependent on reaching business objectives and staying in control, but not adhering to original scope or SOW. That paperwork is built because they don't have trust. They're unsure of how to do this stuff. So as long as you educate them and as long as you gain trust with that organization, it's going to be okay. Those negotiations, when your project kind of blows up a little bit and you have to change direction and things, it's going to go much, much better, and those negotiations are going to be smoother. So that's what we're trying to get to. Now, I just wanted to show you an example. This is one of the tools that we use throughout our project. It's an automatically generated report out of our system that shows the clients a lot of different metrics. We have like a high-level project status, which is green, yellow, or red. And that's pretty clear. They get a little summary at the top. If they don't want to look at the numbers, they get scared of numbers. And then below we have key performance metrics. And this goes from like, actual deliverable of scope versus planned scope, spend, deviation from spend, and then we get into other stuff like spend per category, spend per feature set, forecast of spend based on current backlog and things like that. When we do this, again, remember, we're communicating constantly, and we're always giving these reports to them every 2 weeks. This is where we are, this is where we are, this is where we are. If there's a problem, honestly, and if there's a problem early on in the process, you know right away, and the client knows right away. There's no hiding from failures. And sometimes you need to eat the cost, and that's okay. But at least when you're doing this, and if you are on target along the way, or if you're kind of creeping up like this right off the beginning of the project, you know what the trend's going to be, right? So the client knows that by the time they get to 100%, they're going to be exceeding their budget by, let's say, $100,000. So they still have time to course correct. But again, let's not get into too much theory here. Sorry. Let me get some audio in here. I want to show you guys a video. So this, watch all the lights go dark now. I'm going to plug this in. All right. I should have audio. So we have an application. We built this application for ourselves because we believe in our process and we think that transparency is key. So this application is actually something, it's called the Power Up app, and it shows the client how we're progressing throughout the project. So I'll show you a little bit of that. And
so, you found a trusted partner and resource for your development project needs. But we know managing it all can be quite a challenge. That's why we created the Power Up app. Track and manage your web, mobile, or cloud-based development projects with complete transparency. The Power Up app takes your client experience to a whole new level, giving you comprehensive insight on the status of your projects. Get to know your team. Whether your needs are small or on a larger scale, receive real-time updates on all of your projects. Get detailed reporting on all activities and have quick access and easy control right at your fingertips. With the Power Up app, it's never been easier to retrieve information and to stay within budget wherever you are. Experience transparency and control like never before, on the go. Power Up today, available now at the App Store.
so this product, it's an internal product. We don't offer it to, it's not for sale or anything. It's something we built for ourselves because we've seen that like building trust with clients is so critical and important for us that we show within the application, this is actually the next release that's coming out, we show backlog, we show sprint plans, we show burn downs, they get the financials from there and so on and so forth. At any given point in time, they can see what each individual in the team is doing on a daily basis, on a per hourly basis. So we're completely transparent. And that leads me into measuring of performance. And I'm very close to being done, guys, so stay with me. All right, so performance for us as a company, right? It's important for us to ship on time. We want to deliver a quality product. And we also want to manage scope together with client. We know it's going to change, it's okay. So these are our performance goals. For the client, they're a little bit different, right? Because the client has different objectives than you. They're trying to build something for their business. So they want to meet business goals, stay on budget, and stay on time. Because that's what their CEO told them to do. They got a little bag of money. Here, go build the software, and it has to be successful, and it has to meet our business goals, and it has to be on time, and it has to be on budget. Right? Not an easy task, but... And then for the PMO within our company, for the PMO, their objective is actually to blend the two, right? So they're kind of an advocate of both sides, and they need to meet business goals by managing the team performance within a given time frame. And we look at these key metrics. This is the serious part of the conversation without no gifts, because performance is critical. So team utilization is typically, are your people actually working, right? So that's influenced by discipline and pipeline. So your sales and marketing have to bring you the pipeline of work to do, and your PMO has to make sure that there's like user stories and backlog and everything else, and requirements are clear and set. And then discipline of your team actually showing up to work and not sleeping in. And then effectiveness of work, and that comes from expertise. So that's why you train and teach and you build up your employees so they do the work faster and better within a given time frame. And then the last one, which is also critical for the product owner, is expectation management. And that's like that's the battle in the boardroom, right? The negotiations. That's where they pull out all their paperwork and I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. Hopefully you now are trusted and you guys are working and they like you and so on, and all of these are achievable because you are a proper, good development shop. So these are objectives for PMO. Now, within Debridge, we actually track everything that we do. Every single thing that we do, we track. This shows the graph from the time tracked for our team, and we track max available hours to be logged, right? So we say max hours that people can log. Logged hours, billable hours, non-billable hours. So we want to know how much time we invest into sales activities. We want to know how much we're actually spending on projects that we're not getting paid for, because that happens if you make mistakes. It's normal. So we're tracking everything in very high detail, and we have DevBridge TV in the company, which also normalizes and shows those results to the team. We're completely transparent with everything that we do. And it's critical for us that we're not only transparent to the client through the PowerUp app, but we're also transparent to the team, so that they know how we're managing our own results. Because at the end of the year, if the company benefits, we all benefit. So we show those graphs. Now, project performance data, and this is critical for anyone who's looking to grow business or manage business or make it better. It allows making very, very complicated decisions about the future of your organization and how you structure your process and how you work with your clients. And when I say this, I want to give you some examples, because by looking at those graphs and tracking our billable, non-billable distribution across design, engineering, by team, by member, and so on and so forth, we know how to price our services, because we can look at and say, you know what, this vertical or this industry is not that great for us because we always seem to deviate off base on them. We know how to compensate teams and individuals because we know how they contribute to the greater good. We know client performance, right? Because we know how a specific client behaves. If we see a tendency with the time and the billability of a specific client that's really bad, we know maybe there's a culture clash. Maybe we can't really work with that client anymore. So tracking that is critical. And what we've realized is as we have grown, and that's our vision for growth, we need to focus on scale and on large engagements, and those are only possible with Agile. There's no other way. So the only thing that we can do, because a lot of clients still expect fixed bid, fixed schedule, fixed price, the only thing we can do is we can train and we can get them to that point and kind of advance their process as we advance our own. Because if you think of scaling an organization and having a lot of employees and doing great work, you can't do $50,000 projects. You have to do large projects because there's simply too much overhead from managing small little engagements, and Agile is just not suited for it well either. All right, so let's summarize. So what we learned today here in this session is that Agile is not for every firm or every project, right? We qualify the team, we qualify the clients, we kick the turds, and we go on and build great things. Transparency and trust is a cornerstone of adapting new process, both internally and for your client, and for the success of the project, right? So your methodology of how you conduct yourself, how your leadership conducts themselves, how your salespeople sell your process and your company, all have to rely on trust and transparency. Because I honestly don't think that's possible with Agile, to not be transparent. And then metrics are critical in scaling, managing, and optimizing that process. Because without metrics, you're pretty much flying blind. And you may think your project's doing great, but it actually may not. So metrics are very important. So now, with all of that said, this is an Agile conference, we're kind of wrapping up. I want to wish you that with all this new knowledge, with all this new power, comes great responsibility. And I'll leave you guys with a quote. Read it and you'll figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurimas. And maybe any questions? Hands? Any? No? Oh.
Klausimus galit lietuviškai klausti, aš kalbu lietuviškai.
No, there are English-speaking people, so let's... You showed that you do story mapping with client with real sticky notes, no electronic tool. Even if you are not co-located, I assume, because...
No, so for our story mapping, what's important for us is that the client participates in this process. So if you use an electronic tool, you're going to sit them in front of a monitor, right? It's really tough. So our product owners and our designers, and sometimes our engineers will fly out to the States and they'll do the story mapping directly in the room with the client because a sticky note is much less, let's say, has a much lower threshold of technology adoption than, right? So that's why we do it that way. Now, after that's done, after we go through story mapping for, let's say, a release or like multiple sprints, that obviously goes into, Jira and whatever else you may use, whatever tool. Dar, klausimų? Ten.
question is about this Power App. It showed metrics above every developer head. Yes, looks like micromanagement.
No,
so
it's
maybe
not.
developers, when we work, we just see their metrics and start coding faster. The metrics instantly get better.
No, they're not metrics. They're actually, the numbers you saw, those are hours logged for a specific day. So if you click into a specific individual in the team, you can see what tasks they did, what Jira story it's mapped to, and like how many hours they spent on it. Because we want the teams to be accountable to their own leads and product owners, but we also want the client to see it, because if they're involved, like defining user stories, we want to tell them, yeah, we worked, and we actually blew the budget by 2x on this specific user story, and we need to compensate somewhere else. It's not performance of that individual.
Here we go.
Hi, I have a question regarding selling the idea to make the prototype. Usually waterfall projects, those are governmental projects, right? So how do you make them, how do you convince them to spend 10,000 extra for something that might not be useful later on?
So the way we've seen this happen is, let's say we start from the beginning, from like point zero. You get an RFP, right? A government RFP comes in. You need to respond to that with something. You need to send them a proposal, an estimate, timeline, something to get that contract, right? So we'll start talking about doing prototyping. I mean, you'll be building a prototype for the project anyway. Whether you do it at the beginning and do a little bit of pre-work, or you do it throughout your regular sprints and prototype some stuff out, you'll probably do it. What our mission has always been is, in the prototype, we'll put that in the contract and say, we're kind of going to lift this piece out at the beginning for you guys, because it's going to help us do things better later on. It's kind of like pre-selling R&D time. That's also pretty common in the industry. And when you do that, you can also say, you know what, let's not go overboard with the prototype, because we're building proof of concept. And like you said, we may not be able to use everything, so let's focus on the key value bringers. So like for an online banking project, we showed them how fund transfers would work, like, like checking and savings account management. We just built out that one piece, nothing else. So you need to convince them that there's going to be, a multiplier of value by going through this process, by learning it, by being able to bring that then to their stakeholders. And to be honest, I don't have experience with government projects. We don't work on those. We only do commercial projects. So, it may be tough, but.
Any more? We have some time. No? Okay, so thank you, Aurimas.
Thanks, guys.
Here you go, umbrella. Thanks. Vaidas, maybe you can come and say some. What? Oh, yes, about feedbacks. Please put feedbacks in that box, paper feedbacks, and if somebody is feeling electronic feedback, so please do it. Later we will have prizes and we will give them. Okay, and while everything is going on, Vaidas maybe could say some words about our anniversary.
Okay, so conference is ending, and but as Leonardo said, those who want prizes for your feedback, please stay, because otherwise you won't get them. They're good prizes. And actually, this is the 5th Agile Tour conference, so we have a little anniversary. That's why you will find a cake when you leave this venue, and we invite you to stay for a few moments and just mingle around and discuss with people if you have any ideas. And now I have the opportunity to again talk a lot, because organizers are collecting the feedback and they have to draw the winners. But we had another thing going. We tried to ask you to donate to charity, to organizations, and few of you did. I'm not sure if I should tell the number or not. That's not big, it fits on this paper. So now we have to pick up the winner who wins the dinner in any of the restaurants. So this is a random order numbers, and I numbered them in random order as well. So can someone tell a number from 1 to 6? 5. Number 5. So the winner is, okay, the telephone number that ends with 5666. Ha! I'll show that this was number 5 to you. So you get the 50 liters dinner in the restaurant you pick. So thanks for supporting the organization. I had lots of good discussions why people don't donate. So thanks for those who participated in those discussions as well. Are we ready with feedback?
Almost. Okay. Yeah. We will have a pause a little bit, and then we could share our prizes. Kas nors dar tegul ateina.
Okay, there was 2 numbers ending very similarly. And it looks like it's not the winner, not this guy is the winner. So if the guy will give you, if the other guy is not in the room, because the other guy who paid, the ending was 5666. Is that, so is this, you are the winner? Yes, okay, so, because your ending was 1666. It happens. Problem solved.
So while waiting for the electronic feedback winners and the list prepared, I want to give first book. So who wants to announce the winner?
Linas Gricius.
So congratulations and thanks for your feedback. So the second one winner, maybe your hand lucky for someone. Miglė Millerė. Congratulations. Nightmare. Dream Team Nightmare. Special for girls. So, the ones who filled paper form, do you want another one book? No? How many of you filled electronic form? Raise your hands. Wow! Do you see the same as in the audience? Raise your hands one more time because he didn't see. It's the same number on your list for electronic feedback? No? It's much or less? Less. It's only 3 people, yeah? Okay. Who's still filling electronic feedback now? Who not finished? Everybody finished, yeah? Okay. I see that we have in the list not 3 persons, but actually over 100. I am right now?
150.
Okay. So here is maybe 50, no, 30. Okay. Are we ready? Nope. Okay. So once you're ready, tell, because...
Can you dance?
No, I can't dance, but I can give books away to the ones who fill paper forms. So, okay. Sometimes technology is slow. Okay, the last one book for the paper feedback, and we go for the electronic one. So, let's this time it be Agile Samurai book. Who wants this one?
Mindaugas Genutis.
Congratulations. Ready? We are ready, yeah?
What do we have on screen?
No. Sako negalime.
No? No?
Okay. Okay, let's play the game in the very old-fashioned way. Somebody tells the number, random number, and we will say the winner from the list. Garsiai, garsiai, kuris vienas pirmas sakot? 68, taip?
Kai iškelsim tokį džanką per jums. Galim iš karto.
Bet jeigu parodysi, tai visi matys savo įvaizdį.
Yeah, at last. So we have formed. Yes. Svarbu. Okay. As we see, somebody didn't fill their names, so we won't recognize them. But anyway, like you see, we have. Oh, sorry. 152 lines. So let's try random generator. 52, I said. Yeah, and the price goes to 28. And who is 28? Povilas Galčius. Congratulations. How much books do we have? 7. Okay. Great. And one more. 34. And who is 34th? Jurgis Sinkevičius. Yeah, here it is. And one more winner. 11. And 11 is Lucas from Adform. Congratulations. Dainius from Intech. Yeah, we have him here. And let's now give a ticket to, yeah, build stuff? TopConf? Yeah, so the ticket to TopConf goes to, yeah, at last, more than 100. 105. And Aidas Pashilis. Aidas, are you here? No? Okay, sorry. Aidas is not here. Let's try another one. Lucky guy. 18. And 18th is Aurelia Eskimi. Aurelia, are you here? Oh, nobody wants to the conference. One more try. 62. And who is lucky one? 62. Andrews, Visma. Are you here? Yeah, congratulations. One more lucky guy. 118. It's Neriga Pajamienė. Congratulations. We have a winner. A book? Yeah, book. One more conference ticket, yes? For the end? Okay. So, one more book. Number 66. Lukas Šimokaitis. Yeah, congratulations. One more. Number generated 149. And he's Richard Šlepikas. Richard. Which dot? Richard, are you here? Šlepikas? Nope. Sorry. Pity. Okay, one more. Generated number 135. And he or she is Vytautas Dagilis, Intermedics. Teina. He is also organizer of Kaunas Agile Tour, but it has nothing to deal with this. $116. Romas Peleckis, one more organizer of Kaunas Agile Tour. Viskas skaidru. 33rd. And she is Alexei Shipula. Congratulations. $125. And the lucky Jolita Mackienė. No magic. And the last book, Lean from Trenches. Number 89. And the lucky one is Margarita Storbrand. Congratulations. And we have one more ticket to conference. What conference? Top conference in Tallinn. And the lucky one is 64. Darius Balbukas, Affecto Lietuva. Congratulations. So that's it. The prizes are gone. And yeah, let's go for a cake and the beer. And there is also some wine and something else. And some snacks.